Coming to you live from my apartment, it's Rob Has a Podcast. And now here's the guy who's ready to go full tilt on Survivor, the Australian Outback. I am Rob Cesternino. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to a very special edition of the Survivor All-Time Top 40 Countdown, as we are talking about the 20th best season of Survivor. That would be Survivor, the Australian Outback. And we have got a great panel to talk about the second season ever of Survivor here with us tonight. So very excited to get into all of this here with you. Thanks again for joining us. And let's say hello to our panel here tonight. First, making her debut talking about Survivor here with me on the podcast. Here's Amy Chan. Amy, how are you?
G'day, mate. I'm excited to be here to represent the Aussies for the Outback special. I've got my beef jerky, I've got a fire in my willy, and I'm all ready to talk to you today.
Yes, Amy, so excited to hear from you. And Amy, that you are not just an Australian here to talk about the Australian Outback. You are a Survivor, the Australian Outback lover. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's right. I think this might be one of my top 3 favourite seasons. I think I'm one of the rare people who can say in the RHAP community that I not only watched this in real time, but I watched it in real time as an adult. So I can remember, my perceptions on it were very much as an adult in my 20s. I thought Colby was the hottest man on the planet. And that it was really the season that cemented my love for Survivor. So I think I was living in Sydney at the time. We had just come off the back of the 2000 Olympics. And so there was a lot of sort of, yeah, that's right, a lot of national fervour. And so it was really exciting to see this huge American TV show coming into Australia and filming and then being their highest rating season ever.
Yeah. And that's why you are forever Colby on Twitter.
Exactly right.
Yes. Okay. Amy, good to have you here. Looking forward to hearing everything you have to say about Survivor, the Australian Outback. And back with us here, it's been a minute. We talked to him a bunch in the beginning of the countdown, and then we got a little bit of a break, but he is back to talk about the Outback. It's the great Chappelle. Chappelle, how are you?
Rob, I'm great. I'm thankful. I'm alive. I'm thankful I'm a Texan. I'm thankful
Yes.
I'm a podcaster on RHAP. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you go to sleep and have the RHAP flag over you?
I would have to take the Texas flag off of me to do that, and I just can't do that. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Chappelle, happy to have you back. We talked to you 3 times early on. It was the Edge of Extinction, Thailand, and Heroes versus Healers versus Hustlers. So now you're here to talk about a better season, Survivor the Australian Outback.
Yeah, a much better season for sure. And but a star-studded cast just like the last 3, So I'm happy to be here, happy to talk about it, but definitely even more excited to be here with you and Amy to talk about a definitively better season than the last 3.
Okay. All right. So here we are to talk about this. We're going to do this all in one part here tonight. Last week, we tried to break it up into 2 parts. Some people liked it. Some people not as much. Just so you know, we can do that from time to time. We may do that more as we get into some of the seasons, which may run longer down the stretch, but we'll get it all here in one part. So that's not necessarily the new normal, but just be on the lookout for that. A little bit of a programming note as well. This is the final podcast that I will be recording here in this studio here on RHAP. I've been sitting and reflecting all day. I've made a totem. I've painted it. I'm going to go throw it over into the waterfall after I reflect a little bit. But I am on my way to move after this weekend. So I'm going to be away from the podcast for a little bit as I am making the cross-country move that we are leaving Los Angeles. We are off to North Carolina, which if the patrons of Rob's podcast, they have all the details on that. But just in case some of our countdown-only listeners don't know about all that, we are in the midst of a move. And so we will have Taryn Armstrong here with us to talk about the 19th best season of Survivor next week. So this is going to be a special treat because not only is this my last podcast for a little bit, also the last podcast here in the studio, which has been the bulk of Rob as a podcast. So it's going to be a special one tonight.
Oh, that's exciting, Rob.
Yeah.
You're closing the book on a chapter.
I'm going to come in here with a fire extinguisher after this is over.
Yeah, shut it down. Shut it down.
End of an era. Are you building a shed in the new place so that with locks on the outside to keep the children out?
Yes, that's what I'm going for. I think I was thinking more of like a boma, but a shed sounds good too. Okay. So, all right. Survivor, the Australian Outback, of course, we are just getting our coverage started here tonight. Even though I will be on the move, Mike Bloom will be holding down our patron feedback show this weekend. He'll be talking with Josh Leamer and Samuel Little. We'll answer your questions here tonight, but whatever we don't get to, Mike, Josh, and Sam will have it for you over the weekend in our patron podcast feed over at robhasawebsite.com/patron. All right. Survivor, the Australian Outback. This has been a fun stretch in the countdown where we talked about Marquesas, Africa, the Australian Outback, all in a row. It's been a stretch of the classic seasons, the follow-ups to the original season of Survivor. We'll find out in a little while if Borneo is the next season we're going to cover. But very interesting to go back and watch these because I know that the complaint is slow. But Amy, did the Australian Outback hold up for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I was concerned that I was going to watch it. I probably watched it a couple of times in the real time 20 years ago and then hadn't watched it again. So I was concerned I was going to go in there and think, oh, this is really boring. But I still loved it. I think they were much stronger characters. There's probably only one or two cast members that you sort of like, oh, who's that? I can't remember. But they've all got really strong characters.
There's and a really couple that you try to forget now. Yeah.
Well, yes. I don't know how we're going to talk our way around those two. But anyway.
We'll do our best.
I just thought the casting is really strong and the storytelling is really clear, and probably because you don't have all that frenetic strategy going on, it's very easy to actually watch because you're not sort of trying to count votes and trying to remember who flipped where, and the tribes have changed 3 times and now I can't remember what tribe is what. It's actually it's very refreshing to watch and just sit there and consume and not have to put too much thought into the strategy side of it.
Chappelle, how about for you?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with Amy on this one. It's like we're doing 2 different shows here. You know, I think you said it when you talked about Marquesas that it just felt different, you know, and this just feels different. It doesn't have like all of the like idol here, advantage here, like vote split here. You're like, you know, Jeff's not coming in on the first day and saying like, okay, when you got to Tramp, who created the alliances? Like, it's a lot more relaxed. You get to watch it, you get to chill, you get to hang out with these characters, and they get to be more fleshed out because there's so much less of the other, right? So because we're not completely talking about who's going to go to the final 2 on the first episode, you get to learn more about Mitchell and, you know, maybe like Nick or something like that, to where these people who in a modern day season, you would get even less of them. And you got not that much of them in this season, but I mean, I could just imagine them not even getting the confessional in a more recent season.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time with these characters. Of course, so many episodes, only 16 people. I mean, there is not a person in the season that you feel like you have not spent a significant amount of time with, including the first boot, Debb, who you spend a lot of time. And she has a whole arc which takes place not necessarily all on camera, that if you follow it all the way through the reunion show and into the reunion special after the Outback, I mean, she has like a very interesting story over the course of Survivor, the Australian Outback. And, you know, you spend a lot of time with these people, and they were really, really famous, Amy, that even Debb, the first boot from Survivor, the Australian Outback, received national attention after the National Enquirer published reports about her and her relationship, which we found out at the end of the season that she started dating her husband's I believe it's her husband's son, her stepson, and that was like a very big story. And these people were like so famous that even the first boot on Survivor, who, now would not even like be, like it would be almost impossible for them to get any media attention whatsoever. Then Debb is a national story.
Yeah, and I just think the fact that there is so much focus on character really meant that you could be really invested in the characters and you could really grow to love them and understand their nuances in a way that I don't think we have now. I often find I'll consume a whole season of Survivor these days, and then 5 minutes later, if you ask me who won, I can't even remember. I have to go back and look. So I think in that way, those characters really stayed with me, which is probably why I have such strong memories of the season. And about Debb, gosh, that really broke my heart watching what happened to her in the special. It really stayed with me when I rewatched it a few weeks ago, and then I rewatched it again this week. And yeah, what a terrible thing to go through. In some ways now, you would think that being a first boot, there's a bit of an advantage to that, because if you're going to get booted off first, at least you don't have to deal with all the publicity and all the negativity that can come with sort of becoming a famous reality TV star. But to only get to the first Tribal Council and still have to put up with all of that must have been really a negative experience for her. I felt really, really sad for her and what she went through.
Yeah, it's a very sad story that comes to light in the finale and the special that comes after the finale. But Chappelle, to your point, that I felt like that this season definitely does hit differently, and I feel like that I don't know that and again I might be a little numb to this because I'm coming at this from I have already watched 20 seasons of Survivor this year, but this was a pleasant experience to go back and visit with these iconic survivors.
Rob, these are your friends. These are your famous friends. Like you yourself. You grew up and you were a Survivor fan. For 2-3 years. Before you ended up on the show. But you were like looking at them like a fan, like the rest of us were. So these are the people who help motivate you to try out for the show and end up in the position you're in like right now. So of course, I understand where you're coming from. And even for someone like me who was just watching back then with no ambition to go on the show, these are like, it's like looking through the old yearbook and you can see people from like middle school or like early years in high school. And you're like, man, I wonder what that person's doing. Or man, you remember that one time they did such and such. That's how you feel throughout the entire season. You're kind of like, even if you don't remember the boot order, you're kind of like, man, I hope we have a little bit more time with this person, or I know this person's going to go soon, and you're still learning more about them as you go, and you hold on to that. That's the part of Australian Outback that I held on to, was when everybody was popping up on the screen, I was like, oh man, yeah, I forgot they were here. Oh yeah, that was cool. Yeah. And like, what about this moment? What about this moment? It's very like clippable. Like there are like little spots where everybody has like their highlight reel, and those are the things you hold dear. So you don't really get that in current seasons. Like Amy was saying, for Debb to be the first boot and to be that famous and to go through such turmoil and to have such negative outcome on the show for being the first boot, you don't get that now. Like God knows where Katrina Radke is right now. And she's an Olympian. You would think she would like elicit that kind of attention. Debb was just like a normal sweet lady, and her personal life was like out for everyone to see, just because she was the first boot on this iconic season of television that for many people was their first, season of Survivor.
Yeah. It premieres after the Super Bowl, the Giants and the Ravens, and premieres to huge numbers, coming on the heels of the, iconic finale of Survivor Borneo, which aired in August of 2000. This is going to be, I'm not sure if it's late January or early February of 2001, but everybody has just like Survivor fever, super, super hyped, and everybody can't wait for the Australian Outback. And this is going to do, Amy, do you have any idea? Like in the US, I think like 30 million viewers a week are watching this.
I don't have any numbers, but I can tell you that anecdotally, this is the season everybody remembers. Even my husband, who was super, super casual, walked in on me watching it and he said, oh, did the guy fall in the fire yet? So this is the one that people remember. And I think to Chappelle's point, in terms of it sort of being that nostalgic walk down memory lane, these are people that you feel very fondly about. I think for me, this and season 3 Africa are the seasons that fit really nicely into that. I think season 1 is still very raw. So when you watch it, they haven't refined a lot of the things that we're used to now. For instance, after the voting confessionals are not refined yet. They often will just fold the parchment, put it in the urn, and then walk off. And then final words hasn't been refined yet. Jeff hasn't figured out his role. Whereas I think in season 2, the art department has figured things out a little bit better. Jeff is starting to come into his own. And so I think season 2 is really a great season for being able to still watch that early Survivor, what it was like in the very beginning, what made us fall in love with the show originally, without having sort of all those teething problems that season 1 has, but also without some of the toxicity and some of the freneticness of some of the later seasons.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
One of the things that I really noticed when we were going through Survivor the Australian Outback is that it feels like that consciously people were going out of their way to say, like, okay, this is the season. We're not necessarily the first season. This season, we're creating a culture here, which is about that you can be nice on the Survivor. It's not necessarily all backstabby and going try to be all alliance. It seemed like that they tried to consciously get away from some of the stuff with Richard Hatch from the first season of Survivor. Amy, do you feel like that was something that the contestants themselves brought to it, or do you think that was something that the production wanted?
I think it's a bit of both. I definitely think with the contestants, you can see that some of them in particular are coming in with what sound to me like very rehearsed sound bites. So they now understand what a confessional is. They understand what is going to get ratings, what's going to be memorable. So you've got people like Colby and Jeff Varner who sort of are very much playing up to the camera. But on the other side of it, I think that they are very aware that it's not translating well to be the villain. So while you want to play the game, you want to play the game nicely. And I think the biggest indication that that's something that production wanted is when I look at the edit for Tina. I remember at the time when she won, I was just so shocked. Like, where did this come from? How did she win? And so 20 years later, I thought I'm going to rewatch this. I know all about Edgic now. I'm going to be able to see the winner edit. And I still think she doesn't get a winner's edit. And I was wondering whether that's because they don't want to portray her as a villain. They don't want what we today would now just see as standard gameplay, talking about alliances, talking about flipping, looking at who the weak links are, looking at who she can beat in the final 2, whether all of those confessionals didn't make it, because in the day, that would have translated as a villain edit, which is what Jerri got. And so I feel like production very much wanted to protect the product of Tina as the winner. And I think my feeling is even some of the edit for Colby, there were a few little snarky bits and pieces, but I think even Colby, they wanted Colby to be hero. They didn't want him to be a villain. In a different edit, I think he supplied more than enough content that you could very much portray him in a different way.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that a little bit. But I do have some small disagreements here. Watching this back, I was impressed with how much strategic chops like that Tina is getting credited with throughout the season. She has a through line of this is strategy, this is just a game, this is a strategic move. It all seemed to just go in a very straightforward manner from our point of view, but Tina is the one saying this is like backgammon. At the end, they're saying Tina was the strategic mastermind. They're giving her a lot of credit. It's just it's kind of overshadowed by she's a nice lady and Colby is Colby and Jerry's the villain. And they're pulling all that on top of it, to your point, Amy, to kind of disguise Tina to make her not look like a villain. But when I watched it this time, knowing that she was going to win, I was looking for it, And I mean, even at the final tribal council, people were like, Tina, I'm voting for you because you were in charge. They're not saying you hitched your ride to Colby and you rode his coattails and we don't like him. They're saying you were the brains, he was the brawn, or you convinced him to take you to the final 2 is what Jerri even says when she places her vote. So I like that, it's subtle. It's way too subtle for me, actually. I would really like for them to honor Tina in her gameplay, but I see what you're saying, and it plays right into that. But they do give her credit in spots. It's just kind of it's woven into the story a lot more than where they in a more recent season would zoom in on her, pulling Colby to the side and saying, "Okay, this week it's going to be Keith." And so that's probably the big difference for me.
So
yeah,
I
I
think
can see what you. Sorry, I can see what you mean, Chappelle. Like, I really feel like I wished that there was more stuff about the way in which Tina was playing with Keith and Colby, how she was manipulating them and getting them to essentially act almost like meat shields.
Mhm.
You know, to kind of underplay what she was doing in terms of how she was controlling the game. I really would have wished that the production had shown us a little bit more of that.
Well, I think there's also two things in play here. That one, I think that the production is consciously trying to give us like the nice person edit. And again, we're going to get the same thing with Ethan in Africa, as we talked about last week. But I don't think that necessarily, while Tina does talk about, it's the game and backgammon, that I do think that she tries to have a worldview of, okay, we're the good people. We're voting out the people who are, not being nice, not being polite. And I think that she does not necessarily talk about the game in a super strategic way either. The idea of keeping Roger and Elizabeth around, seemed based out of just that they were, not getting on their nerves. They seemed like that they deserved it more, quote unquote. And I don't think that anybody, even like, when they talk about like just getting to the end, it was like, it didn't matter who won. So I don't think that they were talking about the game in super strategic ways, even if they made strategic moves.
Yeah.
I think that's right. When I've seen an interview somewhere with Tina recently where she talked about that people come up to her in the street and say, "Oh, you were such a strategic player," and she even says today that no, I'm not. I wasn't that strategic. Her one big move was when she tried to convince somebody to vote for.
I think they
she
voted
wanted
out. Was it Mitchell?
Yeah,
That was
Mitchell.
yeah.
I think she wanted to vote out. She says a weaker female, so I presume that's Amber. But they
Mhm.
ended up. She couldn't get Mitchell to agree, so she ended up voting for Mitchell instead, and that kind of set up that alliance that went right through to the end. But yeah, even Tina herself says that she doesn't feel she was a strategic player. She was very much playing to that old school thing of being true to alliances, honest player, good values, be able to look yourself in the mirror at the end of the game.
Yeah, but I call shenanigans on that. And here's why. Because let's say this is Coach, right? And this is South Pacific. And Coach is saying, okay, only the good Christians that are in this little Coach cult are going to make it to the end. And we get to decide what is righteous and what is not. And now we get to vote off people based on our decision of who is not righteous. And then they get to a roadblock where they hit Brandon Hance and they're like, okay, he's righteous, but we still got to get rid of him. And then boom, now he's so cutthroat and Coach is the bad guy at this point. But the entire time it was, we're the good people. We are the good people. We pray together. We search for the idol together, blah, blah, blah. And that was a legitimate strategy that people give credit to Coach for. And they give credit to Sophie for staying on that course. And I think that Tina does the same thing, just not in a malicious way. Like if she goes to Keith and Colby and says, we're the good people. We got to get rid of all the not good people. The moment they give me a reason to believe that they're not worthy, we're going after them. And that's final. Then that's what they do. Unless it's Jerri, right? Because at the merge, they needed the numbers. All right. And then it wasn't about the good people. It wasn't like, well, Jerry's a bad person. I could tell them, hey, we'll all just vote out Jerri here and we're fine losing the game. No. Then it was who has the upper hand, who had the most votes, previous votes, blah, blah, blah. So it's self-serving. I think it's still strategy. And I think Tina should give herself more credit. And so should Keith and Colby, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I absolutely agree with that. And I think particularly there's a point where it's quite clear that the apparent good guys actually only see themselves as good guys insofar as it serves themselves. I think there's a very different situation if at that time when Jerri approaches Colby, if Colby flips to vote with Jerri and Amber instead of aligning himself so much with Tina and Keith, I think you might see a very different outcome from Tina. I think an angry Tina, a betrayed Tina, an isolated Tina might very easily have then flipped to Kucha, aligned ourselves with Elizabeth and Roger, and then you'd have a very different outcome. But because she never needed to do that, it's very easy to play the good guy, the kind game, the nice game, because she didn't need to play dirty.
Very
was
interesting.
always
exactly. No, exactly. And then, like, when she switches to Roger and Elizabeth, does that automatically make them the most worthy people? Like, oh, now all of a sudden, these are the good guys. Colby, I thought you were a good guy, but you turned on me, so you can't be a good guy. So now you got to go. It's very self-serving, but I still think it's strategic, and I think we should give them all credit.
So one of the fascinating things to always go back and look at is the depiction of Jerri in this season. Now that we are 20 plus years out from it, or it's originally, it was actually 20 years ago. This past January was the premiere, so it was right around this time of year in 2001 that this was all wrapping up. So here we are, 20 years out from the Australian Outback. The depiction of Jerri, who was made out to be, the clear-cut villain of the season. Amy, how'd you feel when you went back and watched this?
On the one hand, it's extremely entertaining. She's great entertainment, great TV. That's why she's been on 3 times. You love to watch her. You love to see this sort of smart, intelligent, creative woman sort of having trouble letting go of control of the tribe and the other strong personalities around her. So she makes for great entertainment. I do have difficulty swallowing this when you think about what happened at the reunion for the All-Stars, how she walked off the set, understanding some of the kind of mental health and depression issues she went through after Survivor, and watching it these days, I find some of her confessions are not even that nasty. I suspect some of the stuff you'd find on the cutting room floor from people like Alicia, Jeff, and Colby would be more spiteful than anything that Jerri said. She just was having personality conflicts. So I find it's a very difficult one to read, because I think they're trying to make her out to be more of a villain than she really was. I suspect, the clash between Kimmy and Alicia is probably as bad as anything that was happening between Keith and Jerri, but Jerri makes for a great villain, and so that's how she was edited. And I think in some ways, I think it was good that she ended up deciding to kind of lean into that, and was happy to come back to the show. But I think in terms of strategic props, she doesn't have really the strategic props that I think some of the other villains in the later seasons that we would celebrate now have. She's just she just rubs people the wrong way is basically all it is. And I think being a woman, particularly back then, that's the way they edit women who have a voice and who are strong and want to stand up and speak up for themselves. And that's a little bit unfortunate, but I do have to admit, also entertaining.
Oh yeah. Jerri's good TV all the way through. I like that she is opinionated and that she's going to say the thing, and it's refreshing. But you can tell the tone is different because of the time, right? Like, they're not giving her like a strategic edit. They're giving her like, oh, she's mean or something like that, right? But Jerri is another person who constantly talks about strategy throughout the season. Whether she enacts it or not, she's still talking about it. Before they get to the merge, she's saying like, hey, look, I know we're supposed to be taking this thing tribal, but I might just shake things up to see how fun it is. Like, it doesn't have like a good outcome for her. She doesn't actually do the thing, but she's at least thinking about those things. This is only season 2. There was not this talk in season 1. Season 1 was like, one group has an alliance and everybody else is just voting randomly. Like, I don't like this person this week, or this person, or I'm picking the alphabet. This season, Jerri is like saying like, no, I need this alliance with Colby and Amber, and then we're going to go to the final 3. I don't know how she thought she was going to win. That misses me, but I appreciate Jerri a lot in this season and in future seasons. She has a great arc all the way through Heroes versus Villains, if you ask me. But for this season in particular, I think she does kind of get a raw deal. I don't think the edit was that bad to her though, because you'll notice that throughout the cast, pretty much everybody universally is saying like, we don't love Jerri, like Colby saying it, Tina's saying it, but like everyone is kind of saying it. So Keith is like, you know what? We'll never be friends. Kel is saying, I will never be friends. Like, it's not just, like an edit. There's something there, because she's having these character, like battles with people. But I think more of the impact comes outside the game, kind of like in the Debb sense too, right? Like, she wasn't portrayed as that much of a villain, but I think her villainy became bigger than the actual character.
The meta conversation around the show, certainly. Yeah, because I think what's interesting about her villainous edit is I found that it had very little to do with strategy, where it's not like, oh my God, Jerri is, I can't believe that she backstabbed this person or betrayed this person. Most of the Jerri villain edit comes out of like the business of who's making the rice, who's doing a bad job cooking the rice, who's going to make tortillas, who's going to go fishing. it just seemed like that all of this was coming up out of like just how to manage the camp. And she felt like that her voice wasn't being heard, and she felt like that things were not being done right in the camp. And it was really just like a struggle for who was going to run the way that the camp was going at Ogakor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. The most of the conflict is definitely just around the camp. I don't get the sense that she was really talking strategy too much with many people apart from Amber and Colby.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's probably correct.
Yeah, it was just like a control issue. Like she wanted control because, to her credit, she thought she could do better. In a lot of situations, she could. The tortilla thing is very telling part. It's also very telling that the majority of the people that she has conflict with are men. Because there's probably a control issue there where there's a battle for this control, a level of misogyny that you just can't get around sometime, especially on television, because they're going to show what they're going to show. So Jerri is nobody's like in this cast like favorite person to win. But at the same time, she's good TV. And I think that, the meta conversation, like you said, Rob, just kind of takes off and makes her more villainous than she actually is.
Yeah. Amy, do you think that they put Jerri on Ogakor intentionally with Keith, where that you had a chef, but you knew that maybe Jerri was also going to vie for who should be cooking around the camp?
I don't know, because I know she's a chef now, but did the production know she was an aspiring chef then? Because certainly they don't show any confessions of her talking about, I love to cook, I'm very creative in the kitchen. It's very much about her being an aspiring actress and a bartender, and it doesn't really ever say anything about her wanting to be a chef. So I was wondering that too, whether they knew that this was something that would be cause for conflict. I definitely feel she was put on that tribe specifically to be with Colby. I definitely think that was a very clever, casting choice by production, but I'm not sure about the chefing.
Yeah.
It might have been showmancy. Like they probably were like, like we got the hot guy, we got the hot girl, like we're going to put them together and see what happens here. Because if you put Jerri on the other tribe, you cannot convince me that there would not be conflict between her and Mike Skupin, or even her and Jeff Varner. Maybe not Jeff Varner, but definitely Mike Skupin, who had decided that he was going to be the leader of that tribe. So I think Jerri is somebody who wants to lead. And back then, she didn't quite understand that that's not the best way to go about winning the game. And she couldn't have known how bad it was going to like come off to the larger audience, because it really wasn't that bad. But no, I don't think she was there specifically to spite Keith, because she never really talks about her own cooking acumen. She just kind of jumps into the role because she sees the role needs to be filled.
Going back to one of the big questions about Survivor the Australian Outback, did Colby make the wrong move? Amy, on this rewatch of the season, did that stand out to you as a particularly worse move for Colby to take Tina to the end?
Depends what the rationale is. He said something about, you choosing to either play to win the money for yourself, or you're choosing to play for philanthropy. So in the end, he felt that he needed to play for philanthropy. I think most hardcore Survivor fans would say, what a stupid decision. But I think he actually had made the mistake much earlier. I think I think him choosing to align with Tina and with Keith to vote off and to vote against Jerri and Amber, I think that was the deciding moment right there, because I think had he gone to the final with Amber and Jerri, he would have won against both of them hands down, without it having to be sort of this sort of controversial sort of situation. I think, but I think even then that creates a different dynamic, because let's say Colby aligns with see, this is why I'm on my notes, because now that I'm talking to you and I've got a camera, I'm all confused. So Colby is voting with Jerri and Amber.
Can you share your notes a little bit? That I know
sure.
That you posted them on Twitter.
This is how old I am.
Yeah,
I'm sure other people have to do it from
full
memory.
color notes. Very few people.
Well, this is because the printer printed it in color before I could stop it. So I've got all the tribe members. Cool. I write notes about them, and then I've got my paper notes.
Notes. This is good.
Notes.
Yes.
Because I'm old. I'm
old.
No,
I like this.
Paper, pen, cut and paste, and I have to write them down, otherwise I forget. So I think that, in a situation, if Colby had decided to choose to make his core three with the two girls from Okafor instead of with Tina and Keith, I still think there's a problem for him, because I think potentially Tina, if she's feeling ostracized, she's feeling angry, feeling alienated, betrayed, she could potentially have flipped over to Kucha, and then he would have still been in the minority. So I think ultimately Colby was always going to be in a very difficult situation irregardless, but I do think that decision to take Tina to the end was a huge mistake, and had he put himself against Keith, no doubt he would have won hands down. I doubt Keith would have even got 1 or 2 votes.
Chappelle, the thing that jumps out to me with Colby and Keith, it seems like that once Jerri is gone, Keith, like me, I feel like for Keith, getting rid of Jerri was a bad decision for Keith, because all of like the negative energy that Jerri was absorbing around the camp, all of a sudden all goes to Keith, where that all of a sudden, just out of the blue, Colby is talking about Keith. He's like, that guy's a bozo. He wants to mix a brown rice and the white rice, and we making too many portions. And he's done with Keith. Even Tina, they get back from the final 3 after Keith gets voted out, and they're talking about how happy they are Keith is gone. Like, what did this man do?
Keith is one of the people that, even though he was a good person when they needed him, they didn't love him the whole time. And like you said, Jerri was absorbing a lot of that, but there are hints in the first couple episodes. Throughout the season, people are calling Keith arrogant. Elizabeth, who is America's sweetheart at this point, is calling him arrogant. Like, they're constantly making snide comments about him, and most of them are coming from Jerri, yes, but it never stops throughout the whole season. It just finally gets to Colby when he gets too hungry. Once you start messing with his food, he's over you, and I think that's what it is. Also, if you're going to push this narrative that only the good people are worthy, you got to make your competitors look like really bad people, because you have to be able to justify taking Keith to the end and not flipping and going with Elizabeth and Roger. Because if you're saying this is your mantra and this is what you're going to stand by because you're feeling so philanthropic, why not take Elizabeth? She's so young. She has, she just starting life, and she's out here and she's trying her best and she's giving it her all. These are the things y'all are talking about that you value. But when it's Keith, no, he's fine. And then up to the very last second, it's, oh God, thank God we got him out of here. He's such a bozo. Like, where was all of that when Elizabeth was right there? It's very self-serving. I'm telling you, listen, that strategic mind is there. It's just hidden under some extra, some feel-good stuff. But like Amy said this earlier, Colby is very cutting when he doesn't like you. When he's talking about Jerri, in the beginning, he starts off, Jerri and I are good friends. Look at her. She's giving me a massage, blah, blah, blah. By the middle, he's over it. And he has nothing good to say about her at all, ever, to the end. Like, even at the final tribal council, when she's like, is there anything that you regret? Anybody you regret voting out? Anybody who deserves something? And he's like, nope. Matter of fact, if I could keep somebody from getting $1 million ever, it'd be you. So I think he's fine with Keith until he wasn't fine with Keith.
Yeah. For me, I just go back to that. I think that this is just a weird season in that there was so much hype that I just feel like that they were all the way through. They were concerned with how they were coming across on television more so in this season than any other season of the show. And I think that this is the season where, and maybe Jerri might have been one of the only people who wasn't necessarily trying to play it this way, of that I am very concerned with what America is thinking about how we are acting. So we will try to be, out of our way, nice to each other, because we know that everybody's watching this show. 50 million people watched the last episode of the show. This is going to be huge. I think the production knew it was going to be huge. I think a lot of the players act that way all the way through.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't completely buy that. I know these people in real life, Rob, so you probably have more insight to me. But I will say that throughout this season, I was actually kind of surprised with how transparent a lot of them were being, right? Like, so you had Jeff Varner, who was very clearly like pushing for the villain role that Jerri ends up getting. Mike Scoopin is trying to impress the world by doing Mike Scoopin things, but they're calling him an idiot the entire time. Kimmy is Kimmy through and through. She does not hold her tongue, and they don't hold their tongue about her either. I think it's just certain people who end up at the end are really, really nice people who also really want to look good on television. So you got Elizabeth and you got Roger, who are sweet individuals on the show even. And then you got like Tina and Colby, who are sweet individuals as well. And then you got Keith, who seems like a pretty nice guy aside from everybody's commentary about him. And that's your final, like what, your final 5? So yeah, all those people want to be nice. And that's one episode per person, basically. And so for the last 5 episodes, just like, we're so nice. Look how nice we are. Oh my God, we're so nice. We're the good people. But before that, you had some fiery people. You know, you had Alicia waving her finger in her hand, and she will always wave her finger in front of your face. Like always. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know if I can give them completely that none of them were on, because I think they had different agendas. I think some people wanted to be looked at really nice, and some people wanted to be characters. That's how we got Mad Dog. What are you talking about? You know?
Yeah, well, I love Mad Dog. By the way, we will have a special encore presentation of our Talking with T-Bird with Mad Dog coming up this weekend. T-Bird and I really wanted to share that interview again. That was one of the favorite ones that we've done from March of this year, but thought it was a good time to share it again during Survivor Australia week. So be on the lookout for that this weekend. Special encore edition of Talking with T-Bird. Let's just also, I want to touch on the elements here in this season. Amy, this is such an epic season of the survivors versus nature, more so than the survivors versus each other, especially once Jerri is out of the picture, that this is a real like test of wills for the survivors.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this, I know all of last week there was a lot of talk about that Africa was the harshest season ever, that, you know, that the situation there was the worst ever in any Survivor season. I would argue that Australia must be up there. I mean, the weather was, I can tell you, in the Outback, when it's hot, it's really, really hot. Sunburn is a real issue here. Even on a 21 degrees Celsius day, where it's cloudy in Australia, you can get really significantly hospitalization level sunburn. So for them to be out there half naked in the sun every day would have been boiling. Then the floods that come through wash away their entire camp. They've got no food, to the point where Jeff has to come and offer them food. I don't know if that ever happens again. I mean, you'll know better than me,
Rob. It happens
Rob.
a couple, Survivor San Juan del Sur, Survivor David versus Goliath. So it does happen a few more times in the history of the show.
Yeah, so, you know, really low rations on food. When they're getting rewards, we're talking like 6 Doritos, 3 crackers. They're certainly not getting full course buffet, all you can eat, you know, rewards. Yeah. And then
Amy,
I think the other thing...
If I may, before people start tweeting me, that they traded the Flint. They traded the Flint in San Juan del Sur. They did get more rice in David versus Goliath, but it was they had tried to trade for a new Flint. And I think it also happened in Ghost Island, but it was not aired in the episode.
Okay, good.
Sorry to interrupt.
Clear that up.
I didn't want to get a million tweets tomorrow.
No, I agree.
Yeah, actually, they traded for a Flint, Rob.
I agree with Amy 100% here. Like 100. Like, I was watching it back, and the whole time, because these are my old friends, right? We watched this is nostalgia. I watched it thinking, oh my God, why are you putting these people through all of this? Like, there's so much like airtime dedicated to let me show you how horrible it is, you know, when it comes to like the water rushing around after that thunderstorm. Colby goes to a reward challenge on a horse in the middle of the most horrible thunderstorm that I've ever seen on television to that point, right? And he's on a horse, like, and Colby is the cowboy. That could have easily been Amber, you know, and that would have just made it look so much worse. But it's like, it's Colby, so he's rugged. But I would have hated to see like Tina in a situation where she's like getting bombarded on a horse, you know. So there are moments in this season where I'm like, geez, the fire that just randomly happens down the forest. You're like, oh, look, a forest fire. Well, I don't think that's gonna be, you know, anything that we have to worry about. And then it pops back up later on, you know, or even just Jeff. You know, like, these people are clearly dying. Like, they're starving to death. And Jeff shows up and he's like, you know, look, I noticed that you guys are kind of weak. Looks like y'all are hungry. Tina, you got to be like 90 pounds. I could give you some more food, but I'm going to need to take everything that makes you comfortable. I want the flag. I want the blanket. I want the tarp. I want all that stuff. Yeah. You got to start over building your shelter. And then, boom, thunderstorm. You know, like, God, Jeff, give these people a
You
break.
think he had the
They're
weather
going through.
report?
Well, one, it's accessible, so I'm not saying he didn't, but he could get it. But also, like, Jeff, they're starving. You just said I couldn't even enjoy. He says this. I couldn't even enjoy the challenge because Nick, you were barely moving. Like, geez, you and Elizabeth are just like zombies out there. I gotta give you food, and then he takes all the things that are keeping them warm and
42-day
safe.
season. Yeah.
Right. Like, Jeff, you're part of the problem. So I agree with Amy. Like, this is pretty bad. Like, I don't envy anybody in this situation.
Well, and then the other two big things that basically never get mentioned. Number one, the wildlife. The poisonous snakes that we have in this country, they're serious poisonous snakes. I have them sometimes in front of my front door, and I live in suburbia. I do not know how they would.
What do you do, Amy?
You lock yourself in the house. You call a snake man.
Snake man?
You got to.
Yeah. He's in my phone as Snake Man. I don't know what his name is. He comes with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. He's got no shoes. He's got a bag and a tennis racket with no strings. And somehow,
Chappelle wants to get a pet snake. That could be you one day. You could be Snake Man.
Look, yes, we know I want a pet snake, but I've always wanted to go to Australia. The thing about Australia is it kind of reminds me of Florida here in the United States, because whenever you see an article that says Florida man does blank, you know it's about to be some foolishness. Whenever you see an article about some ridiculous animal that should not be as murderous as it is, it's always Australia. It's like, hey, look at these spiders. They've completely covered this entire park with every inch of it covered by spider webs. Also, it's Australia, you know? So every time.
Totally. The spiders and the snakes they never talk about. And the fact that I counted at least 5 shots where you can see a survivor and you can see a crocodile. Crocodile. People die all the time, usually stupid tourists who go and swim in the water with the crocodiles.
Right. Oh, you want to talk about a stupid tourist? Okay, so we get through the season. You got the water rushing. All we got is this little bag of rice. This rice is in this container. It's about to be swept away. And Keith is like, I'll go out into the torrential rain and rescue it from this rushing river in this riverbed. And people are like, don't do it. You will die. And production's just like, keep filming. It's like, keep filming. This is good. Like, if he falls, he's dead. What are y'all gonna do?
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Well, they famously at the time that they had asked Mark Burnett of, shouldn't you have had somebody like help Mike get out of the fire? And Mark Burnett's quote was like, I would have fired him on the spot. That they were there to film whatever happened, including that if these people died.
Well, so the other thing that really I think doesn't age well is, in Australia, we've just come off the worst bushfire season we have ever had.
Yes.
I know, I can tell you, my kids and I were trapped somewhere with the bushfires. It was so scary. Yes. And the wind can change and the fires can jump and whole towns can be wiped out and people can die. And they left that Okakor camp there, surrounded by bushfire, with no evacuation plan, seemingly no discussion of how far away the fire was. They can see the fire. I don't understand what they thought was going to happen if the fire did jump the river or did change direction. How were they going to get those people out of there? Really, really dangerous conditions.
They were reckless with these people the entire time. And it's amazing that they were reckless with them on the longest season. Like, you decided to do this, and you never go back to this length of time, right? And it never gets as bad. And that's just from the production side. Like, they're just letting things happen to them that you just normally wouldn't let happen to people if you're filming it. Because if someone dies, if the fire rushes in, if someone gets swept away in the water, then what do? Because Mark Burnett can say that, I'd have fired him on the spot. Yeah, whatever. When you're getting sued by these people's families and this is the biggest television phenomenon at the time, and the world is watching, and you want to be like, well, I'm sorry, but that's Survivor. No, that's not how you treat people, and that's not how you do things. So yeah, that was jarring to watch.
Yeah. I also think that this season has like the wildest swings in temperature, where that, as Amy mentions, like there is sweltering heat, but there is also like freezing cold and rain. Whereas like in Africa, it was just one thing. It was like the heat, and there was no water and no food. But this was, no food, the heat, the cold, the fire, the rain. It was basically all of the elements were battling against them in Survivor, the Australian Outback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. They really were surviving.
Yeah, there's a clip of like a kangaroo almost drowning. Like the kangaroo is trying to get out of the water, like frantically, and it's like a 40-second clip of just the kangaroo trying to escape, and then they pan over to the like survivors, and the survivors are saying like, "Wow, I hope the water doesn't get over here. It's coming. What you gonna do?" You know. So yeah, this was proof that maybe production didn't care too much about their actual well-being.
Let's go and take a look back through the season, and let's start at the beginning to make sure that we cover everything that we want to get through as we go back through Survivor, the Australian Outback. Talking about endangering these contestants, the story here with these contestants is that Amy, Mark Burnett also wanted these contestants to jump out of an airplane to start this season.
Can you imagine the insurance cost, which I know was the reason why they didn't end up doing it? That is craziness to have them jumping out. Half of them were vomiting.
How did they get insurance for this show?
Did they?
They were filming without an insurance.
You get insurance, you'll be fired.
Yeah,
I would have fired him on the spot. No, and you know what? They don't get their big jump out of a plane moment, so they put them on a cliff and make them jump off the cliff into the water. And the whole time, Roger's like, "I can't swim." It's like, well, why are you making this man who can't swim jump off of a cliff?
Mm-hmm.
Well, not only that, then they try to make it like it's heroic. This is a good thing. This is what you should do. Definitely, when you're in the Outback.
Think of the ratings.
Like,
and swim.
Like, I just look. If you wanted to be another season, just keep people from dying, and that would help. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, we land the plane. The other thing that jumped out at me, Amy, when going back and watching this, that they're like the edit and the music have such a sense of urgency. Go, 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 go. All right. Get the stuff. Like, wait, what was going? Like, was there somebody with a bullhorn? Like, all right, everybody, get out of here. Move. Get out of here. You must go. We don't want you here. Get on the road. Come on. Get out of here. You suck. Get out. I don't know why were they in such a they were like in a panicked hurry of like, we got to get out of here. It's like when Jeff says jump off the boat, but they were just in the middle of nowhere.
Well, no, there was no one there to tell them to hurry up. There was no time limit, and yet they were all scrambling around. Like, I think it was in Africa that they had the people getting off the trucks waving guns, saying, hurry up, let's go.
Yeah, it must have been production people just
they had
yelling at them.
Yeah. They had guns on them off camera.
Yelling at them to get going, then they ended up hiking for like 3 hours or something to get to camp, didn't they?
Yeah, and people almost died on the hike. Like, people are throwing up. Like, Jeff Varner's like falling apart. It's a mess, and it's such a different feel from Borneo, because Borneo starts off with like Jeff like, here I am in this fishing village and da. The survivors have been given rations and blah blah blah, and then the next season they're like, boom, get out of here, go. Like, and they're like, Nick's grabbing the compass for God knows what reason. Like. It's a mess.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because I feel like that the first season of Survivor is presented a little bit more like, all right, this is an experiment where we took 16 Americans and we were going to put them on this island and we're going to see what happens with the elements and each other. And this is now like, all right, this is the action movie where we've raised the stakes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think they found their action star. Well, they probably found their action star. Once you have Colby, you know what the theme is going to be, right? Like, okay, this is the Colby show. And I got that feel throughout. What about you, Amy?
Yeah, definitely. They wanted it to be much more adventurous, much more fun. Even the way the music is sort of much more upbeat, whereas Borneo is much slower and much more documentary style.
Yeah, it's a wild soundtrack, Amy. That this season has a soundtrack unlike any other in the history of the show.
It's all over the place. There was one part that's almost reminiscent of you better be ready.
Yeah.
Very random.
There's like some like rock music in the season. It's a very like a weirdly edited musical season.
It's very
I'm not even talking about when Mitchell sings in the reunion show.
the whole thing I find is it's confused about what it wants to be in terms of cultural storyline. I think even the fact that they film it in the Outback, there's all this talk about the Outback, all this talk about Australian culture and native food and flora and fauna, and yet there's not one Indigenous person. There's no reference really to the Indigenous people.
No.
That's very odd. Like, I find there are some elements of that show that really just didn't really make sense from that perspective.
Mm-hmm. And they leave it at the foot of the cast to kind of acknowledge the Indigenous people of the land, right? So like there's a moment where Colby says, my biggest regret is that I did not take a time and just respect the thing that we're doing and respect the people of this land. And like, I was so busy in the game, or even Mad Dog says it, they're native people of this land and we got to be respectful. But the show doesn't present that. The show doesn't give you like it. So I think for me, Survivor kind of like teeters between like almost like cartoonish and like almost like parodying some of the things that they should be respecting, or like not acknowledge them at all, right? So like you'll see in Survivor China, they pay homage to a lot of things, and then they do a lot of like editing tricks that look really cool. But then there's also like seasons where they're like, oh, let's bring in the Bushmen who will all laugh at and like, oh, that was such a funny moment. Like, no, you have to pay respect to the people of the land and the time. So that's always kind of not great for me for Survivor, and I really wish they did pay a lot more attention to the Aborigines of this particular season.
I think even the way they choose to pay respect to the land is odd. We're going to pay respect to the land by getting a log, painting it with toxic paint, wrapping plastic beads around it and man-made twine, and then throwing it back into the river. I don't know that today that they would be able to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like, let's take some land and then make it pollution. Like
in fairness, and they may have pulled it out and put that on eBay after the show. I mean, these were hot commodity props.
Were they really?
I'm sure everything. The show is such a phenomenon.
Yeah, they probably left no stone unturned. Like they were digging stuff out the fire, out the water, all kinds of things. Like this is like
the Rudu.
This is his like waterlogged shoe for sale. They probably did it all. But it's just a choice to make there, where this is how you plan on honoring the land. It's we don't love that.
Yeah. I feel like that even in the story of the where they got like the history lesson, I feel like that they were focusing more on Australia, the penal colony, as opposed to focusing more on Australia and the indigenous peoples.
Yeah, the whole thing feels very colonial to me.
Well, Mark Burnett is British.
Well, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So their one interaction with local people is a group of white men who have come and they're supposed to be, I guess, represent the settlers. The penal colony aspect. I just find it really odd that there's a very, very noticeable silence around Indigenous culture, Indigenous history, particularly given they're living in the elements in the Outback. I would have thought there's a very, very easy way to integrate that and actually enhance the show with some of the traditions and the culture and the storytelling. But none of that's addressed.
The upcoming season of Australian Survivor, did they film that locally, or do you know, Amy?
I believe it is being filmed in Queensland, which is the same state. I do not know if it's in the same area or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I wonder maybe if that might come into play in the upcoming Australian Survivor season that's going to be filmed, or has been filmed.
I really hope so. Having said that, probably being a bit harsh on an American production team, in Australia, we're not great at celebrating our Indigenous culture either. Certainly, we never learnt Indigenous history when I was at school. Doing a welcome to country now is something that's only very recently started to become a common thing. We certainly don't learn Indigenous language or history or anything like that. So it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't acknowledged here either.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the one acknowledgement we really get in this season is that challenge that Rob alluded to, where they're like, let's tell a story about Australia. It all started with some prisoners. It's like, nobody wants to tell their story like that. Like, Chappelle, let's go through your ancestry. You started off a slave. Like, Oh, okay. Now let's tell you more about how horrible slavery was. Like, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about like recent developments, maybe like the thriving culture of these people, and not so much the like dark past that might be coming from Mark Brunet's British point of view. So yeah, different time.
Just
Hopefully we
even
can
in terms of the survivors' nutrition level. I mean, you would have thought part of the training pre-show would have been to teach them about bush tucker. This is where you can find bush tomatoes. This is where you can find herbs, edible grasses, edible plants, things that the Indigenous people were actually and still do live off the land and eat. But clearly they didn't teach them any of that because they're all starving.
Yeah. Well, the only time bush tucker comes up is when it's presented in the gross food competition.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we don't love those either. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's fun to watch, but seeing like, if you say like, this is a local delicacy, and then everybody's like, whoa, I'm throwing up. Like, oh, no, that's not how this works. Like, like, you don't do that. Like, if it's going to be a gross food challenge, you make it gross, mix it all up like Jeff likes to do, put it in a blender, all that good stuff. But, don't like take a local cuisine and be like, isn't this so nasty because we don't eat it and we're white? Like, give the people a chance to make their own decisions.
Yeah.
Amy, when the season aired, did you have a favorite tribe?
Oh, I definitely loved the Ogre tribe because I love Colby. So, and I love the thing between Colby and Jerri, that kind of chemistry that's going on. All the stuff around the beef jerky just seemed so controversial at the time. So I think I was definitely team Ogre.
Yeah. Chappelle, did you have a favorite?
Yeah, I think I was with Ogre too. I mean, you couldn't like ignore the Colby effect, right?
Yeah.
Like, again, I'm from Texas. He starts off with like, I wake up and I'm thankful that I'm from Texas. Look, they definitely brainwash us here in Texas. We say the pledge to the Texas flag. We fly the Texas flag at the same height as the American flag. I didn't need to see Colby Donaldson on my television because all that did was reinforce that, this is right. This is how things are supposed to be. We need to honor Texas. And so, Ogre had me at hello. But yeah, there was drama too. We got the Kel stuff relatively quickly. And I have some opinions about it now that I probably didn't have then. But yeah, they give you a lot to work with. Whereas on the other tribe, you just get a lot of Jeff Varner kind of crapping on Mike Scoopin and Kimmy. But they don't got a lot of the natural built-in drama that we're seeing from, the Colby side.
Ogre, that was my group also. I really loved watching all of them. And of course, that in the early going, we're going to have the beef jerky incident. We have Mad Dog, who I just really have to stop down again and say, I'm so happy I got to talk to Mad Dog earlier this year, that I even had talked about in the evolution strategy about how, I felt like, I'm so bummed out. I've never gotten the chance to talk to Mad Dog. And she was really, really great. We got the chance to talk to her. She has also a very interesting life story. She's done a lot of different things over the course of her life, has battled alcoholism through most of her adult life also, and has some, really amazing stories that I'll never forget.
It would have been great to have her last longer on the season. She's just such an amazing character.
But she made such an impact in 3 episodes of television from 20 years ago. And then she really steals the show in the reunion and then in the follow-up show as well.
But it really makes you realize that you're watching too much Survivor when your 11-year-old this morning at breakfast makes a face at me like this. He goes, and I thought, oh, that's just like Mad Dog. I didn't watch Mad Dog and go, that's like my son.
Yeah.
I'm now starting to see survivors reflected in my children. So that's how much of an impact she's had.
Yeah. I was not ready for in the show after the reunion where Mad Dog was going to be showing off her bikini and her tanning bed. I was like, what is going on here, Mad Dog?
Mad Dog said at the reunion, had you left her in the show a little bit longer, she would have lost enough weight to wear a thong on the show. Why didn't we keep her around? That's what she said. She said, you should have kept me around. I would have had to show off my thong. So when we get the back from the Outback special, which I don't think, do they ever do another Survivors Back at Home special?
Maybe they might. Did they do it for Survivor Africa? No, because I didn't watch it last week.
Yeah.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, so I think you kind of have to do this when you have Mad Dog, right? Like you're like, we got to get this lady on TV even more, and she doesn't disappoint, and she shows us her bathing suit. Oh,
Yeah, I feel like that, and maybe this is like a false memory, like a Mandela effect. I feel like that there was a Survivor Africa special, but I feel like it was the week before the season started, where it's like get to meet the survivors. And I feel like if anybody else has like a memory of this, let me know, because I feel like, but it's not on Paramount Plus. Could be lost to the world.
Yeah, it's not on 10 Play here either.
Yeah. Let's talk about the beef jerky incident, because this is, to this day, still a very polarizing incident. I think I've spoken with every single member of the Ogakor tribe about this, maybe save for Kel himself, about what's going on with the beef jerky. Tina and Amber and Jerri and Mitchell, they all say he had it. Keith kind of doesn't know. Mad Dog says, no way, did not have it. Amy, what do you think about Beef Jerky Gate?
Well, I think everyone apart from Jerri didn't see it. So how can they all know that he had it? For a start, would be my first question. But secondly, I think once you get to hear Kel's side of the story, it really is quite true. It makes no sense. The guy's out there busting his chops, trying to get fish. He's the only person who's trying to provide food for the tribe. Why would he be stealing food? It doesn't really make any sense to me why that would happen. Plus, they went through their bags before they got there. So if he'd had it, it would have been confiscated. So I think what's most intriguing to me is that Jerri is still holding on to this. Like, yep, he definitely had it. He definitely had it. But I'd say odds are he probably didn't. The poor guy was just chewing on some grass. And grass on the Outback can be brown.
Yeah. Chappelle, what do you think?
I'm inclined to believe him, but I do got some mess.
Yes.
So, for the listeners of Rob Has a Podcast, you might be familiar with YX Lost. And on, I think last year at the beginning of, like the quarantine time, there was like a lot of like going back and reviewing, like doing old Wiggle Rooms and YX Lost episodes about certain episodes of Survivor. Yes, the Wiggle Through Time. And David Bloomberg and Jessica Lewis did tackle this subject. And I'm going to try to recall this from memory because it was very interesting. Because David Bloomberg was there, right? Like he was writing at the time, so he has very like fond memories of this time, and like he can remember a lot of stuff vividly. And he wrote down a lot of his thoughts. So a lot of his thoughts are like solidified in real time.
Yes.
Like we have the literature. Well, Jessica Lewis is a prosecutor, and she came in with like, no. There's reason to believe, that this could have happened. David's point is more closer to Amy's point, which is, Kel, why would you do this, right? Like, first of all, it's going to make you look really bad as somebody who was in the military. It's going to make you, I believe he was he a Marine or a Navy SEAL? Amy, which one was it?
He wasn't a Navy SEAL. I think he was an Army intelligence officer.
Yeah, that's what it was. Military intelligence. What an oxymoron. Yes. So he was one of those. And so they definitely said, like, well, why would you dishonor yourself like this? And even Kel says it at different points throughout the season, like when they bring him back, he's like, why would I do that? Like, it makes me look really bad. Like, this is something I am taking strong offense to because it messes with, the way I look as a character. Yeah, as a person. But Jessica Lewis says that there is some gossip going around that Kel had been spotted like sewing beef jerky into his bag or into his clothes or something of that nature. I think it was into his bag before the show started. Yeah,
so I think that there might be a little bit of a telephone game there. And not to say that you're misreporting what Jessica Lewis said, but
because I got more.
So I believe that what Tina has said is that Army officers have sewn beef jerky into their clothes, and that Tina said, and some of the others said, that he was spotted, like stopped going through customs having a pound of beef jerky. So
there were a pound.
Yes.
Yeah. There were multiple accounts.
No.
So,
And then he was coming. Separately. He was bringing beef jerky into us. He had like a ton of beef jerky going
on him.
through customs.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So Jessica Lewis brought that part up. She said Colby, I believe it was Colby who said that he saw, or like that he said that he saw or heard that he got stopped at customs with the beef jerky. I believe it was Jeff Varner who said that he had spotted him sewing something into the bag. And like quickly Kel hid the bag. So for all the YX Lost listeners, or like the people who haven't listened to that episode, please go back and review it, because they both make very compelling arguments. It didn't change my opinion, but it did make me raise my eyebrow a lot at the possibility that this could happen. Jessica Lewis even says at some point, like, hey, this guy was in the military. I mean, if he wanted to get away with it, he probably could have. He probably could have done these things. Like, we can't put it past him. Just like he would have the skills to do these things. Kind of like what I guess you were saying, Tina was alluding to. So there's a lot there. I just don't like. There's no definitive answer, because I mean, like, you just kind of have to take what you want at face value. I remember though. I think they brought up whether or not his bag was searched, right? Because this should be hella egregious, right? Like, Mark Burnett will fire you for helping somebody not die. So he's going to allow there to be a rumor about beef jerky and not investigate it and not like bring it up. And then they don't even address it on the show at Tribal Council. Jeff doesn't sit down and like, okay, tell me about the jerky. Like, you would think that would be the strongest point of the conversation, because somebody potentially cheated and half the cast believes it. So there's reasons to believe that something's there, or that there's nothing there at all. But it just depends on, whose point of view do you want to take?
Yeah. They searched our bags going into Survivor the Amazon, but did they start searching bags after this, Amy? I think that's the question. Do we know that the Australian Outback players had their articles searched?
Well, I think Kel says it, doesn't he? In one of the confessionals, I think he says that they had searched his bag before they went out, but I would imagine from here on in they're searching through everything now. But although then wasn't there a season, I don't know, I've watched so many rewatches now, trying to keep up with you guys. Somebody had a protein bar or a Hershey bar.
That was Rob's season.
That was you.
So
it was Rob. Rob had a granola bar.
Well, we have to wait 19 more weeks to talk about Survivor the Amazon. But I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to. I'm sorry. Scott, edit that out.
We'll edit that out.
Sorry. But in some time, we'll talk about Survivor the Amazon. And that there was a granola bar. I don't know if it was a wrap or it was like a sealed granola bar. Yeah. That was the same ones that we had at Ponderosa from the pregame. And so there's some question of, did somebody smuggle that in? But they did search our bags. So I don't know necessarily.
Well,
how
did they search? After that, like, so just to step away from this season for a second, after they found this rapper, did they then search again? Were they like, okay, you guys, let me double check? Or was production like, y'all handle it?
No, they just let it be, everybody like have a witch hunt there.
Yeah. And so I think in this situation, like I said, I can't do it justice, because David Bloomberg and Jessica Lewis do such a good job with it. But yeah, if you go back, I believe it was last June.
Maybe David can tweet it back out.
Yeah, no, that would be a good thing, because like there was, like I said, I'm with David for the most part, but Jessica does bring up some very good points.
Yeah. Mad Dog makes an impassioned plea that he did not. She says that she accuses Kel of some other things around the camp, but she says that the beef jerky, no, he did not have it.
Yeah, she trusts him. Mad Dog.
The only thing that I say,
she doesn't like a good judge of character, Rob
Chappelle, that he does. I think that he does come across as like seems a little guilty when he comes in. So like, oh hey, and also I'm going to give you all my razors also.
I think when you're as introverted as he is, and when you're noticeably different like he is, like, I feel like you kind of you do things to make yourself, to ingratiate yourself, and in that moment he probably felt like he was backed into a corner and he needed to do something. He probably should have like waited a beat and maybe pulled somebody to the side and tried to like do it one at a time, instead of like, okay, you guys, I'll just give you my razors, like, get off me. But representation matters, and Kel was the only person of, I believe he's South American, indigenous from like South America, Peru. But anyway, he's different. And so yeah, he's standoffish from their point of view, but he doesn't really fit in from his point of view. And there's nobody else who's necessarily from his same background. He doesn't have those built-in conversation starters that everybody else has. And he's in the military, like the strong silent type, So for him, I think it was a tough social thing to get past. And I think there's reason to believe, and I think maybe there are probably some articles back then that would say that maybe Jerri was doing this for strategic purposes as well. So, I think there's arguments all over the place, and the only person who really knows the truth is Kel.
Yeah.
Can we talk about why is it that everybody in the Outback does not like the people providing them with food? The two people that people really don't like at Ogre, Keith and Kel. And at Kucha, the one person who's really causing a problem is Mike. Nobody likes the cooks and the providers.
I wonder if that coming off of Survivor, the first season, where Richard Hatch was the provider and also the person who won the show, I wonder if that sort of like created like this narrative of, oh, if you provide for the tribe, then you win. So maybe there was some jockeying for position of like, no, I'm going to be the one to fish. I'm going to go out there and bring back fish for the tribe. Oh, okay. If Mike, like Jeff Varner openly roots against Mike catching the pig because not because he has maybe we shouldn't slaughter this pig, but it's like, oh, well, then Mike will get so much power if he brings a pig back for this group. And Mike is like, oh, I wish we didn't have chickens because I'm going to lose my power as being the provider of food.
Yeah, it's interesting because all the people, cooking and providing think that puts them in a position of power, but actually they're kind of putting themselves in a position like being the team leader that nobody likes. So actually they're the ones that in those first few episodes, people are making the most negative confessionals about.
Yeah. And it's probably dictated by the people too, right? So like on Ogre, like you got Keith and Kel. Well, Keith is I'm a cook. That's Keith's thing. I'm gonna cook. I can't wait. Like he's rushing to get to he is trying to cook. The problem is Jerri doesn't like it, and Tina doesn't like it, and Amber, they're complaining about the food. So on that end, it's like you're trying to be a provider, but you're not doing a good job. And so the conflict starts with, it's like, well, who can do a better job? And then with Kel, he's not catching any fish. He's like, he's going out with the rope. And of course, it's hard to catch fish like that. Like he doesn't have a hook. He's trying his best, but he's coming back empty-handed and telling them things like there are no fish out there and things of that nature. So you got Jerri again, who's saying like, no, you're just not doing it good enough. So on that tribe, you're always going to have conflict with those particular people. And then on the other tribe, I mean, it's Mike Scoopin. Like he's so hell-bent on eating literally anything that he's just annoying the hell out of everybody. And I think that's another reason why it happens to be him who, even though he ends up falling into that provider role, he was already going to annoy them.
I think
anyway.
It's like fire.
Yeah. Oh, no, not yet. No, not yet. Fall into the provider role. And but yeah, and so I think there was always going to be conflict there with that iteration of people. Had it been Colby deciding to cook all the rice, nobody would have had an issue with it.
Yeah. Also, like Colby seems to have an issue with Kel fishing, as was brought up, that he's Kel is like trying to fish with like a big piece of rope, which probably isn't going to work. But Colby is just like aggravated about it. He's like, Kel, he couldn't catch a rubber ducky out of a bathtub. But this is something I never get on Survivor. Like somebody's like, all right, maybe it's not going to work, but at least they're trying something. Why do we get mad at people for like they're trying something that's never going to work?
Well, I guess that's why we starve them and put them in conditions where they don't sleep, because then people get aggravated really fast. And that's when you get the good TV.
Yeah, it does bring up drama. And the producers are asking Colby like, so what do you think about that Kel guy? It's like, oh, he's out there not like fishing and not bringing anything back, and then you got Jerri. And that's Rob, you hate talking about food, but you can imagine you've been there, you've done it, how annoying it is to be there with hungry. Amber. Yeah, you know how annoying it is to be hungry. Everybody's sitting around talking about food, and then the person who's supposed to be going to get the food keeps coming back like, well, sorry, there's no fish in the water. Like, just stop telling me about it. I don't want to hear about it anymore. Stop it. Just leave me alone.
Yeah. Oh, Mitchell has like a good laugh about there's no fish in the water. They needed Shambo to go out and come back and say, guys, I have good news and bad news. The good news is there's tons of fish in the water.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. That's a little bit of what's going on at Ogakor. I guess let's talk about the big Ogakor moment, then we can circle back to Kucha. So they vote out Kel. Then it comes to be where then they have to vote out Mad Dog. Mad Dog falls down in one of the challenges, and then ultimately she has to go. And then it looks like that Jerri really is running the show here at Ogakor. She's got Mitchell. She's got Colby. She's got Amber, and then seemingly Keith is on the outs. And so Jerri makes a misstep, Amy, at one of the tribal councils and leaves Tina out of her alliance in a conversation. And then that's really where Tina, I think, probably makes her most aggressive moves in the game with Keith.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a huge strategical error by Jerri. I don't think she really understood just how much Tina and Keith were listening at that tribal council. I think up until that point, Tina was very much aligned with Jerri. I mean, certainly when they were searching through the bag to look for this supposed beef jerky, Tina was right in there with Jerri, looking, being outraged. So I think that had Jerri played that differently, she could have actually had a very strong ally in Tina. I think Tina is a smart enough woman who would have kept Jerri along for the ride simply because she knew that, she'd be a good person to sit next to at the final too. But I think by kind of pointing out that the younger, prettier people had a stronger alliance with Jerri, that immediately then isolated her from Tina and Keith.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, Tina had been annoyed at Jerri like everyone else had. There have been multiple. I mean, because Jerri is getting on her friends' nerves. Like Mad Dog is like, I'm sick of Jerri. I don't trust Jerri. And Tina and Mad Dog are in lockstep. Or Keith, someone else who Tina has bonded with, and Colby at this point is even saying like Jerri's annoying. So by now Tina doesn't really need a reason to turn on Jerri, but she just gave her a reason, right? And to her credit, Tina just voted out Mad Dog, who would have been a loyal ally to her. I guess Mad Dog wasn't a good person, or did Tina just forget about that part? But
she's, holding them back in the challenges.
Yeah. Well, I thought we had to be good people to win this game, right? Mm-hmm. You had to deserve it. You had to want to be there, So conveniently that didn't work out. But yeah, Tina gets put in this spot, and now it's not about being a good person. It's about like, no, be a good person with me. So like, leave Jerri and come with us. And Colby makes the flip.
So interestingly here, that Keith also he puts a vote on Mitchell at the Mad Dog Tribal Council. And so he was, I guess, left out of the loop. Nobody told him who to vote for. I'm assuming, and not just that he was freelancing because he knew the tiebreaker rule. But when we get to the next vote, Amy, this is going to be a huge moment in the season because Ogakor goes to their third straight tribal council, and we have a 3-3 tie where the previous vote tiebreaker comes into play. We talked about this a lot last week with Survivor Africa, and it really created a lot of drama in that season. Amy, do you have a nostalgia for the previously voted for tiebreaker?
Look, I don't mind it. I think that if they had shown us some footage of Keith saying, look, I'm going to decide to chuck a vote to Mitchell so that then in the future, if there's a tie, he will go first before me. Fine, great. It all adds strategy and dimension. And I think certainly once we get to the merge and then the power all flips over to Ogakor because of this tiebreaker situation, I think that's great. I'm okay with that. What I don't like is when Jeff, at least once, but I think twice in this season, says, no need to count any more votes. The tribe has spoken. No, you need to count all the votes because all the votes are really important later on. So you can't have it both ways. If you want to have this tiebreaker broken up, start again. If you want to have this tiebreaker determined by previous votes, you need to read all the previous votes.
I agree so much. It was frustrating seeing Jeff go like, all right, well, we have a tie. Which one of you have the most votes? I'm like, I don't think I have one. Well, I got one. Jeff, you're supposed to be keeping up with this because if you ask me if I got a vote, nope. I don't know what you're talking about. It was weeks ago. I don't remember way back then. What are you saying? Are you kidding me? Like, no, there should be a running tally of everybody's votes. Yeah. And Jeff should be like, you received one vote at last tribal council. Let's not forget. Like, you should be reminding people of that almost instead of like, okay, so we ended up with a tie. who wants to volunteer to go home here? Who wants to
Mhm.
just admit to it or own up to it? So I agree with you 100%. The votes
Yeah.
matter.
So it's interesting because we've been trying to talk about this for 2 weeks and trying to work this out of how do you make this work? And the issue is always that, well, there's no clear answer to how many votes you have. And I was thinking like, well, could you have like some sort of like a tally board, like a chalkboard at tribal council? But I do think a lot of the drama, as we're going to see at the merge and certainly in the pre-merge in Survivor Africa, when they're trying to figure out whether to put votes on Lindsay or Brandon, that there is like a little bit of guesswork. You've got to like pick which person has the previous votes. So it's like Survivor wants to have both things where the previous votes count, but also we're keeping it a secret of who has previous votes.
Yeah, you can't have it both ways. You have to read out all the votes.
Yeah.
And I mean, if it was a complete secret, right? Like if you just went and said like the tribe has spoken, the vote count was 3-4 to 1, you're eliminated, and don't tell anybody else who else got votes. Just the person who was eliminated is the only person who knows they got, and there's just like
a Big Brother by a vote
like some random
of 4 to 3 to 1.
Right. We don't know who got the other votes, who got which ones, but we know that one person is going home. Then that probably is a way that you can spice that up a little bit to where you're like, okay, there was one vote out there. I think it might have been me. And then you have to play a little bit more socially to keep that vote off of you. But if you're like, okay, remember 4 weeks ago when you got that vote? Yeah, that's going to count. It's like, well, I mean, you didn't count everybody else's votes. How many does she have? I want to know how many Tina has. Why does everybody have to know how many votes I got? So, yeah, I probably agree with Amy more on that, too.
And this is a wild tribal council, Amy, because Tina basically flips Colby on the way to this tribal council. Like Tina described it as on the walk to tribal council that Colby's vote gets flipped over here.
Yeah, it's interesting that there's so much. I think there's a couple of times in this season where they talk about that they decided or they discussed or, there was some strategy that happened on the walk to somewhere, but they don't air it. And so I think that's a real shame that we don't get to see that because it's so pivotal to what sort of happens in the second half of the game where the alliances are and how Ogre eventually ends up breaking up. It would have been good to know how she did it and what she said and what his reasons were for flipping.
So by the time that I go on to play Survivor, I mean, we're in quote unquote lockdown as we are on our way to tribal council or the different challenges. I wonder if that comes as a result of this where like, okay, a big moment in the season just happened and we didn't get it because that it happened on the way to tribal council.
No, I probably would. I was going to ask you actually, about the lockdown situation because I was wondering if on a walk was like code, right? Like, because they like transport them to tribal council. In some seasons, they put them in like a boat or whatever, and you can't film that kind of stuff anyway, right? So is it like on a walk with a wink? Like, oh yeah, it was really just kind of like off camera when we shouldn't have been talking in the first place.
I can't imagine that. I mean, tribal council was at the top of a waterfall, so I don't know how they walked there.
like a car.
I think that there had to have been some vehicle that transported them to where they were going. But there's also times where we see them walking back from a challenge. So I don't know necessarily if there was some hiking involved, but like in the Amazon, like we would like be like on a boat for 40 minutes potentially to go someplace, and we weren't supposed to be talking during that time.
Yeah. Like I'm a perpetual 12-year-old when I watch this show. So when I see them walking with their like torches, like, oh, look, they're walking to tribal council. And I believe it every time. Yeah. But so when Tina says on a walk, like, boom, I believe, oh, they were walking and they could have shown Tina pull them to the side. Be like, hey, but maybe like I guess the other equivalent I'm thinking of is you and Christy, right? When you're like, hey, like Jenna, come on, Heidi, like, look, let's just vote out Christy. Let's just do it. Like you got like 3 seconds to go. We're about to lock them down. So I'm thinking maybe it's something like that, where maybe it was off camera, or maybe it was just kind of like in shutdown mode, where Tina's like, "Hey, you got to come with me on this one."
Yeah, the ironic thing about that is that when we'll get that. I mean, Christy that had told, like, when we were going into that tribal council, like when we were getting like mic'd up, had said that she was gonna vote for I guess it was
She was gonna she was gonna do the original plan.
yeah, she finally like arrived at the. I'm like, well, it's a little too late. I can't change it now. But thanks for letting me know. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking when she says on a walk. Like, this is like one of those moments where like, oh, okay, we're about to start Tribal Council. She's like, come on, Colby, come on. Which we're probably more inclined to see in a more recent season now. We see a lot of the whispering and stuff at Tribal Council, but they don't give Tina a lot of content like that throughout the season anyway, of her just pulling Colby to the side and being like, so it's Keith, right? Or so it's Amber this time. And so maybe that goes back to, what you guys were saying about protecting her as a winner and making her look likable. But that's definitely something that I would have liked to see as a spectator.
Amy, what do you think that Tina's argument to Colby was? Do you think it was that, hey, Keith voted for Mitchell last time, it will be a tie? Or do you think it was more that that Mitchell is like, look at him. Yeah, that we can't win a challenge with this guy?
I think it's the latter. And I think throughout the episode, you see Keith is basically talking about, I'm so tired, I'm sick.
Mitchell.
Did I say Keith or Mitchell?
Yeah,
Mitchell. So I think that the way they want you to read the story is that Mitchell was the weaker one. So Mitchell should go. We've already been to so many tribal councils. We have to pick off the weaker member. Maybe she would add in there. Plus, he's clearly very strongly aligned with Jerri and Amber. Do you want them to have the power, or do you want us to have the power? Let's take over the power and at the same time win more challenges by getting rid of the weaker player. That's how I interpret it from the edit.
Right. They're the bad people. She's like, look, Mitchell is sick, but also you really want Jerri to be in charge of this? She's horrible. Look at what she did to Kel. Look at what she's doing to Keith. Look at how she talks to you. Look at how she talks to me. Like, she's the things she says, the things that she does, blah, blah, blah. You just villainize Jerri enough. And then Colby's like, okay, it's fine. Like, Colby even says it at some point, like, I said some really bad things about Jerri, but I didn't care because it was Jerri. Like, oh, okay. So I think that's probably part of it too.
All right. Ogakor, they go through a little bit of a rut here, but then they're going to ultimately prevail on the season. Meanwhile, Kucha is a story of success and then sudden disaster, where they vote off Debb at the first tribal council, but then they continue to rally behind the leadership of Mike Skupin. And Amy, it is, has taken a turn over these last 20 years. But I mean, I think Mike is presented as such a hero in this story.
Do you think so? Because when I watch him, he's like a psychopath. He's got the war paint. He's obsessed with killing things.
Well, then I should say that, and then he was, I feel like, received as like, I feel like the narrative is that, okay, well, he would have gone on and been the winner of the season. I mean, even at the final tribal council, both Colby and Tina talk about like, well, Mike probably would, if it wasn't when Nick asked the question about Mike's accident, that Mike probably would have won the season if it wasn't for falling into the fire.
But they were never on a tribe with him. So
exactly.
They never got any time with him. They didn't get to find out what the tribe dynamics were like. They didn't realize that he was actually annoying everybody over on Kucha. And I actually think he comes across like a crazy person. I remembered him being a hero, and I remembered when he fell in the fire, it was really sad. And I can remember when he came back in, what was it about? I can't remember the season. Philippines. When he came back, I remember thinking, oh, that's so great. This poor guy, he would have been a winner pick for sure. But when I watched it this time, I'm like, you're like a crazy person, like, mad with power, wanting to stab things all the time. The way he butchers that pig and puts the blood all over his face.
Yeah,
he comes across like a loony.
Yeah.
No, this is not a hero edit, Rob. See, what's happening here is you get two different versions of Mike Skupin. You get Mike Skupin is an idiot for 4 episodes. He falls in the fire. Once he falls in the fire, we're like, oh my gosh, he's hurt. Everybody cries because it's, the natural reaction to someone being hurt. And then he goes out chanting like, oh, come on, Kucha, we'll do this for Kucha. Like, I love this tribe so much. And so, boom, that's very heroic. And then those people go on to say, we could have had the lead in the challenges and in the numbers if Mike was still here. Thus, we would have gotten rid of you guys, and then one of us would have won. So he's the hero of that alternate storyline where they have the numbers.
The alternate timeline.
But at no point in this season do they make Mike Scoopin look like a hero at the beginning. At the end, they're like, yeah, had Mike been here, he'd probably be sitting here right now. That's easy for Colby and Tina to say. They don't know this man. But everybody who's ever met him in either season, have said pretty much the same thing. Episode 1, he jumps off, like he runs into the forest, he grabs this thing off the tree, bites like a date or something off the tree, bites into it. It's full of a fig, and it's full of bugs. Like this. Mike Scoopin is putting like pig blood on his face in front of like someone who is very clearly passionate about animals and a vegetarian. Like he has no social awareness at all. And all he wants to do is eat these people out of house and home. I'm pretty sure if they got rid of him earlier, they might have had food at the end of the season. This is not a hero. This might be the villain. And it might have been telegraphed as episode 1. Because it never gets good for Mike Scoopin at any point.
The pig killing is a rough watch, and that the way that he stabs that pig is also like he is like going ham.
Yes. Hard as he's going ham on the pig.
Full tilt.
Full. He only knows one way. It's bad, Rob. It is. It's bad. I think with Mike, if he could just slow down, first off, and stop eating everything. If he could just get away from his stomach for just 2 seconds, he could read the room and understand that like these people are not enjoying you. Jeff Varner is rooting against you finding food for him so he can vote you out. There's a very big difference between how Mike Scoopin goes out and how Russell Swan goes out of Survivor Samoa. Russell Swan goes out and the teammates are crying like he was going to lead us to the promised land. Mike Scoopin goes out after praying and anointing himself the leader of the tribe to God in a prayer in front of everybody. It's not the same. They ain't built the same.
Yeah. Amy, it's interesting. Mike does not really ever talk strategy. That he talks basically about that. Okay, we just need to keep eating. As long as we keep eating, we'll be strong. That's really what if we eat, everything else will figure itself out.
Well, his strategy is really just if I provide, then I'm important and they won't get rid of me, which is a very, very, very old school way of playing, to the point where, as you pointed out, he didn't want them to win the chickens because that undermines his role as the provider with the fish. So apart from that, I don't think he really had any thought about strategy. He was just going to go in there. I think in his mind, he was the leader. He was the hero. I think in his mind, it was a hero edit. I think he thought when he put the war paint on and all this sort of thing that he was going to be celebrated as a character. And luckily or unluckily for him, he fell in the fire. And so he did become a hero. If he didn't fall in the fire, would that have carried all the way through to the end of the season? I'm not sure.
Yeah. I agree. I think that he probably ends up getting voted out. I think that's some combination of whether it's Jeff and Alicia or Nick or Roger and Elizabeth. I think that they end up taking him out, probably final 5 or ends up being the first Kucha to go at 5.
Yeah. Another reason why he's probably hoisted as some leader or hero is because if the story of Colby making it to the end is basically Colby and Tina were aligned strategically and Colby won a whole bunch of challenges, and Colby throughout the season even says it, like, if I start winning, they might actually vote me out. Who could have beaten him in a challenge? Probably Mike Scoopin. I was not very forgiving about his game up until this point, but he is physically strong. We'll see in this one challenge where they have to hold the poles on their back and they have to balance the weight. And him and Colby go toe for toe the whole time to the point where the pole breaks on his back. He doesn't even drop it. So he's very strong. And I think they were looking at, like, had Mike been here, you wouldn't have been able to just run the table against little Elizabeth and old Keith. And old Roger, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever those stereotypes for each of those people is, you don't get that when you're going up against Mike Scoopin from their point of view.
Yeah, I think
potentially as time goes on, Mike Scoopin starts to beat Colby because he's been eating.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. Colby gets a lot of strength through winning all of these reward challenges and going and eating, and he's able to compete against these weaker people who are already physically smaller than him or like not as athletic as him, but also haven't eaten. Whereas Mike Scoopin at no point is ever going to stop eating anything. Like, he's always going to eat. If he had to eat a person, he might have. Like, I don't put it past him.
We don't want to explore that. Yeah. Mike Skupin, I think, also wins 3 immunity challenges in Philippines. So, and he's going up against like Malcolm also in Survivor Philippines. So
he's no slouch.
Yeah, so that he can win the challenges along the way. Yeah, it's an interesting power structure in the Kucha tribe because Mike is out there as sort of like the figurehead of the group, but it does seem as though between maybe Jeff and Alicia, there's a lot of like politicking behind his back that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how much impact that's having on the rest of the tribe. They don't really. There's a lot of discussion between Jeff and Alicia. I don't know that they're necessarily pulling in a majority with anybody else because it doesn't. Yeah. They don't really ever show anybody else talking about that.
Yeah, it's a good point. We have the one vote. They vote out Debb and they vote out Kimmy 6-1. But I do wonder if they would have had another vote. Like, where would the tribal lines have broken down?
Mm-hmm. Alicia and Jeff mentioned going after Nick. I think from a lot of the people out there, Nick was a threat. Colby even says at the end, like, I think you could have probably won this season, so I think maybe that would have been next on their radar, but it's really hard to tell because I think Jeff Varner likes to play from a position of like behind the figurehead, kind of like in a Todd Herzog type of way of like, let you go out in front and then I just make the snarky comments behind you so that we can all like align to voting you out. And so I don't know where they would have gone, but it's pretty safe to say Jeff Varner wouldn't have gone anywhere, neither would Alicia, because if they were playing to, be dominant in the challenges at that time, both of those people were more physical than some of the people around them.
Mm-hmm. So ultimately, Kimmy is going to be the person who is going to go out at the other Kucha tribal council. Kimmy makes a big impression on the season, Amy.
Yeah, she does. I had forgotten she goes so early, actually, because that whole argument of, I will always wave my finger in your face, that's just imprinted so strongly on my mind. I thought Kimmy would go much later in the season.
Mm-hmm.
She just gives really great confessionals, and, she is really the first one that sort of comes to characterize that the vegan, the vegetarian, the future seer prize winner for guarding the chickens. She's really, really great, entertaining TV to watch.
I will have to say, like, going back and revisiting this argument, just on like the thing that they were debating. So Kimmy, I guess, had suggested, well, we have 3 chickens. Why don't we eat a chicken every other day? Mike just killed a pig. Alicia says, no, we need protein every day, which I think is kind of insane for Survivor that you just killed a pig and you want to eat a chicken every day.
I feel like if anyone except Kimmy had said that, Alicia would have been, yeah, sure, that makes perfect sense. But Alicia was so sick of hearing about the fucking chicken.
Yeah.
And as soon as it came out of his mouth, she was like, that's it. No way, sister.
Yeah.
No. Oh gosh, you're right. It's because Kimmy hasn't shut up about the food. Like, here's the thing. We only have to see this because like we only get an hour of episode, right?
Yeah.
But you're living with somebody and everyone is starving and everyone's talking about how they would just eat the next thing breathing, basically. Like Mike Scoop is literally chasing a pig around with a stick. And Kimmy is probably the whole time going, well, you don't gotta eat that thing right now. You gotta eat it. It has a brain, it has a family, it has a face, it has a smile. Like, and then they have a growth food eating challenge, and they have to deal with Kimmy also saying, I don't know if I can eat this. I don't know if I can eat that. I don't know if I can eat that. Like, every time food comes up, you gotta know Kimmy's in the background going like, I mean, we don't have to kill it. We don't have to kill it. And she's loud and abrasive to them. And so, yeah, Alicia was just fed up. She was hungry. You don't play with people when they're hungry because they don't know how to, people aren't themselves when they're hungry. She was starving, and here Kimmy is again chiming in about the chicken. Like, Kimmy, honestly, if you don't want us to eat the chicken, keep it to yourself. I'm sick of it. And I think that's where it was. There's just nothing else you can tell me about these chickens. Tell Jeff, have Jeff tell me, because I just can't talk to you about it right now.
Yeah.
Because Alicia's actually very sympathetic towards Kimmy's vegetarianism in the beginning. Like when they're going to the gross food challenge, you've got the confessional of Alicia saying, oh, poor Kimmy, she's having a really hard time with it because she's a vegetarian, and that's one of her core values. And it's said in a very non-judgmental way. But I think fast forward to 48 hours later, starving, freezing, boiling, that's enough to set her off. Incidentally, Rob, can you answer a question for me? Why
Yes.
do they give them a rooster? The rooster can't lay eggs, and you don't want the rooster impregnating the chickens. So why give them a rooster? Why not just give them
from
4
what I
chickens?
understand, and again, I am no animal or poultry expert, but I believe that the presence of the rooster makes the hens lay eggs.
Oh,
Does that sound right?
I have no idea. Don't know. I
I
don't know.
I don't know. Okay, here come the tweets. Here come the
Yeah.
tweets. Yeah. My entire knowledge of roosters and hens comes from Survivor. I think
Okay.
the rooster is somehow involved with
I
the production of the eggs.
I will say no.
No, what is it,
That
Chappelle?
is it. Chickens just lay eggs. They don't need a
They-
rooster there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think I don't know.
Is the rooster there as an incentive so that they'll kill the rooster and eat something?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
I
it's
don't
not
know.
going to lay eggs, so what would you keep it for?
Yeah, just food, I guess. Maybe you don't keep it, but I highly doubt that you need a rooster for the chickens to lay eggs. I just don't know why. Like his machismo just walks in and like, okay, ladies, lay eggs for me. No, I think they're fine. But I'm with you. Why would you give, like, of all the functional animals you could give us, you give us something we can only use like once? Maybe just give us more chickens,
Yes.
more hens. More hens, I guess I should say. But yeah, that did kind of make me raise an eyebrow, Amy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
Rob, you have some information for us?
No, I've had it with the effing chickens, Chappelle.
Listen, look. Oh, put it like this. Kimmy, someone who does not eat animals, has just eaten animal for the first time in like forever, right? She swallowed this worm. She never shut up about it. She never shut up about it. Like, hey, remember that time when I ate that thing? Like, I know y'all value me so much more now that I've proven myself. Like she's probably like, girl, shut up. We all ate the things. Like, we get it. Like, I'm sorry that was hard for you. You signed up for this knowing that we would be out here starving, having to live off the elements and animals and stuff like that. Like, Kimmy, please just shut up. And I think Alicia just kind of was at her breaking point. Rob, you've met her. I feel like she has a short fuse for certain things.
Alicia does have a short fuse. That she was the sweetest person when I met her in all the times not on Survivor, but she's that I think that you see this a lot with people that are like sort of like elite athletes and having like almost no body fat whatsoever. I mean, I'm very pleasant on Survivor, and nobody would ever accuse me of having a single digit body fat. So I do think that plays a factor in just like how ripped you are going into Survivor versus like how pleasant you might be to be around.
Yeah, you got to eat.
So did Kimmy break her own vegetarianism by eating the worm? So she said she doesn't eat. No, you go ahead.
I presume, I think that Kimmy talks about that she can eat a worm. She won't eat a mammal, land-dwelling mammal. I'm not sure if she would eat a fish also.
Yeah, that wasn't clear because she said, I don't eat amphibian, I don't eat mammal, I don't eat fowl. And there was a fourth one. And I was
she
like,
said fat
worm...
too. And I was like, fat? You don't eat fat?
No, did she?
Yeah.
Not a lot of fat in that worm.
So maybe she's like, is it pescatarian that will eat fish but not land dwelling mammals? Thinking maybe that might be it. Kimmy has some questionable beliefs, I'm sure. But yeah, I don't think there's an issue. Yeah. I don't think that's an issue. Unless, you get to a challenge and they're like, okay, we're gonna eat this, and Kimmy has to determine if it falls within her level of something that she's willing to do. I was happy that she ate the worm, if she felt like that was such a big deal, but I'm sure they didn't want to talk about it all the time. And, I'm sure she cried a lot about it. It's just things you just get on your nerves more when you're hungry. And I think she's one of those things.
Okay. Yeah. So it looks like Kucha has all the momentum. They killed the pig. They have the chickens. They're eating the Kucha corn. Everything is turning up Kucha. And then we are seeing Ogakor. Amber is crying. She's had it with the losing, and it gets to just a quiet day around the fire when Mike ends up burning his hands. And Amy, this is really like a good 15, 20 minutes of the episode dealing with Mike's injury.
Yeah, it was huge at the time. I just remember it was such a water cooler moment. Everybody was talking about it. That I think up until that point, people knew that the survivors were surviving, but they didn't really understand the real risks. And I think reality TV was in its infancy. So the fact that production didn't interfere, I think was also a huge controversy, that you saw that this was a real thing. These people really are stranded out there. It really is dangerous. You can actually really hurt yourself. And if you hurt yourself, they're not going to do anything about it.
Yep.
They're just going to look at you and film you.
This show is real, Chappelle.
Yeah, it was real hard to watch. I did not love this. I think in the real time, I didn't care. Like I was like 12 years old. I don't care. Like, oh, this kid he's on fire. Like, okay, fine. But now, like, I'm watching it and I'm like, oh my God, somebody do something to help him. And he dives into the water. I'm like, that probably is not safe either. Like, you just got like these horrible burns. You just dove into like nature, like you don't do that, you don't know what's in that water. You can get an infection or anything like that. And then he gets up and dives in the water again because no one is rushing to his side. People are like, well, I think Nick is kind of hanging out like, hey, you guys, somebody do something. But for the most part,
hands are burned. Yeah,
like, they look really bad, you guys. And production kind of like wanders over, like, oh God, call the helicopter, I guess. Like it's like they weren't prepared for this. When you would think in a situation where you were putting people in the elements, you'd be prepared for them as well. And I think that's the part that kind of misses me is like, how did you put these people out here not knowing this was a possibility? Like you should have somebody on hand for that very particular thing all the time. Mysterious fires happen, Rob. We've seen that on the Amazon as well, right? Like fires just pop up. Are you just going to let them burn down the entire ecosystem around you? Or are you production going to say, hey, let's not destroy this place, but also let's not destroy these people. Let's not kill the people on television.
I think it's going to be a long time before they get there, Chappelle.
They probably don't think they made
Beast Mode Cowboy had to almost die before they got there.
Yeah, and I think they'll probably look back on this moment and think that they didn't make the wrong decision. I think it's probably up for debate, depending on who you ask. But for me, I would just want to know that if something horrible happened, like if this was Elizabeth Filarski and she fell in the fire, is everybody going to be so casually like, oh, let's watch, or is somebody going to go help this young woman? Like is it just because it was Mike, or is it because we couldn't? I would like to think that you care more about the people than it appears here, but we don't have any reason to believe you do.
The other thing that I think is interesting about this whole incident is now watching it as an adult, that whole hero edit we talked about that he gets in the second half of the season in his absence, and him, the crying and the music swells and he's waving from the helicopter, you know what to do. He's high as a kite.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Been blowing on the green whistle, the very famous green whistle from Bondi Rescue. I don't know if you guys get that in the States. He is off his nuts.
Tell us about the green whistle, Amy.
So the green whistle, I'm not a doctor. So the green whistle is some sort of pain-killing medication that on Bondi Rescue, when people break their leg. What is Bondi
Rescue?
It's a reality show set on Bondi Beach, and it follows the lifesavers. So it's a lot of people cutting their legs open.
Yes.
Bondi Rescue. Yeah.
People drowning, people being swept out to sea. They have to bring the helicopter. But whenever anyone's injured, and particularly quite significantly injured, broken legs or huge gashes or, insides spilling out, they're all on the green whistle, which is this thing that they blow on, and I guess they inhale it, really, they don't blow, and it's full of some sort of drug that essentially puts them high as a kite. So they always make jokes on Bondi Rescue about that. The person will be screaming in pain, and then once they get on the green whistle, they're sort of joking around, they become the life of the party, they've got a broken leg, and yet they're trying to dance, and and it's really funny. So now 20 years later, watching Mike Scoopin, he is completely high.
It's like, I can't see Elizabeth.
Yeah. Of all the things to yell out, you're about to go, I'm coming, Elizabeth. Like, he went full separate side. He's like, I can't see Elizabeth. And everybody's like, what? I can't see Elizabeth. Go Coocha. Like, all right, Mike. He doped up at that point. Let's see
Yeah,
what this
that's
Green
right. This
Whistle
is
talking
not
about.
the gentle, kind-hearted side of Mike Scoopin. This is the
Yeah.
high as a kite, off his rocker, Mike Scoopin.
Yeah.
But this changes the whole season because that it easily could have been 6 Kucha against 4 Ogakor. And like I do think that there are some interesting flip possibilities. Amy, you brought up the idea of Tina flipping. And I know that in the Evolution strategy, we talked a lot about, it had Jerri flipped at the merge, what that could have potentially looked like. But we're going to go into this thing 5-5. And we're gonna have the summit where they trick the men and the women. They think it's a guy's night out and a girl's night out. But I think that the really interesting part of this is where Keith has left the women's camp with the matches, and Ogakor has to be on their best behavior, and Jerri has to not give away the fact she hates Keith's guts.
When I watched this whole segment, I was thinking, poor Keith, he doesn't even realize. And Tina goes out of her way to tell the girls, oh, look, I'm sure he didn't even realize he wouldn't have meant to do it. And Jerry's about to blow up and thinking, oh, evil Jerri. But then right at the end, when they've got 5 minutes to pack up their camp because they've found out they're going to have to merge and move to another beach, Keith goes, don't worry, I've got my matches. Have you got your matches? So he knew he had the matches all along.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jerri. This is another reason why Jerri looks like a villain, because Jerry's often saying the thing that is like the worst case scenario for whoever it is. So like even when they get a letter that they get like tree mail that says like, hey, there was an accident, so you're not going to tribal council when Mike Scoopin has to get evacuated, and Jerri goes, you think Roger had a heart attack? And then like Tina's
stroke.
Like, oh yeah, a stroke. And Tina goes, oh my God, what? Like Jerri, heavens, like how did we get here? And Jerry's like, yeah, I know, right? In a while. And like, and don't get me wrong, it could very much have happened, but it just looks so villainous because it was Jerri,
Can I also say that Roger is presented as like the elder? I mean, Roger's 53. I mean, he's not like that, Rudy, who was 72 that was on the season.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So Roger probably did not have a stroke, Jerri, but with the elements out there, who knows, right? And production probably wouldn't have stepped in anyway. But even in this moment, they're like, the matches are gone. And like Amy says, Tina says, he probably doesn't even know he's got them. And then Jerry's like, I bet he got him. I bet he knows exactly he got him too. And I bet he's probably over there thinking like, I got him. And then he says, yeah, I got him. So it's like, I kind of agree with Jerri on this one. Like, what are you doing, Keith? Did you not think to leave the matches with us? Could you think about us? They've been calling him arrogant for a while. And I'm just saying, there might be some points made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that's the unfortunate thing for Jerri is a lot of the time she's saying the things everyone else is thinking but not saying. And actually, a lot of the time she's right. She was also right about Keith not knowing how to cook the rice and that she was a better cook than him. And everybody agreed, but nobody said it. She's the one who provides the interesting confessionals. And so that's why they edit her to make her look like the villain. But actually, most of the things she's saying are generally pretty spot on.
Yeah.
She also, is kind of forward about Colby, who rejects her advances, and I think that she also comes across. I think that people didn't like how aggressive she was about her admiration of Colby.
Ooh, God forbid a woman actually say that she likes somebody. Like, oh my gosh, yeah. Like, what? Like, we're looking at Jerri through this horrible lens because she's attracted to the most attractive person who'd ever been on reality TV. To a lot of people's point, like, like what? Like, this is Colby. People are naming their kid after this guy, and Jerri can't fawn over him a little. But she's on trial with Tina, who was recently married, and she's on a trial with Fularsky, who has a boyfriend and stuff like that. So she's the natural pair to Colby. So of course she's gonna be more forward about that because that's who Jerri is. But people back then are like,
I ain't no Hershey bar.
Right, but people back then are like, oh my gosh, so she just gets her hands off of Colby. Like, oh my God, why is she picking on Colby? Colby clearly doesn't like her. Colby's not out there saying, Jerri, get away from me. Like he's playing the game. And Amber has an interesting soundbite in this season that I picked up on where she says, I can't just tell everybody that I'm annoyed at them because they'll probably give them an excuse to vote me out at some point. Jerri does not get that. And that's why Amber goes on to win her next season and Jerri does not. Because Jerri has not figured out yet. Like, this is how you do it. You have to keep certain things to yourself. You have to go, like, this is why Jerri is not as successful as Amber is in this season, because everybody wants her out, even the people on her own tribe, you know, to her detriment. And it's because they're sick of you. They're tired of whatever you're bringing to it. And Amber is saying, hey, maybe don't do that and you'll make it further. And she did.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You can't tell me that every person on that tribe was not fawning over Colby. Like, the man was the epitome of hotness at that time. Or I guarantee every single person had confessions about how hot Colby was. Plus, he never had any clothes on. So they would have been talking about it all the time.
Yeah. I mean, Jerri and her good friend Amber are talking about boys. Like, is that a problem? Is that a crime? But, you know, that's how Jerri.
Were
that's
they
just
talking
how Jerri
about boys? I feel like that they were talking about food, and Jerri is talking about how she is has a fantasy about that she is thinking about chocolate and then pouring some chocolate on some hot guy's bod, and Amber is yelling about a meatball sub.
Yeah, is that a euphemism?
I don't think
Like,
so.
oh yeah,
but, considering
get...
that, I mean, if Rob Mariano was a food item, he might be a meatball sub.
$5 footlong from Subway. That's the meatball sub. Yeah. Okay.
Oh
okay,
my
Amber.
God, it's so good.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I talk a bit about Amber? I feel like Amber is more strategic than you think. And I think it comes out a lot more in this edit than it does in All Stars.
Yeah.
I think, she has a few little sound bites where she says things like that it's clear that she actually is thinking quite strategically, and she's quite cleverly letting Jerri take the fall for a whole lot of different things, using Jerri as her own meat shield in a way, I guess. And I think it's, in some ways, it's a bit sad for Amber that they put her on the tribe with Jerri because she gets so overshadowed as a character. I really wonder what would have happened had they swapped Amber with, say, probably the obvious one would be with Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Then you break up the Roger-Elizabeth duo. And I don't think Elizabeth would have taken Jerri the way that Amber takes Jerri. I think that Elizabeth would have been challenging Jerri, probably would be more aligned with Tina. You'd have quite a different tribe dynamic, and I think that Amber would have had a very different story arc and different characterization for her whole Survivor, her whole Survivor career, if she had just been on a different tribe and not with Jerri.
You know, we haven't talked much about Elizabeth also, and I'd love to bring her into this because I think that she's very interesting. And just talking about the Elizabeth Jerri comparison in the season. Jerri, very opinionated, has a lot of ideas about, speaks her mind. She becomes a hated villain of the season. Elizabeth, beloved superstar, America's sweetheart of the season in the year 2001.
I remember Elizabeth differently in this watch because I remember her being super popular, but I think somehow in my head I've put her and Nalia in the same box. Yeah. Because Nalia is very much tied to Pascal throughout the season, is Pappy and Sweet Pea or whatever. But Elizabeth is not tied to Roger in that way, the same way, right? They're not looked at as a tight two throughout where they're making all decisions on each other's back and we're going to go to the end. She says, I won't vote for him because he's like my daddy. But it's not the odd couple, relationship that I remember it in my head as. And so I went back watching this thinking okay, we're about to get a lot of oh, she's like my daughter. And he's like my dad, throughout the season. And you don't really get a lot of that, honestly. And I always felt like that's probably why America latched onto her so much. But looking at it now, I think it's just because she seemed like a sweet girl. She gets a lot more screen time, like Amy was saying, than Amber would, because she's not on a tribe with Jerri, who was a camera hog. To her own credit, she's a star, so you would put it on her anyway. But when you put her on that tribe where she can kind of stand out, you get all the little cutesy sound bites and, oh my God, I'm so happy about this. And I just, what my mom thinking about at home and blah, blah, blah. So I think you get a lot of that. Like, my mom told me I should stop talking as much. Like very much like a little, like the wacky next door neighbor little girl, like, oh man, so, that kind of thing.
Yeah, Amy, that I was talking with Chappelle about this last night, that I just feel like that watching Elizabeth here on this rewatch, that it comes across as like very juvenile Elizabeth just as a character, that she comes across as like kind of like a Stephanie Tanner of just like that she doesn't say like complex things on the show. It's very like sweetsy, cutesy, like, Jerri, how rude.
yeah, definitely. And I think Elizabeth in some ways plays up the girl next door, the innocent sort of a role. And I think she can do that because of that dynamic of the closeness of her and Roger. So I probably see it slightly different to Chappelle in that certainly lived up for me, that my 20-year memory of the closeness between Kentucky Joe and Elizabeth still held true.
Yeah.
I agree, it didn't have the weird element of what you see in the other season.
Pascal and Nalia only talk to each other.
That's slightly strange. But this has a nice father-daughter sort of mentor, paternal sort of grandfather figure for her. I think if you move her into a different position, maybe you see a different dynamic. I feel like the reason why you get that difference in the edit between Jerri and Elizabeth is that misogyny we talked about earlier. Jerri clearly comes into the game using sex as one of her weapons, in that she has a rocking bod, she's very attractive, and certainly in the first few episodes, her and Colby are definitely playing off the chemistry between each other to try and sort of build an alliance. They definitely portray it as if it's a little bit more one-sided than I think it probably really is. But I think the fact that Jerri uses her sexuality and is open about her sexuality and talks about her sexuality is the reason why she gets flipped and portrayed as a villain, because this is something we don't like. We don't like our women to be strong, we don't like them to be opinionated, and we don't want them to have any sexual desire. Elizabeth is strong and opinionated, but she doesn't have the third element, largely because she's paired with Roger. She's on a tribe where there is nobody for her to be sort of lusting over, and she's engaged as well. Maybe she's a bit younger than Jerri, so maybe she's not comfortable to speak about sexuality on camera, and so that lends itself to a very different kind of an edit.
Yeah. I think Survivor only has a couple of modes for female characters at this point. We have Mom, we have the Sweet Angel, and we have the Harlot. That's it.
Yep.
The 3 flavors.
Yep. And I think it's interesting that Tina actually manages to skate through with a bit of a mum edit, but she never gets treated like she's the one who's bringing the tribe down. Marilyn definitely gets that kind of an edit, particularly they focus a lot. I don't know how many repeats I saw of that Marilyn falling over in the challenge. She had to be picked up and dragged by Colby, even though Roger fell 3 times in the same challenge. They focus so much on Mad Dog. I think it's really interesting with the edit that they didn't go down that route with Tina. Tina very much sort of held her own, was clearly strong in challenges, but not seen it as a threat, say in the way someone like Chrissy was in, was that Heroes, Healers, Hustlers?
Yes.
Yeah. And I think what Chrissy and Tina both in common is that you can be a mom, but you can't be a mom to the people on the tribe, because that's when they lose respect for you, just from what we've seen historically in Survivor. So like, if you're like the mother in the tribe or of the tribe, or like a Don Meehan, where we feel like we have to massage you emotionally, or like a Lisa Welchel even, like those people, they're like, oh, you're a mom, so you can't possibly be duplicitous and things of that nature. But like when you're like a Holly Hoffman or Tina, or like you said, Chrissy Hoffbeck, like where they're in a partnership with the person who they're aligned with, and it's not like a motherly figure. It's, I'm looking at this person as an equal strategically and in this game, so now I can assign her these certain things that you should be able to assign to anyone. But it's a lot easier for them to separate those two things when you don't put that in front of them, or when they don't read that off of you. And so it's good for Tina, but it sucks for so many other women that play Survivor.
Yeah.
So to go back to this merge episode, so ultimately they find out that they have to go and start a new camp. A little bit of a conversation about Where should we build the camp? They go with the dry creek bed, which in hindsight turns out to be a mistake. Hindsight 2020. Yeah. 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 So
yeah, I mean, so someone did say, wasn't it Keith? Right? Like, was like, it's not a great idea.
I think it's Roger.
Yeah, Roger's like, it's a dry creek bed, but it's still a creek bed, you guys, and that's what water does. It sits, and so he said it like several times.
Yeah,
and we come to find out that he was right.
And then we even got Rudy in the after the Outback special to say. And, I think that they were dumb for building the shelter at the bottom of the dry creek bed. They should have known better. Like, that stuck with Rudy. He didn't think that he was, thank God that he was out of there before Rupert built the shelter underground. He would have thought that was a dumb idea too. Okay.
Can we just go one step back? I'm just curious, what do you think was the point of the girls' night out, boys' night out twist that just wasn't really a twist?
Them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so scandalous.
Was this the start of the show's obsession with trying to form a girls' alliance? Because they've deliberately left a little clip in there of Jeff Varner saying, oh, they're trying to keep the girls apart, Nothing about keeping the boys apart, because, of course, only women would bitch and congregate together like that. So is this the first time that we see a real indication of the show is just always trying to push this narrative of the girls' alliance?
It's probably a power structure thing too, right? Like, so like historically, like the men are leading the tribe and blah, blah, blah. And so now they're like, oh yeah, what if the women get together? Ooh, that's scandalous. And people are like, that'll never happen.
I think there was a little bit of that in Borneo also. I think at the point where like Jenna and Colleen are hanging out with Kelly, and I think that there's some talk of like, wait, what's going on here? Are the women starting to get together? So but I really just think that they were like, oh, we'll tell them the men are going, but then they'll be so surprised when it's actually that the women are going there. And then because they like the guys were acting like, oh, okay, we're gonna hang out with their women. Okay, Keith and I better get dressed up.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was for me too. It was one of those like, oh, what if we make men cook for men? Oh, like, and then they're even talking about it like, oh, they're going to be so surprised because they're going to think they're like going to wine and dine the women, and then we're going to show up. Like, like, come on, man. Like, really? They're like, yeah, like, wouldn't it be gay? So I think that's kind of what they were like.
That's what they're going for.
But yeah, that's what it is. And they even say it like, you know what? It's fine. This is soldiers putting our swords down and like in the middle of combat to have to like I was like, really? Does it have to be that, or is it just, hey, we came over to eat? Because if it was women, you could still be soldiers, you guys. It didn't have to just be men. So yeah, that was there. And I also thought it was funny that Jeff Varner was like, yeah, like, I'm gonna get the women and we're gonna lather them up. Jeff Varner, you're gonna do what with the women? Yeah, we're just lather them up and treat them to a good dinner. Oh, okay, Jeff Varner. I see you.
So, all right, we get the big immunity challenge here, where we have the endurance challenge. It goes for what, 10 hours, 11 hours?
10 hours, 18 minutes.
Wow.
Yes.
Amy, Jeff is going to tempt some of the survivors to jump off. Notably, Jeff Varner is going to jump off for peanut butter at 4 hours.
Yep. Big mistake.
Big mistake. But I was very impressed on this rewatch of Keith going. Keith is the one that has previous votes against him, and he gets Tina to throw him the challenge, knowing that basically this is like they are able to plug the only hole they have with Keith having previous votes. Otherwise, Okafor is solid going into this tribal council tonight. I'm surprised Tina fights him on this.
Yeah, this was a mark on Tina for me strategically, because Tina comes off of that thing and she's miserable. She's like telling us, like, this is the hardest thing I've ever done, is coming down from the challenge. But up until this point, it's been very clear. We got to keep Keith is the only person with votes. We got to keep this off of Keith. And she's just like, but I don't want to lose. And I think that's a mark of how well Tina does in other seasons of Survivor as well. But like also why she does well in this season is where like strategically, she's pretty plugged in, but she's also a competitor. And I think the competitor side had gotten to the best of her because it was like 10 hours. And she just knew, like, I'm about to prove that, like, me, an older woman on this tribe, can, like, not only win this challenge, but, like, stand here for 11 hours if I want to, and you can't beat me. And I feel like for her, it hurt her pride a little bit because she knew she could have beat Keith. But strategically, yeah, Keith is right. Come down so I can take this, and then we can go on and win this vote.
Yeah.
I was surprised that Alicia stood down, to be honest. I thought that Alicia would have just stood there right to the end. I would imagine, especially given her occupation, that she would be as competitive as Tina is. So I was surprised that when she did eventually quit.
Yeah. It was a lot of people who came off suspiciously fast considering the stakes, right? Like, first of all, if you've had a vote, you should never come down, Jeff Varner. Like, you know this, you know it's a tie. You know, if all things play out, this will be a tie. So previous votes they're like, this is not a hypothetical. This is happening. And everybody who has a vote needs to stay up here. So I was surprised that, like, he jumped off. But yeah, there were a couple people where I was like, well, if you think, Alicia says it, I think I'm one of the main targets because of my physicality. Well, why'd you come down? Same thing with Nick.
Yeah.
Nick. I mean, with Nick, I feel like at some point these people are very tired and they're hungry and whatever, and they need to come down because they can't just stand up there. But, a lot of them had no business jumping down for food,
Yeah.
Especially given, in the scheme of things, it was relatively easy. They're just standing there. This is not Pavati hanging on a pole 50 meters up in the air. It was this pretty big platform for them to stand on. It was just standing. So there was actually no reason for any of them to quit, really.
So we find out earlier in the episode that Jeff Varner explains that Kimmy told the other tribe that Debb had voted for Jeff Varner. So they already have the ace in the hole that they knew who they were going to vote for. That Kucha is going to put their votes on Colby, which, Chappelle, that seems like a wild idea that they would think Colby got previous votes.
Yeah, like, I just don't.
Why would they vote out their strongest person?
Well, Colby said he was strategically trying to make them vote for him. Like, he said, like, oh, while they're off, like on the challenge thing, I'm going to be over here being obnoxious, which probably is not easy for him because he's so honorable, quote unquote. But he's like, I'm going to try to draw the votes to me, because they can't vote for Keith. And or Jerri. I think Jerri had a vote at that point by that time too, maybe.
I don't think she did.
Yeah. So I think he was just trying to make sure it wasn't Keith. And then at that point, when Keith is safe,
I'm sorry, Marilyn voted for Jerri.
Yeah. So it was Jerri. Yeah. So he's trying to, and honestly, in order to draw votes from Jerri to you, Colby must have been doing the Lord's work there, because these people, Colby wants to vote for Jerri, and they somehow convinced the other tribe not to. So I thought that was pretty good on him. But yeah, he must have been doing a hell of a job for them to actually look at him and say, like, look at Mr. America here, Captain America, in a Superman in a fat suit before the fat suit. Like, what did he do to get their attention? Because I mean, there are other options on the board easily,
Yeah. Kel voted for Jerri also.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. I think he had to draw the votes. It's just impressive that it actually worked.
Yeah.
It's just interesting that they didn't try this strategy and use Amber as the red herring, because I think even the fact that he jumped off so early made it pretty obvious that they were trying to draw votes to him. Why would a big guy like that, who's been doing so well in the challenges, been competing so hard, all of a sudden in the easiest challenge that they've had, just jump off the perch? Doesn't make any sense. It would have been an easier sell, I would have thought, to say maybe it was Amber, who's very weak, and she doesn't speak her own mind, and we don't like her as a tribe. Maybe I would have thought that would have made more sense as a marketing ploy than this giant guy could clearly have won that challenge and just jumped off for no reason.
I don't know. They must have duped somebody. Colby said he was trying to make them think he had gotten votes, and so apparently they bought it. But
they must have just outright said it. Somebody must have just like quote unquote let it slip. Like, oh yeah, we voted for Colby a few rounds ago. Like, oh, good to know. Like maybe it's because there's no way we pretty much hear nobody ever say anything negative about Colby throughout the whole 16 season arc of this, that he's on. And you mean to tell me that they were convincing enough to believe that somebody has actually had they live with him now. They're all in the same tribe. If you don't dislike him, why all of a sudden do you think this is going to work? I think a part of them might have thought that they might have flipped somebody. Maybe they didn't think it was so divided. Maybe someone had convinced them that they vote with them, to get Colby out. Who knows? But there's got to be something there to make you feel like Colby would have gotten previous votes, but also that he would be in a situation where he could go home here so easily, as opposed to fighting it out all the way to the bitter end.
We're going to have a 5-5 vote. Jeff Varner and Colby, a deadlock tie. Ultimately, Jeff Varner has 1 vote that he knows of. That's enough.
Yeah, that I know of. I don't like that.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That ambiguity with the votes. Like, oh, do you have any votes? Maybe. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Yeah, I think such and such said they were going to vote for me, but I convinced them not to, so I don't have any votes. I'm sorry, Jeff. I think Colby's going home here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does not ring a bell. I'd have to say. So ultimately, Jeff Varner goes out, and really the die is cast here for the rest of the season. Amy.
The die is. I was thinking the die is cast for the rest of Jeff Varner's Survivor career. I think the fact that this haunts him to the point that he's trying to play so hard, he's trying so hard to have an impact on the show that's his big downfall. What is it? 15 years later, this moment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And he never stops playing hard. Even in this season, when they get to the reunion, they mention that, we were going to vote out Jeff, and we had gone out and caught 13 fishes, and everybody was going to get their own fish. But when Jeff caught wind that it might be him going home, he hid the fishes or threw them away or something like that. Like, Jeff, these people are starving to the point where Jeff Probst has to show up and rescue them, and you're throwing away protein because you don't want to go home. Like the signs
he has
were
a
there.
vindictive streak. I think that is there. But it's very, in Survivor the Australian Outback, he's just presented as like this great mischief maker.
And I think. Yeah, the die is cast on him and several other people that'll go on and play several other times. We'll get the Mike Scoopin again because of the evacuation. We get the second chance for Jeff Varner and Kimmy Kappenberg. Kimmy's is the only one who really comes out of these things unscathed, really, pretty much, because the rest of them go on and embarrass themselves in many ways on television. And Kimmy does not. Yeah, and Amber goes on and wins, and then Amber probably wins at life, just in general, just from being on Survivor.
And Jerri does go on to have some redemption in her future seasons.
Yeah, but it takes a while to get there because that All-Star season is rough for her. But for those two people in particular, had things gone, Scoopin and Varner, had things gone differently, maybe had they gotten farther, we could have not seen some of the things that we see later on. No.
All right. After that very eventful tribal council, now we have a clear Ogakor advantage. We're seeing where now that Ogakor is feeling very good. Kucha is on the bottom, and we have our beginning of probably the slower half of the season. We'll get a bump on the Jerri vote out here, but a lot of talk about we're back to how the rice is being cooked. Elizabeth is the person who ends up being under the microscope of how she's making the rice. Amber and Jerri going to keep a very close eye on what she's doing. I did feel for Elizabeth here, Amy.
Yeah, Elizabeth and Alicia. I think it was it was the Mean Girls kind of setup. The two of them sitting there looking, criticizing. So I quite liked Tina's little dig where she said, well, that's why I don't cook the rice, so that I can't be criticized for how I cook the rice. Well, that was quite funny.
Yeah. And that's another example of Tina being sick of Jerri. It just, these things just keep piling on each other. And I guess at this point is when I started looking at, okay, who's trying to win the game? And I just don't know what Jerri was going to do at this point to win the game. Amy, do you have a foreseeable path for Jerri to get to the end and win?
Not to win. I can see her getting to the end. She's a good goat to take to the end and sit next to, but I can't see how she could ever win.
Yeah, because at this point I started thinking about, well, who could flip, right? If you know that the strong alliance is the three of these people, you got to get the lead. So you got to get rid of Nick at some point. But once you get it down to where it's just Tina, Colby, they get rid of Jerri, and you got Amber hanging out. Like, I'm looking at Amber like, why aren't you switching sides? Like, what's stopping you from making this flip? But I think another part of her, like, would Amber have gotten any credit had she made it to the end and she did the flip? Because would she be a good person had she done that? I wonder if it was even like in her best interest to make that move. I mean, it gets her further along, but does she just get picked off eventually once Roger and Elizabeth start looking around and saying, well, we might as well get rid of Amber here? Like, what is there a path for anybody to beat Tina at this point?
In fairness to Jerri, so what I think is going on here is that I think that Colby does a lot of work in alliance management in keeping Jerri and Amber by proxy in line, where that I think that Amber and Jerri are under the impression that they are in a final three with Colby, and that Tina and Keith are 4 and 5 in the alliance. So they're going to pick off all of the Kucha people, and then it's going to be Keith and then Tina, and then Jerri, Amber, and Colby are going to go to the final three. And Jerri either thinks that she's going to sit in the final two with Colby, or maybe that Amber or Jerri will win the final three immunity challenge and vote out Colby. And so I think that that's what they're thinking. So I think that Colby, while Keith and Tina should get the credit for making the strategic decisions to get them to this point, I do think that Colby does a really good job of keeping the people at the bottom of the alliance, in Jerri and Amber, like believing that they have a path to the final three, and that's what keeps them from flipping to the other side.
I think that's right to a point, but then once Jerri is gone, that's the point where I don't understand why Amber doesn't flip. There's no reason
that makes
for her
no
to
sense.
be...
Yeah,
there's no reason for her to stay with Ogre Core. She should have flipped to Kucha. They would have had the majority. They could have broken those three up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Colby doesn't vote against Amber, but we never see on the show why, and I don't think I know any sort of background on that. I don't know if it was the kind of thing where Colby's like, hey, you can vote off Amber. I told her I'm not going to write her name down. I'm going to vote for Roger. I don't know if Colby like talked Amber off the ledge of like, hey, we still have our final two. It's still me and you to the end, because it is very dicey that they vote out Jerri at 8 and Amber really is the swing vote at 7. But to put Nick and Roger and Elizabeth on the hot seat for a second, doesn't seem like they make a really hard sell for Amber.
Yeah,
they don't seem to exploit any of the relationships they've got. You see that by the end, Elizabeth and Tina are actually quite close.
Yeah.
And clearly by proxy, therefore, Roger's in there with that as well. I don't know why they're not lobbying harder to get anybody really to flip. They don't seem to work very hard at trying to get any of those relationships to move. They just sort of seem to stick with their original tribes and presume that that's it if they don't win immunity. I
really think that this goes into a little bit of like, hey, we're on TV. I mean, especially Elizabeth too. I think Colby has this, and I think Elizabeth, she is somebody who we've seen her career trajectory. She is clearly somebody who saw Survivor as an opportunity to work as some sort of a host. I don't think that she was necessarily out there for her love of the game of Survivor. She felt like, okay, this is going to be a great opportunity for me. And so to be seen as the person who's trying to flip, she's there to vote out the bad people. And so her and Tina were aligned on that. And, the idea of like getting Amber to flip against she was open with like, okay, I'll vote with Tina and Colby if they want to vote out Keith because he's arrogant. But, it's just, I don't think she was there for that.
Yeah, probably not. And you mentioned Colby not voting for Amber, right? When Amber goes, Colby does get Amber's vote. And Amber says when she votes for Colby at the end, you were more upfront with me than Tina was. So I'm thinking at some point Colby told her like, you're gonna go and I'm sorry. Whereas Tina probably was trying to like, no, it's fine, stay with us.
Buddy,
yeah. It's good, buddy. Yeah. So I think that's part of what it was. So good on Colby for kind of making sure that relationship was fine. But yeah, we're looking at Amber as like, Amber, if you're even a little self-interested, you want to flip here.
Yeah. The Amber-Tina relationship, I feel like that from my time with Amber, I feel like she was not a huge Tina fan. And I feel like that even the last time I interviewed Tina, I feel like I feel like that she wasn't necessarily she didn't have glowing things to say about Amber.
She spent 15 episodes calling them bad people.
Mhm.
So from, and Jerri and Amber were really good friends. So you got every episode, you
Yeah.
get one Tina confessional being like, that Jerri doesn't deserve it, or that Jerri, she just so mean, or
Mhm.
So for Amber, she was tied to her. And so
Yeah.
if we are bad people, then, go you, but I'm not voting for you because you've been talking crap about me. And I don't like you in the future. And I'm going to vote you out first if we ever play again.
And Tina and I, we spent 4 weeks together in after Survivor All Stars.
Yeah, I heard you thought Tina was a fraud. What was that about?
I did. Yeah, I did say that. And I think that goes back to just sort of like, okay, well, she's just acting like nice to everybody, but she really wants to win. She's really, and I'm sure that part of that thought process was just like watching this season and feeling like, okay, well, she's not saying how she really feels because she is just trying to come across. But Tina is a very nice lady.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah. So, all right. Alicia goes out first. Then we haven't talked much about Nick. And Nick, who probably is the most underserved person of all the people that make the jury of this season. He ends up out of nowhere, seemingly. Comes out of nowhere and wins immunity, which creates some problems. Nick gets branded as being the lazy person on the season, and that is the thing that I'm not sure. I think that Jeff Varner actually admits to saying that he was the first person, and he apologizes to Nick in that final reunion show, the show that comes on after the season, and says, Nick is not lazy. I think that Nick, that was very hurtful to him personally, because that he is somebody who was a serious student. They talked to one of his professors, but then also that as a stereotype also becomes very harmful, that Nick is referred to as the lazy contestant.
Yeah, this plays into some of the worst stereotypes that we see consistently on Survivor. I think it doesn't help that one of the key reruns that we see of the season is that Mike screaming, coming out of the fire, he's running into the water, and you see Nick just standing there going, he's burnt real bad. And he doesn't appear to be going to help Mike, he doesn't appear to be doing anything. When I've rewatched that and rewound it and slowed it down, I think he's actually talking to the cameraman. I think he says the cameraman's name. So he's actually is helping, but the way that that's cut looks like that there's Nick again, just standing there doing nothing. And he does provide a lot of that commentator role in a lot of really pivotal scenes. So also when Mike catches the pig and he's slaughtering the pig, and Nick is just standing there like, what are you doing, you crazy person? Again, it's like there's one person who's in the action moving around, and there's another guy who's just standing there. And so I think that unfortunately, the combination of that plus that racial stereotype that the show likes to lean into doesn't come off with a good edit for Nick. And I would imagine that there were not a lot of great sound bites in his confessionals, just because of the sheer fact that we don't get that many of them.
But he has some good lines across the season. Like he has some really funny lines that he says over the course of the season.
Yeah, I think he actually has a lot of potential to have been a really good player. I wonder if the fact that by the end he's really just exhausted, he's sick, the elements have gotten to him. I think that might be a part of it. And maybe the cast that he's playing with, the cast that isn't willing to, to scheme and to connive and to backstab. Maybe in a different cast you get a different kind of a Nick, because clearly he's a smart guy. But the way the edit portrays him, he's probably the one person that I would say is the who's that guy,
Yeah. I'm inclined to agree. As a black man who watches Survivor, I've seen the depiction that, kind of Nick gets. I remember when I was a kid, I was obsessed with Jervis. I was like, oh my God, a black person on this show, I'm watching the show. That was it. That's all you had to show me was Jervis. And they shitted on Jervis for like episode after episode. Like it was bad. Like Jervis is a pervert, all this other stuff. Like, okay, like I didn't love none of that. Jervis was lazy, he's got this kid coming on the way. Like it was a lot of Jervis, and it wasn't positive. But then when I went back to watch this season, I go, oh yeah, Nick was on this season. And I have a pretty good memory of a lot of Black people on Survivor. And I definitely was like, oh yeah, I forgot about Nick. And not that he got like a lot of scathing comments, like in the way that I remember Jervis getting them, but it was more like he didn't get a lot of comments at all. And then the very few that he got were like somebody saying Nick's lazy because he doesn't want to do this. And then we don't hear another thing about Nick again for like episodes. And then like in the middle, what you get is some people saying Nick might be the next target because he's a threat. At the end, Colby says, I think Nick could have won the whole thing. So I think there's content there to believe that they respected Nick as a competitor and stuff like that. Yeah. But the show gave us, this. And I think he might not just be that exciting of a television. So he's funny. But if he's not like electric, like some people like Jerri are and Colby are, and, then he doesn't win. So, he doesn't get like a lot of the content that some other people would get. So the show was not kind to Nick, but he's definitely one of those people who it kind of falls through the cracks of just not having a lot of content, and then the content he had wasn't just stellar,
Yeah, I get the sense that he didn't necessarily love this experience that he talks about in that reunion show or after the show about how it's like I hope that Survivor's not the best thing that I do, and seemed like just looking at the Survivor wiki, it looks like he went on to do a lot of interesting things with his career. Like I just feel like that he wasn't like willing to like slum it and be like just go all in on being the like trashy reality star.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I remember most about him was his Morehouse shirt. Like I remember him wearing this historically Black college shirt even when I was a kid and thinking like, oh, that's so cool. But that's all I remember about him. I don't remember anything about him prior to this. I remember him being on the season, but he doesn't have what a lot of these people have. Like, and I said earlier, like in the highlight reel, like if you showed Nick's highlight reel, it's like Nick's lazy. Oh, also Nick was standing there when Mike Scoopin fell in the fire. But like Kimmy has a moment with the finger wag, as well as Alicia has the moment with the finger wag. Like Colby wins all the challenges and he picks Tina and Tina wins, and Keith and Kellen the Rice. Like, if people have their thing, I don't think Nick really has a thing.
I'm surprised that he was chosen for the season, just because that he seems just like he's like a professional person, and I don't know, maybe that like he was bringing something in casting that we just never saw on the show. But he's super smart. Yeah, but I'm sure they had a lot of different people to choose from at this point in time. I mean, this is like the most applicants that there ever are going to be in the history of the show, you would think, but. I'm not sure. Maybe he was a fan of the show. I've never met him. I've never like seen him at any Survivor function from back. I think he was somebody who just like did the thing and then went back to his real life and never really wanted to be engaged with Survivor in any way after this.
Well, someone in the Facebook group did post an article about him being recommended as the next U.S. attorney for Western Washington. And so he's a pretty big deal. Yes. And I highly doubt he talks about Survivor that often.
Yes. I mean, that's really the healthiest way to like, the most unhealthy is like, hey, I was on Survivor, 20 years ago, and I just spent every single day talking about it. Like that's like the most healthy is like, oh yeah, I did a thing. I don't like to talk about it. Nobody knows. And then I've moved on with my life and had a successful career.
Okay. Good to know.
But he does come out of nowhere and he wins this immunity and he beats Colby. And then he ends up having a big shakeup. But before we get to that, he goes to the auction.
Yeah.
Actually, no, sorry. That's I got my episodes confused. Yeah. So Jerri's gone by the time we get to the auction. So yeah, he wins the immunity, and so now, all right, now what do we do? Do we vote out? I get Jerri's like, let's vote out Elizabeth.
Yeah. This is when the good people strategy is in question, right? Like, because like now it's like, oh, it's convenient to vote out Jerri. We were all tribe strong, but now like Jerri's right there. Like, she's exposed, we can get her. And Tina does not like Jerri. So, I'm surprised that Jerri goes here because she's such a star of the season that you would just think she goes a lot further. But they wasted no time flipping and going in another direction.
Yeah, Amy, this comes together very quickly in the episode. I was actually surprised of how little we see talking about what to do, because it seems like that Colby is not into it, where Keith is saying vote out Jerri, and Colby's like, well, why would we do that? And then we see in the next episode, like then I guess he's on board enough to really just drag Jerri in his voting confessional where he's like, hey, Jerri, you hear that knocking at the door? That's the checkout boy. It's time to check out. So he did not seem on board, but he got on board.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too. It did seem like that scene with him and Keith in the tent, I really stuck in my mind about that. He clearly did not want to vote Jerri. It didn't make sense. It's a very risky move at that stage. Why would you do it then? Just wait another couple of votes. I'm also really curious that what was it that got him to flip over? Was it just that Keith and Tina were dead set on they wanted Jerri out? They were his ride or die, and so he couldn't get them to vote otherwise, so he ended up going with them because that's what they were going to do. I wonder if that's what it was.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they have the votes without him. It's a 5-2 vote. It's like, hey, we're voting out Jerri tonight. Either you're with us or against us. Where that Keith and Tina say, hey, we're voting with Nick and Roger and Elizabeth. It's Jerri tonight.
Yeah. It might be like one of those quality of life votes, where everyone's just fed up. Like, we know Colby at this point is sick of Jerri. And I don't think it probably took that much effort, because strategically Colby is not like some like mastermind where he's like, well, the numbers here. Like, no, what it is, look, we can vote her out and then go back to what we were doing and everybody will be happy. She won't be fawning over you anymore. All those things. Let's just do it. And I'm sure he was like, all right, whatever.
Yes. And
maybe it's to do with they've just come back from the Great Barrier Reef as well.
Yes.
So he has had a lot of one-on-one time with Jerri. So maybe by the time that's finished, he's like, that's enough.
Yeah, so I skipped over that. The Great Barrier Reef reward. And this does come after the survivors have to pick a partner for the reward challenge. And so Jerri's like, well, I picked Colby. And everybody's like, well, that's not fair. She's like, well, nobody said this game is fair.
Yeah.
So I called him.
When Jerri gets voted out, she thinks it's because she said that. She's like, I shouldn't have said that thing about it not being fair. No, Jerri, they have been talking trash about you for weeks at this point. Like, they wanted you out. They just needed a reason. They just needed an opening. Because no, they didn't vote you out because you said that. It's just that Colby was sick of you, and it's okay. People clash all the time. It's a thing that happened. I do have questions about this reward, though. Yeah. Amy, tell me about the Great Barrier Reef. Now, I heard that this was like illegal to do. Is that what happened?
So 20 years later, I've Googled it, and current day, it says Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority. You must not damage, collect, or otherwise take coral, including dead coral, and protected shell species in the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park unless you have a marine parks license. So in Australia, even as a kid, you know that when you go to the beach, this is what I say to my kids, you leave the beach at the beach. Don't bring the shells and the fish and the crabs home with you. Leave them in their natural environment. So it strikes me as very odd that when they go to not just any old beach, they're going to a UNESCO World Heritage protected reef, that the production let them take this stuff with them. And it certainly was a big controversy even at the time. I believe it made headlines in the sort of mainstream news. It wasn't just entertainment news that they had done this.
Wow. It's wild. So we talked about this earlier with them not like focusing on, the people and the culture that they're going and filming these things at. And just the idea that you could just go and allow these Survivor players to like blatantly break the law, like with no, like, and then film it. That's the craziest part, right? Like Colby did this thing that he shouldn't have done. And they're like, oh, this is good. And they're like showing people, like, you would think you'd be like, all right, Colby, okay, look, let's turn a blind eye to that. We can ignore it, give people their things, but also we're just gonna have to let you, But they just they fed into it to the point where
the producers knew the laws.
You would think you would at least check. You're going to the Great Barrier Reef. I'm sure you can't tell me there's not a sign that doesn't say this is a protected beach. This is a landmark. They have signs on everything everywhere.
If one of our producers told them to stop breaking the law, I would fire them on the spot.
Basically, Amy, am I wrong here? Is there no. notice?
I don't think just anybody can fly a chopper, land on any old island, and set up a picnic, and then bring in a big production crew and film and snorkel wherever you want in the Great Barrier Reef. I'm pretty sure you would have had to apply for a license to do all of that. They would have had to have a license even to set up the campsites and all of that sort of stuff. So I'm sure they would have been told it was illegal, and it really kind of gets me to that the fact that they were not allowed to bring food back from the reward, but sure, bring back the coral from the protected reef. That's okay.
Yeah. Well, Jerri was not happy because she said Colby's trying to buy jury votes with this coral.
Yeah.
And he was. And it was smart.
Yeah.
But
and
illegal.
Jerri,
yes.
But Jerri saw through it. And that's what I was saying earlier about Jerri, like just having like a strategic mind throughout, even though she didn't use it all the time. She would say the thing that was correct. Like, hey, if it comes down to me and Colby, he does have this one up on me, where like I'm actively making people upset and he is actively making people happy. What she does not realize is the answer is not let me go sit next to Colby because we should battle it out at the end. We're the best two competitors. What she should be saying is we got to get Colby out of here, and I don't know how, but we got to figure it out. At this point in the game, it's really hard to get him out because he just doesn't lose. I mean, except this one time where they get rid of Jerri. But that's probably where she should have been trying to make her move, as opposed to thinking like, oh, well, this is going to be pretty hard for me to like overcome at the end when I'm sitting next to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also,
the fact that he's winning all the challenges is actually something she should be using as a selling point to try to get people to flip. That the second he loses, we have to get rid of him because otherwise he's not going to lose another one. He's going to get stronger and stronger, and then he'll win the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, that Colby, I don't know if he loves the trip to the Barrier Reef with Jerri. Jerri does. She describes it, I guess, numerous times like a honeymoon without the sex. Colby does not appreciate that. He did not appreciate it when he was being compared to a Hershey bar, and he did not like this comparison either from Jerri.
Maybe the reason why he decided to vote her out in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
imagine that, sexually harassing somebody to it might actually make them turn on you. It's one thing to say it to the camera.
It's like a honeymoon without the sex, Chappelle.
But with the harassment. So here's the thing. It's one thing to say it to the camera, right? Like, this is a honeymoon without sex, which she does. We get that confessional. Then they cut to Colby and say, Jerri keeps saying it's a honeymoon without sex. Like, dang, Jerri, who else are you telling this to?
Yeah.
This is like you're walking around like, Colby, you like that? Yeah, I bet you like that, Colby. It's like a honeymoon, baby. Like, Jerri, dang, keep something close to the vest a little bit. Like, I want you to win. You know? Or at least make Colby feel comfortable. Like, gosh, like I know Colby at this point can't fake it anymore. Like, he just can't. So it's very clear that he's uncomfortable, and I think Jerri just likes poking at him. But there's a limit. You gotta like not cross the line.
Yeah.
Oh, true. Imagine the optics if it was the other way around. If it had been Colby saying that to Jerri and Jerri squirming and looking uncomfortable, that would not have played well on TV at all. So yeah, it's a very valid point.
Yeah.
Jerry's like, I'm not a Hershey bar. And Colby like, you look like I just want to cover some woman in a hot chocolate. And yeah, like bring her out here. Like,
meatball sub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Like, it's like, all right. Like, so yeah, we don't love that, Jerri. We don't love that at all.
All right. Jerri takes it well. She says, checkmate. You guys got me. I like that. Good job from Jerri. Not as great when the next episode starts off with the ding dong, the witch is dead from Keith. Come on, Keith. Knock it off.
No.
Not
There's
great.
no love lost between the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We'll see at the reunion that those two are just like, we just want to be friends. But and they spent a long time on the island together and they never got along. I'm more fascinated at Alicia and Kimmy having that same moment at the reunion because they were only on the island together for like the first 3 eliminations. Well, on the Outback together for like the first 15. 3 or 4 eliminations. Yeah, to day 15. And Alicia's like, yeah, I never got to speak to Kimmy ever again. Whatever. We're good, but not really. Kel is equally mad at Jerri for defaming his character as Alicia is mad at Kimmy. Like, it's so fascinating. Like, Kel's whole life could have been turned upside down. Alicia's like, but that time I wagged my finger at you, goddamn. Like,
So we have our first ever. Oh, actually, before we get to the auction, we're gonna get the auction. But Amy, this was a sign of that maybe the human drama of Survivor, the Australian Outback, might be behind us as we opened an episode with a good 5 minutes of the survivors talking about how to catch a grasshopper.
Oh yeah, what was that about? That was ridiculous. Why have they given up on the pigs? They need the pig now. They didn't need the pig on day 12. They need the pig now.
One of the things about the pigs that's interesting that you bring up that I had totally forgotten about, that Jerri and Colby go on a pig hunt in this, and they're both very much looking. It wasn't just Mike Scoopin that was pig crazy.
Yeah, and it turns out that Colby is no tracker because he can't find grasshoppers and he can't find pigs, even though they're everywhere.
But Chappelle, the survivors looking for, or telling us how to catch a grasshopper, maybe one of the most boring things that have ever been shown in 40 seasons.
So that's the thing. We've been kind to Australian Outback to this point, but people know that I have my opinion about this season, and my opinion was that it's definitively more boring than most seasons. The reason I say that is because of moments like this.
Yeah.
Because these people are so depleted, they don't have a lot to show of their interaction, because a lot of them are just laying around trying not to die from starvation or the elements are kicking their butt. So they have to turn to like wildlife footage, which if it's like a kangaroo or some crocodiles, like, oh yeah, it's pretty cool. When it's a grasshopper, it is extremely boring. And so I don't think that like this season, like as a whole, is something that's not entertaining. But if you're watching this season, it's such an easy watch that if you take your eye off the ball a little bit, you'll notice that you're just staring at grasshoppers hop around. And that's the part that you probably want to like pay attention to a little less if you plan on enjoying the season. Yeah. So yeah, I probably had like one eye on the TV screen at this point, and as I was like cooking or something, you know.
Well, yeah, I have not been shy in talking about my usage of the video speed downloader, let me make sure I'm giving the correct name. It's the video speed controller for Google Chrome, and I think that Survivor: The Australian Outback is a season that 1.5, Amy, does a lot of wonders on Survivor: The Australian Outback.
Yeah, I think so, particularly this bit. And there's so much of it is just focused on Keith. Catches the grasshopper, puts it in his pocket, jumps out of his pocket, he runs away, catches it again. We could have got that in about 3 seconds. It didn't need to go on and on and on.
Yeah, I just
a lot of
don't think
montages.
They didn't have much to show. Rob, give us the RHAP promo for our new sponsorship with the video downloader.
Yeah. This episode of Rob's podcast is sponsored by Video Speed Controller. You ever watch old season of Survivor and they're running around trying to catch a grasshopper and it's like super boring and it's like, I got things to do. I got places to be. Well, check out Video Speed Controller, available for Google Chrome. It's completely free and you can speed up videos. Chappelle, you ever download any videos that are just taking you too long to watch?
Oh yeah. I recently did a rewatch of Survivor: The Australian Outback. What do you know? Yeah,
check it out. Use promo code RHAP to make sure they know that we sent you. Video Speed Controller, available for Google Chrome. But you have to watch a lot of stuff on the computer. Not available for mobile, iOS, or anything like that yet.
Yeah, it comes in handy for sure here. I definitely sped this part up a little bit too. It's just a lot.
It'll help.
Yeah.
We sped it up and we liked it.
Yeah, we still enjoyed it. We get the luxury of being able to watch this and pick and choose the parts where we want to focus on. Sure, it's not as exciting as somebody catching a pig or like falling in the fire, but we can push through and get to the good stuff.
Yeah. The auction, and Amy, how does Survivor do with the first ever auction?
It's miserly. 3 crackers, 4 Doritos, 6 fries.
Yeah.
I feel like I would be saying, do you know what? I am starving, but I'll just keep my $500, thanks, because that's worth more to me than 4 Doritos.
Yeah. This was like the dollar menu of Survivor auctions, Chappelle.
Yeah, except far from $1. Like, yeah, like give it up to Tina, who like is like, no, look, we are sharing this. I'm about to give you some money so you can buy this for us because I have to eat more. This stuff is so expensive and it is nothing. It's nothing. Now, like Jeff will bring out a roasted chicken, like a whole chicken and prepare. Like, here you go. You can share it with the eight people behind you. Back then, they're like, okay, $400. We got saltine cracker and some charcuterie board or something like that. You're like, what are you doing here? Give me something more.
Next item. We got a stick of dentine.
Yeah, and
Let's
the
start
survivors,
the
of course,
$200.
they're so like deprived that they're like, yes, dentine, yes. Like Colby spends all his money on, was it a candy bar?
Protein bar.
Yeah, a protein bar. I mean, don't get me wrong, he needs the protein, but that's it. I prefer the spaghetti. Yeah, we
Jeff
get later in later seasons.
Jeff calls him the movie star also.
Yeah, we probably need to talk about that too. Amy, did it feel uncomfortable for you when you saw Jeff fawning over Colby just as much as Jerri was?
Yeah, it's always very uncomfortable, and it gets worse every time Colby comes back. The more and more Jeff just wants to be Colby's best friend. And as we get further on into this season, they go on a reward challenge. Colby's got the car, and Jeff's awkwardly sitting there with him, and they're having dinner together. It's very weird.
Yeah. Since when has Jeff been like, you're going on a reward and I'm I'm too? Like this season, every time Colby wins something, Colby's like, and I'm going to join. Jeff's like, I'm going to join you for this.
Colby, it's like a honeymoon, but without the sex.
I ain't no Hershey bar.
Yeah. I may be a lot of things, but I ain't no Hershey bar.
Yeah. Like even when Colby gets this sweet moment with his mom at some point. Yeah, but he has to have dinner with Jeff first. Like Jeff is like asking him questions like, so Colby, since we're sitting here having a beer, what do you think you are in the game? How you think everything's going for you? You like this? You think you're gonna win it all? Like this can't be fair. You can't have a personal like friendship with the host of the show. Like I don't think this should be allowed. I don't like this.
Yeah.
My question for both of you historians: does Jeff ever do this again? Does he ever just go on a reward with someone again?
Does he go on a reward with anybody again?
I don't mean drop them off at like, here's the Survivor Cafe. No, I mean like sit down and like have dinner with them.
Have dinner with them? Not really. We've talked about where in Survivor All Stars, where he like hops in the car with Mariano and tells Amber to get in the back seat. But yeah, I don't think that really goes on too much. Like I feel like that would be like a real thrill for the survivor. Like if it's like, all right, your reward, we're going we're going to my trailer, we're having pasta,
and all
like people would be excited.
Yeah, but this is reserved for Colby Donaldson.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a bit of a signature thing, isn't it? Because then later on, is it Cochran who says, I want you to call me by my surname the way you call Colby Donaldson? So it becomes a bit of a thing that then all his favourites are called by their surname. But it really starts with Colby, the original love affair. But I agree, there is a similar feeling with Boston Rob. He loves Boston Rob as well.
Yeah. I think that Boston Rob ultimately replaces Colby as Jeff's favorite.
Oh no, he doesn't replace him. He usurps him. Like it is a coup, like Boston Rob comes in and he's like, this Colby guy has got enough screen time, enough fame. Everyone loves him. I played one time. People kind of remember me, but on this second time around, I will be the favorite. People will love me. You will see me.
Yeah, the Jeff and Colby relationship by heroes versus villains gets a little icy. And so that never happens with Boston Rob and Jeff.
Yeah.
Where Colby shows up in Heroes versus Villains, and then I think they let everybody taste the Snickers bar, I think. And Colby is like telling Jeff, like, we're ready to start the challenge now. And Jeff's like, whoa, we'll go when I say, all right? Like, that gets a little testy.
Marital spat.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. And then, the greatest slap in the face is then Colby sits out the challenge. Like, we don't need that chocolate, but also I'm not going to compete,
Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right. So ultimately, we have our immunity challenge, and that Colby's going to win and making fire, but Jeff feels like, did you guys seem a little lethargic in the challenge today? Wasn't feeling it. So he's going to go back to the camp. And we talked about this, about how this is disapproving dad, Jeff, Amy. What do you mean you ate all the rice?
Well, I didn't eat all the rice. One bag went off, didn't it? I think it went moldy or something, they said. But yes, Jeff
disregards
is not
it. He's
happy.
like, doesn't matter.
Jeff, not happy. Jeff, in general, about things to do with survival that people stuff up because they've never been in this situation before, is highly intolerant. Not having it, not interested, don't want excuses, and don't give me any nonsense about you're going to give me something small in exchange. I want your whole shelter.
Yeah.
If you're going to suffer and it's not suffering through starving, I'm going to make you suffer some other way.
Chappelle, this is really the first time that, Jeff has to come in and be sort of like bad cop of like tough parent with the survivors. I don't think there's a time before this where he comes in like scowling.
No, in Borneo, they had rations, like literally rations, not like, oh, like gather these things, we'll
Like
give you each
rats?
bag of rice. They were, they were like, we're bringing in these like food items just for these occasions. Like Jeff shows up here like he's been doing this forever. Like, okay, he sits down, like, gather around, kids. Tell me what happened with the rice. And the moment they start, like, I didn't ask for all these excuses. Like, but you just asked me what happened to the rice. I didn't. Hey, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of your stuff. I said what happened to the rice. Tina's like, well, one bag went wrong. That you got to take responsibility for what you did. Like, okay, it's our fault, but the rice went bad. And they're like, yeah. So because of that, I'm taking all this stuff.
Like butts.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly. And they tried to negotiate and be reasonable with him. Like, hey, Jeff, why don't we give you this? And Jeff's like, no, it's not good enough. And they're like, well, what if we give you something else? He's like, nope, I want it all.
Gotta be good.
Like, okay. He said, I want the whole entire shelter. I want the tarp. I want this. I even want the Texas flag. And I was like, the Texas flag? What?
Yeah, what'd Jeff do with it?
No. I'm sitting here, look, knowing how the season ends, having seen this season multiple times, I'm sitting here as a grown man watching this thinking, Colby better not give him that flag. If you give him that flag, so help me, Donaldson. And he's like, well, if I got to give up this flag, like, God dang it, Colby, don't you stand for anything? I wouldn't have voted for him either.
Chappelle, if Colby took a stand against Jeff and said in that moment, like, you know what, Jeff, I'll never give you this Texas flag. This Texas flag is going in the casket with me. It's never given it to anybody. Then like, all right, I respect that. Yeah.
If it was Colby, Jeff would have. And I think that's another thing too. I forgot who was doing the negotiation, but like, it wasn't Colby. And I think if it was Colby could have pulled us out like, hey, Jeff, hey, like, listen, come on. We're having a hard time here. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at Nick. He's dying. Like, come on. And Jeff would have like, oh, Donaldson, you kill me, okay? I can't stay mad at you. But this time he's like, no, I want it all. Also, I want a souvenir of Colby, so give me his flag so I can put it up in my house. Like, I see you, Jeff. I see you.
All right. So they get the rice, and it's bad timing because it's about to rain. They're gonna work on their shelter, and so ultimately, we're going to see. Hold on. They took away the tarps, and then Keith gets voted out. Is that what happens right after this?
Keith
it's getting a little blurry.
No.
Nick.
Nick gets voted out.
No, there's a whole. So my copious notes say there's a whole section where they're rebuilding the new camp, and Nick sits there reinforcing the stereotype of how lazy he is. He talks about how he won't fish. He says he's feeling like he's the next to go. He's not feeling very well, and then he does go.
I'm going to put my Nick tape on right here. Nick, who knows he's probably next to go, who is also sick, who can barely move. I'm okay with him not doing anything in this moment. Because he's so sick, he can barely function, and he's probably about to go home if he doesn't win the challenge. Let's just say this is a competition for $1 million. Maybe I need to preserve my strength. Elizabeth says it at one point. She's like, maybe Nick's just smarter than the rest of us. I mean, he's just sitting over there, just conserving his energy. He's just going to win all the challenges. Yeah, Elizabeth, that's the point. The point is to make it to the end. I have to make it to the end to win. Yeah, I'm sitting this out. And we see later on the same thing happens with Elizabeth. She's like, I'm so weak, but I came out here to do the thing. And they're like, no, Elizabeth's fine. It's so fine. You're so brave. We'll just stop. We don't need to fish anymore. It's okay. Like, no, Nick at least was trying to stay in the game. Elizabeth was just like, I have to be a good person in this moment. Like, okay. So, yeah, my super save the Nick cape is on just for this moment.
Yeah, and nobody tries to swing Amber here at this vote. Nick will vote for Keith because Keith didn't bring his backpack.
Yeah, so this is what gets me. Kucha didn't even vote together. So any chance they had to flip it, the three of them couldn't even work together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he just thought it was arrogant of Keith, which we see as a running tagline to the Keith story is that, oh, you're so arrogant, or you said something, like a narrative just gets built around each of these people, and that's the Keith narrative, and that's what Nick went with. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we get down to the final 6, and then we're gonna have our is this our Pontiac Aztec reward, Amy?
Yep, that's right. This is where Mother Nature comes to rain down on the Survivor Parade.
So surprise, Colby's gonna win again. Wins the Pontiac Aztec, gets to go off with the what would you call them? Ranchers?
We call them stockmen.
Stockmen. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Because they round up the stock.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna go off with them, but then Mother Nature is gonna strike. We have a torrential downpour. Colby gets caught up in it, and then we're gonna have some flooding, which is gonna wipe away the camp. Chappelle.
Yeah, well, it's in a riverbed and it's not dry anymore.
Not real.
And so you got that. Pontiac Aztec.
Yeah,
it's a car that turns into a tent. You guys, aren't you happy that you have this? Aren't we very excited about this car that turns into a tent? Do they still do this?
How can I be excited? I can't see it. You didn't bring it to the challenge.
Jeff just has to describe it really well. Like, hey, it's going to be a tent. I promise. Like, okay, and oh gosh, Rob and I just recently talked about Pimp My Ride, and I got big Pimp My Ride vibes from this. Like, yeah, we got a Pontiac Aztec. We got Colby was describing it like it was the coolest thing he's ever seen. Like, there's a stereo in the
yellow.
Back. He's like, there's a stereo in the back of it, and it turns into a tent. Like, okay,
and I'm a car guy.
Apparently, yeah. So this is the weirdest car I've ever seen. Honestly, it was like, what? Why? But yeah, I like the
Walter White had one.
Yeah, I like the Stockman part. But I didn't like that Colby had to like ride on the horse in the rain, like in the horrible weather, because that just looked horrible. Like, why would you do that? Like, he won a award, and you're like, okay, you may or may not have ridden on a horse before. Luckily, it's Colby, and we assume that he has because he's a quote unquote cowboy. But like, had this been anybody else, I don't know if I would have loved them being out there in that moment. I don't know if they would have taken to it as like Colby did, and this whole home on the range moment he has where he sits down and Jeff and him are having a beer and they're singing songs called Having a Beer with My Friends. Is that what the song was called, Amy?
I'd never heard that song before.
It was something to that effect. And it's like, okay, does this reward work for anybody but Colby? Or at this point, are we just trying to give Colby stuff that he would like?
Yeah, could you imagine Elizabeth on this reward?
No, because you're gonna get knocked over by the weather. It was so horrible. She's such a small woman. Like, why would you put her through that? I mean, like I said, it's Colby. He won it, but it could have been anybody.
Okay. Meanwhile, back at the camp, everything is terrible, and they see that the rice has washed away. Now, this was a miracle that the can of rice stayed closed, Amy.
Oh, yeah. So many miracles that the can of rice stayed closed. They could see it in the dark. It was sort of hidden in some branches, but they could still identify it. And then that nobody drowned. That's the big miracle. Craziness that they would go out there through the water, particularly the place where Keith crossed looked like it was right on the edge of like a mini cliff. So all the water's pulling up and then it's speeding up, and that's where he decides to scramble across in the dark, even though Roger's offering him a rope. People are telling him, don't do it, come back, it's not worth it. Lots and lots of miracles happening here.
Mm-hmm.
It's not worth it. You know, yeah, I've already talked about this earlier. This is just not safe. There's no reason why you should put people through this. I mean, I get that it's Survivor, but man, you don't want somebody to die on your watch or drown and it was so dark that we can't even see it on the
It's hard to
screen.
see.
Yeah, like it's not even like the camera people aren't even out there. We're lighting that area up. Like I didn't know what was going on. I was just staring at the Paramount Plus screen, thinking like, okay, well, hopefully everybody comes out of this alive. I don't remember anybody else getting medical evacuated, but I mean, I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Tina is the ultimate hero. She goes and saves the rice and brings it back, and it's just a harrowing experience for everybody.
It's good TV.
Good TV.
You know? Yeah, for the people who love this season, this is one of the reasons why, right? Like the elements become a part of the cast. Yeah, it's very gripping, and like you said, maybe like an action story.
Yeah. I do need to retract again. This is in the back half of Survivor Australia. Things do blur together. Colby has not won the Pontiac Aztec yet. He does not. Colby wins a lot of rewards. Colby wins a lot of challenges, but he does not win the Pontiac Aztec at the reward where he goes off with the Stockman.
Okay.
That's to come.
No, that's right. Yeah, that's in 2 episodes' time. Sorry.
This is a different overnight reward for Colby. Okay.
He's got so many.
Yeah, he's got a couple. So ultimately, after all that, we go to Tribal Council. There's almost no strategy talk before Amber vote.
I mean, they allude to Amber feeling like she's next, which Amber at this point, I don't know. Like, you can't really make a case for them keeping you, but also you have to wonder why, Amber. Like, Amber, why am I next? Like, why? What did I do? Am I you're tired of me like you were a Jerri? Am I staging some type of like uprising? Because I clearly am not. I just let my moment go by. Yeah. Why Amber here?
I think Tina loves Elizabeth, not Amber. She runs with the wrong crowd, like Jerri.
She's been hanging out with that Jerri man.
Hanging out with the wrong crowd. Yeah. So like, I mean, Jerri, look at who her friends are. Roger.
Yeah.
Kentucky Joe.
I'm wondering at this point in the game if anybody should be going to the end with Tina. Is there anybody who can beat her if she makes it to the end? Like, just who?
What about Roger or Elizabeth?
Yeah, I think Roger or Elizabeth potentially.
So, like, if Tina gets to the end somehow, let's say, like, they get rid of Colby because he finally loses, and Tina has to win her way to the end. I just don't see, Jerri and Amber and Colby not rallying behind her. Like, I don't know how you get to the end with Tina if you're Roger and Elizabeth, but, like, I just don't see, like, if Tina can beat Colby, why can't she beat Elizabeth?
I think because Elizabeth has not betrayed Jerri or Amber.
Oh, she's losing those votes. Yeah.
So,
and then, or Nick. Yeah. So maybe.
And so basically all of Coocher's going to vote for Elizabeth, but I think Jerri might flip to vote with Coocher as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe that's it though. Like it's Roger and Elizabeth's game to win at this point. Because I mean,
which is
everybody
all the more crazy why they kept them around for so long.
Right. And because they're good people. Yeah. Because I'm looking at Colby. We know Colby loses to Tina, and we have no reason to believe Keith would beat her. I don't think Amber could do it. So yeah, I think that entire tribe is like just following Tina off a cliff. But the other two people, she's leaving her biggest threats in the game.
Yep.
All right. In episode 13, we have the very famous AOL Instant Messenger reward. Amy, how fun was this?
Not very fun.
Oh,
this is one where I would have used your Google Chrome video speed downloader thing.
Controller, yeah.
It just is so slow. It has not aged well at all. They sit there, there's a few words that pop up on the screen, and people are crying. What are you crying about? There's only 4 words on the screen.
Well, you have to like this. It was like they were tweeting.
Yeah, it did. It felt like a text message, but like you get one message, like, "Hey, it's me, love you, K, bye," and they're like, "Oh my god, it's them!" It's like, are you sure? How do you know? the most entertaining part of this entire moment for me is seeing the future Katie Collins. Yeah, I love Katie Collins on Blood versus Water when it happens. I love seeing her here because like we know that she goes on to play and go relatively far in her season. But also we still get Tina, who does not change over the years. She starts off with, I really want Katie to marry a guy like Colby one day. To like by the time Blood versus Water rolls around, she's like, I wish somebody would knock Katie over the head and drag her into their cave so that I can be a grandmother one day. Like Tina's been trying to wife Katie up since the day she was born. She's like, look, I need a son-in-law and I need grandkids. So I love that part. I was happy seeing little Tina. Tina Jr.
I felt really sad actually watching it because I didn't realize until I did some research that Tina's son actually passed away after this. So I found that really actually hard to watch this kid who is not going to live much longer.
He passed away. It was actually during Survivor Blood versus Water, during the airing of Survivor Blood versus Water, which happened to be another time that Tina was on Survivor, and it happened very close to the end of that season where he was involved in an automobile accident, and it's a very tragic story. But he's there in these scenes, and you also see, it's heartbreaking because you see him again at the post reunion show as well. So it was a very, very sad story.
Yeah, really sad.
And they talk about it in the reunion for Blood versus Water. It's a very touching moment too for them to have that. I think that's why I enjoyed this moment so much too, because it takes you back to a happier time for Tina. Back when both her kids were small and she was a newlywed. She missed them very much. So yeah, I'm a Tina fan. So more Tina content, please.
Yeah. Keith is gonna have a big proposal on AOL Instant Messenger, Chappelle.
Yeah, and this is when we start the Colby villain edit, right? So Colby hates Keith. Colby hates Keith so much that he thinks this is fake. He's like, you know what? I can't trust Keith at all.
That guy's a bullshit.
And this whole proposal thing he did is just for show. Like, yeah, he probably proposed, but he's got an ulterior motive for everything.
Yeah, but who would marry him?
Right. Yeah. So Amy was saying earlier that there's enough content there that if you wanted to paint Colby as the villain of the season, you could have. And I think this might be one of those moments. Colby, let people enjoy themselves. Let Keith have his love.
Yeah. But Tina gets the reward, and then we didn't even see it. Like they're showing us people catching grasshoppers, and then they're just like, all right, Tina wins. And then we could go back to camp.
I mean...
We didn't even find out what gift she sent her. She got to spend money and send a gift to her family. We didn't even see what she bought.
It's
I still think the grasshoppers was better than this.
No,
yeah,
don't know. It's funny. Tina doesn't get. We don't see her reward here, but then, and this is essentially the family visit challenge, right?
Yeah.
But Colby gets his mom.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. We're all the loved ones sitting there in Australia waiting for someone to win the car?
So I suspect so Colby won the challenge and won when he wins the reward, like I feel like does he go the next day to get the reward?
Yep.
Yeah.
Or does he spend the night and then wakes up? Or no, he spends the night with his mom. So yeah, I feel like that they're saying like that they're waiting for a long time, and then people are like giving him like a car warming present. So it is like there's like some sort of a delay where he has won the car. So I don't know if necessarily like they had Colby's mom like waiting in Los Angeles, and then they were gonna like just get on the plane depending on who wins. But I can't imagine they flew everybody there and then only brought one person in.
Is this why it's 42 days instead of 39? Because they had to wait for Colby's mom to fly all the way.
I think it was the same thing with Sean's dad, where it's like Sean won the challenge, and then it's like, all right, tomorrow you're going to go on a cruise. And then his dad was on the cruise.
It strikes me as odd, though, when Tina wins the family challenge and then does not get a family member. Colby wins a car challenge and then his mom shows up. Like,
Yeah.
we know Jeff loves Colby. He wants to be best friends with him. But I mean, I'm starting to think like, hey, you be kinder to the other people out here too. They deserve to see their family members. If I win a family reward, I want to see my family member. I don't want to send them a credit card or like, I bought you some things. Like, Colby just won a car. You flew his mom out because he won a car?
Yeah.
Like, he already got to see his mom. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is a very good moment where they all get to meet Colby's mom. But I'm thinking if Tina's winning this challenge, why not have a Tina relative come out? So, yeah, this is kind of odd to me.
And that's actually in the next episode. So Tina wins the reward here that Roger is going to get voted out. Roger is asked by Tina, would you rather us vote you first or Elizabeth first? And he says, vote me out first because this Elizabeth Hasselbeck is going to need the money.
Yeah.
She doesn't need the money. She does quite all right for herself without the money.
Yeah. I think Roger would have a mulligan on that one.
Yeah. He was
I could have ended up using that money.
Yeah, he was saying I was very successful already. Give it to Elizabeth, and she could use it. He was wrong. I mean, she could use it, but she's okay. She's all right.
Yeah. We haven't talked much about Roger. Amy, on the rewatch, is there a lot there with Roger?
No, I remember Roger as a stronger character than he came across to me when I rewatched it. I sort of felt he was very iconic and that I would get a lot of a sense of who he is as a person and what he values. And while you get the sense that he's a genuine person, he's clearly a Christian, he's a kind man, you didn't really get much else from him.
No.
So he was a bit of a meh on the rewatch.
Yeah.
One thing that didn't translate for me that I wanted to ask you guys about is Kentucky Joe. I always thought that was like a affectionate nickname for him. And then I read an interview, I think it was a Dalton Ross interview, where he said that he didn't really like being called Kentucky Joe, but he leaned into it because that's what the tribe was calling him, and he realized they were doing it from a place of love, even though it was a little bit derogatory. Is that a derogatory term?
Not one that I'm familiar with.
Oh no, same. Like, you call me Texas Chappelle, and I'm okay with it. You call him Kentucky Joe, and maybe it's a problem.
What if we call you Texas Joe?
The Joe part. It's the Joe part for me. That's probably the offensive part. Maybe that was what was offensive. He's like, but my name is Roger. They're like, all right, you Kentucky Joe. Like, I don't know. I've never heard it outside the context of Survivor. And you got to remember, this is been 20 years. So I mean, it's the first memory. Like, if this wasn't a popular term back then, I'm sure it became popular after that.
Yeah. Well, nowadays, you call a Survivor player a Joe. People are probably like, hey, take that back.
Yeah. Don't Joe me.
Don't
Joe me, bro.
Don't Joe me if you don't know me. Okay.
Yo, I know.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's not a term that I'm familiar with. But Roger goes out. We get to where we're gonna see then the Colby is gonna win the reward, wins the car, and then gets to finally hang out with his mom. And Chappelle, did you think that there was anything weird when Colby hung out with his mom? This was a big deal.
Weird how so? What did I miss?
I think that at the time, Amy, I don't know if you remember this. People felt like that the Colby and his mom seemed like that it was a weird relationship.
Yeah, I think people felt like they were too close for son and mother. I think them climbing into the car bed together didn't go down well at that time. Rewatching it as a mother of two boys, I was like, of course, if I haven't seen my kid for however long and he's starving and he's clearly traumatized, I would climb into bed with him, But at the time it was controversial. It didn't seem controversial to me when I rewatched it now, but I remember at the time people had things to say.
Yeah, as people do. Colby also described his visit with his mom like a conjugal visit.
Yeah, that was a weird bit. That was weird.
That didn't help. Well, no. I thought he said the stupid challenge that they had with the IMing was like a conjugal visit because you could send them messages, but you couldn't get to them. I think that's what he said. He said it's like looking through a glass wall and you can't touch them. That's what he said. I don't think this was the conjugal the visit. I think those things might have gotten like played into each other. But I thought he was talking about the IEM challenge. I could be wrong, but I did because had I heard that, I'd have been like, Colby, that's nasty.
Yeah.
That's your mom.
Yeah, but in my notes, Colby describes his mom's visit like a conjugal visit.
Ooh,
comes right after Tina wants her daughter to marry somebody like Colby.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if he said that about his mom, then that's definitely why people raise their eyebrows. But
he said it was like a conjugal visit, not
like it's not like not literal. Gosh, stupid.
Yeah.
No, seriously. I think that Colby did not give the producers what they wanted from him, and I think a lot of that is like it comes across on the show. So like Colby is like the hunk of the season. And we gave him the pretty girls. We gave him the rewards. Like, why is he not showmancing it up with Jerri? Why is he not breaking women's hearts and this, that, other? Why are we flying his mom out here and not some like hot chick that he's dating or his girlfriend or his fiance? Like, I think that's what they were looking for. There's a moment in the reunion where Brian Gumble says, yeah, Colby, we thought something was wrong with you. You said there was no distractions on the island. Like, look how pretty these girls are. Colby's like, yeah, but I was trying to play a game and win, ? You know, like, why?
Brian Gumbel's got a one-track mind, Chappelle.
Yeah, but I think America does too. I think people have started to look at Colby as like, well, why isn't he not okay with the Jerri thing? Like, why is he like, what kind of man would turn down this eager woman? And then he gets his mom out there and they're very affectionate to each other and they're very kind and they're a loving mother-son relationship. His mom can't stop talking about how thin he looks. She's acting like a mom. She's like, oh my God, I just don't like seeing him so skinny and not eating as much. And he looks so sad. But she's not like kissing him in the mouth, even though like it's still his mom. Like, you know, like, dog, like I think they were trying to get to something with Colby and they didn't get it, and so they started to like the media started to kind of paint that around him because that visit seemed relatively normal. Had he not said conjugal, I think he'd been okay.
Yeah, look, Chappelle, 30 million people a week are watching this show. It's getting boring. We need something to talk about. Okay.
I mean, you want to talk about spicing this season up? They went and found Debb Eden's like stepson stuff. You know, like people were trying to make this a phenomenon within the season and they couldn't. So they started to make it a one outside. And that actually did stick because a lot of this is talking about how we felt watching the season and what we experienced while watching the season. But there's a little less to mine in the season at certain points.
Yeah. Okay. I think we could pick up the pace a little bit here because Elizabeth is going to get voted out. We're going to go to the finale. And boy, Amy, that first half of the finale is a bit of a slog. You might want to go up to 2x on the video speed controller.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very slow. There's a lot of reflecting. There's a lot of
much reflecting.
I mean, I feel like this encapsulates everything that Jeff wants from Edge of Extinction. He wants these montages of people talking about their evolution and their growth and what the game has brought them in their personal development. And we all don't care. We just want to get to the last challenge and, to the final tribal council. So I think it just goes on way, 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 way too long.
Amy, we're 3+ hours into this podcast. If you don't mind, I'd like to reflect a little bit about that. Here we are. 3.5 hours ago, we started this podcast and, I'm thinking like, okay, it's just going to be like another podcast, going to be a couple hours and we'll get in here. But then it goes on and you're talking about more and more things. And then you're just thinking like, hey, this is pretty good. And then you're getting to know Amy and Chappelle and you're talking more about things and you're realizing like, these just aren't my people that I'm talking on a podcast. These are my friends for these next 3.5, 4 hours.
All right, Rob. Okay. All right.
Family. I thought we were a family.
Yeah, no. This was a lot, you guys. Like this was a lot. Like okay, we do the fallen comrades walk, right? And then we have to watch a slow montage of everybody and every challenge and all this other stuff. And then we get the jury like, oh, well, I'm thinking about voting for this person because they're such and such. And I'm thinking like every last person gets one. Like, oh my God.
But also before all of that is the pollution. We've got to sit there watching them paint the thing that they're going to use to pollute the river. So we've got to listen to them reflecting about themselves. It just goes on and on. The one good thing about it is I have to say, I do feel like this season, and I might be biased, so tell me if I am, I feel like this season has some of the most beautiful scenery. Some of those shots of them where they're
Beautiful tribal
walking.
council too.
Yeah, the tribal council is stunning. That cliff where the waterfall is, and they do that other challenge where they're answering the questions and they have to jump on the spots. Like, it's really stunning scenery. But yes, I think it can be watched at 2 times speed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we did jump right over one of the miracles. Remember that brush fire we had a long time ago?
Yes.
What if we were about to die and we couldn't start a fire and everything was bad and we just randomly came across a burning log in the forest just simmering that's been there?
Explain how that happened, Chappelle. I don't know. What do you think? That was production interference? They just like left a log on fire. Said, "Hey, remember when there was a forest fire like 3 weeks ago? Like, even though it rained all this time, this this one little log is still smoldering."
Yeah, shenanigans. Here's why. Because these people have been miserable.
Yeah.
There's been thunderstorms. There have been all kinds of things. And you're telling me that this one brush fire from like episode 2 has now managed to come like, oh yeah, I'm here to save the day. Like, no, I think that you look at these people and you know they're about to die. And you're like, okay, look, y'all, maybe go out in the forest. We found something, out there. Like Mark Burnett's like, if I see somebody, like I go fire on the spot,
Yeah.
How do we just ignore the fact that this burning bush just appears out of nowhere?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was the fire that actually burnt off Mike's hands. It went to Ghost Island and it matured into a log, which could be used by the survivors.
It stopped by the Amazon and melted your 8-ball.
Yes.
Yeah.
First it got Mike and then it got the 8-ball.
Yeah.
This fire will not stop.
It's amazing. Like, for this is shenanigans. Amy, I'm gonna you're the expert. The fires have been bad there. Do they last like 2 weeks of just like smoldering on one log after thunderstorm of like horrible torrential rain?
I don't think it's lasting through the floods. Floods that can wash away a camp, but don't wash away this one burning log.
Yes.
Somehow.
It was a miracle. It was a miracle. There's a lot of spiritual people on this season.
Thank God Mike Scoopin prayed for all of us.
Mike Scoopin prayed for that log. Yeah.
His sacrifice. We're not worthy.
We get to our final immunity challenge, and it is going to be quiz. Okay. The third of these that I have seen in 3 weeks. And ultimately it's going to be Colby. Good for Colby for being the person who it's impressive that he wins the physical challenges, but I think this was the most impressive challenge that he won.
Yeah, look, I don't know about this as a final immunity challenge. I mean, it's on the one hand, I get that it's great to see the impact on the jury. Maybe you swing jury votes by the way you answer some of these questions. I understand that, but it's still really boring.
Yeah.
We've slogged our way through the whole thing to get to a quiz. What is that?
Yeah, this was a 2Xer for sure. I was kind of paying attention at this point, I promise. One of the questions they asked, they hold up a picture and they're like, "Who is this?" And I remember thinking, am I supposed to just know that? Like, did they have pictures of them around camp? Like, oh yeah, that's or like, was this one of the things that came in the care package? Why are they supposed to recognize so-and-so's
Elizabeth's brother?
Yeah, like, why are they supposed to recognize him? Like, did she just describe
Elizabeth
him?
Must have described him.
They certainly didn't see him at the internet cafe.
Yeah. Right, exactly. That's what I was like, how am I supposed to know who this is?
Yeah, is that like a normal question that you ask people when they say like when you talk about your brother or your sister? Do people say like what do they look like?
Yeah.
Can you describe them? Like, I'm a police sketch artist and then I want to I need to paint a mental picture.
An actual picture, because someone's going to hold one up to me at the final tribal council and it could cost me $1 million to not know it. I just thought this was a weird question. This is a weird challenge in general. I think at one point they asked like, which college did Elizabeth go to? And they're like, Boston College. And Keith's like, Boston University? And like, ooh, sorry.
Yeah. Who said, which survivor said they would want to be most stranded on an island with Bill Clinton or the Pope? That was a question.
Remember. Yeah,
how would anybody know that? Nick said that.
Yeah. And Nick's reason was because one of those two people were more likely to get rescued from the island, and he could be like rescued with them.
That's how much he didn't want to be on the show.
Yeah. These were silly questions. This was a silly challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, to Colby's credit, yeah, physically he's outmatched these people because of very obvious reasons. These challenges was kind of playing his skill set a lot of times. A lot of times Keith was just dropping the ball in moments that really could have changed the game for Keith.
Yeah.
But this moment was just like, how much did you pay attention? And to his credit, he beat Tina, so he deserved it.
All right, so Colby's going to win immunity. He's got to make a decision. Amy, did Colby make a pro Tina choice or an anti Keith choice?
I think he made an anti Keith choice, but he's selling it to us like it's a pro Tina choice. I don't think that he believes in. I mean, he's the one who says, "What is it? Is it? Am I playing to win or am I playing for philanthropy?" I don't think he was playing for philanthropy, but he didn't want the philanthropy to go to Keith.
Chappelle, did Keith get saved in the edit? What did he do that was so bad?
They hated Keith. People been like, when Filarski calls you arrogant, and she's like legit trying to be nice to everyone. Like you have to wonder, like, what happened here? Like Nick's going out and like, I'm just gonna throw a vote on Keith. Like we could potentially flip the game here, but I hate Keith so much. Like, what did he do? And then Colby is like, Keith sucks. Colby has been saying like pretty bad things about Jerri, but not like horrible things. Like he's to the point where he's like, Keith, like honestly, I just didn't even know how you made it this far. Like they're talking about he latched onto their coattails. Like Tina didn't ride coattails, Keith rode coattails. Like he's just a number. Like Tina's saying it like, I don't know what he did to these people, but man, they don't like him.
Yeah, he seemed like a nice guy. We talked him on Talking with T-Bird. He doesn't cook anymore. He is a documentary filmmaker.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, hey, Amy, what did you think about Keith overall? Do you think that he should have elicited this response from these people?
I felt really bad for him, actually. He had a couple of things to say about Jerri, but overall he did not really say anything nasty about anybody else. He seemed to be very genuine, seemed to be very much having, the tribe's interests at heart. And yet people just did not like him. He just grated on everybody. He's proposed to his fiancée and people questioning his motives. So I felt a bit sorry for him. And I think it sounded to me like in the recap show, in the special at the end where he was talking about his kids and stuff, I just felt this really hard for people who go in and they get that kind of an edit to then have to go on in real life. I would imagine it's no small coincidence that he's not a chef anymore, given on, reality TV that everybody said he can't cook, and to have your kids have to listen to things like that. I felt really sorry for Keith, actually. He seemed to be like a reasonable sort of a person.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could tell it weighed on him a little bit at the reunion because he was trying to be normal, right? Like he was trying to like hold it together. And then like someone's like, I don't know, I think it's Gumble. Brian Gumble's like, Colby, the things you said about Keith at the end. And Keith's like, yeah, Colby, what is that about? Like, geez. He says, Colby's really good at the mental game because I had no clue he felt like that about me. And you never hear Keith say one bad thing about Colby the entire season. And Colby is just like, oh, this Keith guy, I can't stand him. Like, really? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I felt like throughout Keith was always just trying to do things to help other people, to help the tribe, to help, people feel better. The one time he decided to go off and have a mental health break for himself, then, Jeff shows up. Where's Keith? I don't know. Wish Keith would hurry up and come back so we could eat. The guy can't do anything right.
Yeah. I mean, I get the sense that maybe he might have been like a little like hoity-toity, like a little bit like Colby's from Texas, Tina's from the South, right? Roger is like very very blue collar guy, and Keith does not really like fit in with that same group. But like, didn't feel like there was any like thing negative about Keith, even the way I think he was maybe a little passive aggressive with Jerri, but I mean, like he was not a scoundrel.
I mean, if it wasn't for everybody saying how horrible he was, we wouldn't have seen it. I mean, we didn't see anything to like solidify that. So yeah.
All right. Anyway, so final tribal council. Amy, this was a little spicy. The final tribal council.
Yeah, I sometimes miss this old tribal council format. I particularly felt sad for Jerri, who stood up there begging for somebody to say something nice to her.
No,
He just...
Jerri, we're not saying anything nice about you. Sit down. We don't want to hear it.
But what I really appreciated the most was there was nobody who copped out and said, pick a number between 1 and 100, or
They took it serious.
everyone
Yeah.
actually, had a reason for why they were voting the way they were voting, and I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, they took this very seriously, like it wasn't the second season of the show, and I appreciate that a lot because like there's a lot of stuff that was like trial and error in the first season, right? And then the second season, they came in with a clear plan of what they thought this was going to be. Jeff even says it in the intro, like we challenged them to create a world of their own and then determine who will be the sole survivor in that world. That is not the premise of the show anymore. Like we are not like establishing its own world and ecosystem. Like no, they don't care about that. We're just coming and voting people out because we want to win. And we're talking about blind sides. We're talking about strategic moves. Blah blah blah. But this was very different, and they did exactly what they were told to do. They knew the assignment. They understood it. And here you see like the people taking the question seriously. We saw how it went the first time. There's no one doing like a big snakes and rats thing to be like goofy about it and like they're not going full Shireen here. So or Reed Kelly, they're not doing those things. And it was nice. It was nice to get everybody's genuine responses, to get genuine answers to the questions, and not a lot of pandering. Even from Colby, who should very well be pandering. Like if Jerri says, do you regret anything? Throw her a bone. Don't then answer the question and say, well, and also, I don't think you deserve any money ever. It was refreshing to watch it. I do miss it a lot.
Yeah.
The open forum isn't great for me.
Yeah. Maybe
I also really liked that 4 of the jury were swing votes. So it could have gone either way. It wasn't we all know how people are going to vote. They're voting tribal lines or they're voting with their alliance. I really liked that 4 of the members of the jury very much said that they were making up their minds at that tribal council.
Yeah. Amy, and it sounded like that Colby seemed to think that he had Alicia's vote.
Yeah, and I don't know why. I don't know why he would think he had Alicia's vote. I don't feel like we really saw them particularly bonding or spending any time together. So I don't really know why he would have thought
maybe he felt like she's an athlete and he won 5 immunities and she would respect that maybe.
He did make a play for her vote at some point in the questioning, if I remember correctly. It was one of those things like who deserves it or something like that. And he was like, yeah, you or even Alicia. Like, he just kind of like threw her name in the mix. So maybe there was a mutual respect for her.
See, I just dropped your name.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. Oh, that's what it was. Jerri wanted to know if they had one regret, and Colby's regret was not working with Roger and Elizabeth better, or Alicia better. That's what it was. He said, "I wish there was a way I could have worked Roger and Elizabeth into my strategy, and also I felt bad because we voted Alicia off, and she hadn't done anything wrong. She was just physical." So I think that's why he was like, "I didn't do anything to you. It was purely strategic. Like, and I'm giving you respect. Vote for me." She doesn't. But I think that's why he thought it was. I do think it's very interesting that there's so much controversy behind Tina's win here when Colby already knows he's going to lose. He says it like 4 times. When he picks Tina, and I don't know if he's just pandering for TV, but he says, I know I can beat Keith. I don't even know if I have a 50% shot of beating Tina. Like Colby, the person who it is. And I don't know if he's just like trying to be humble about it or maybe if that's how it comes off, but he doesn't say it just once. He repeats this several times throughout the episode. And so when Tina wins, it's like, oh my God, it should have been Colby. It's like, Colby doesn't even think that. Colby knows he was taking the mastermind to the end. He gets it. And nobody, to their credit, this is a balanced jury. Nobody accuses Tina of riding Colby's coattails. In a modern season of Survivor, you're going to be like, you latched onto him and rode him like oxen, that kind of thing. And they give Tina her due. They say she was the strategic mastermind here. And so I don't think it's that shocking that Colby doesn't win because Colby's not shocked either.
Okay. We get to the results that Amy, what do you think of the live vote reveal for the first time?
Yeah, at the time I loved it. Like, we'd never seen anything like that before. So yeah, it was exciting and it was fun. And, that was really unique at that time. I mean, now we're a bit like, oh, we have to spend 15 minutes watching Jeff in a helicopter holding an urn. Can't we just cut straight to wherever they are? But at the time, that was, super exciting to think that, they had been waiting all that time just the same as us, and that you were going to get a reveal in front of an audience instead of sort of just at tribal council, where it kind of falls flat because you're not getting any kind of audience reaction.
Chappelle, they also make a big deal out of that. The winner of the season is also going to get the tribe flag. Flags are very important to these people.
Tina and Colby said, like, hey, whoever wins this takes all. Like, you get the money, you get the flag. Jeff's still not giving back Colby's Texas flag. It's his forever. Yeah. But you also get a Pontiac Aztec. Don't you get another one?
Yeah, you get one.
Why do I need 2 tit cars? Like, why? Like, are we to believe that Katie Collins is driving around in a Pontiac Aztec, like with the
maybe she got it now?
Yeah.
Ultimately, Tina will win the season 4-3. There you go.
It was close. What was the vote breakdown? Amy, do you know?
Yeah. So Colby had Roger, Amber, and Nick, who all said that they would be swing vote. Alicia voted for Tina, who said she was also a swing, but Jerri, Elizabeth, and Keith voted for Tina, and I think you could safely say those 3 would have been a lock for Tina.
Yeah. So it's really So Colby's right. Is Alicia is where he dropped the ball. Yeah.
What are you gonna do? All right. Here comes Brian Gumbel, and these Brian Gumbel reunions are wild.
Yeah, I didn't love this. I wasn't happy to see Brian Gumbel. Let's be very clear. When he popped up on screen, I was like, I forgot you do this thing now. Don't do that. I don't want to see you here.
Well, the one from Africa was he was so checked out. He was like, at least he was like still interested, but the things he's interested in are definitely a little off the beaten path.
Yeah, he's more like, tell me about that freaky thing you did that one time. That's kind of his like lane. Is like, tell me the nasty stuff. Or like he asked he asked Colby. No, he asked, what is it, Amber and Elizabeth, like, didn't you see the reaction? People love Jenna Lewis in the the bathing suits.
Those bathing suits. Yeah.
Why would you cover yourself up in like the Outback? Why would you protect yourself? Why aren't you out here bucket naked? So I don't know why is Brian Gumbel? How did he get this job?
He used to host the early show.
But why this job?
But he used to do the interviews with the survivors, I guess.
I just don't know this one. Was there no one else? Was Seacrest busy yet? I'm just saying. Probably busy by now.
Yeah, I don't think American Idol had happened yet.
So Brian Dunkelman wasn't just hanging out.
Yeah, the first season of American Idol, I think, is still a year away.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Brian Gumbel, he doesn't do great here on any of the reunions that he does. I'm happy that Jeff takes over full time.
Yeah. Amy, any reunion moments jump out to you?
No, I actually really, really like the special. The reunion didn't do it for me, but the special I really, really loved. So I sort of wish that now that they would do sort of a bit of a combination. I get you have to have the reunion so that people can ask the questions, and I'm glad that it's Jeff that's asking the questions and not Brian Gumbel, or somebody who understands the strategy in the play and is not concerned about what the women are wearing. But I feel like the reunions now go for too long as well. So I would kind of like a balance of half reunion, half special, where we get a bit of a, because I think this is the time in the season. You said earlier that you thought Africa might have had a pre-season cast intro show. For me, this is the time in the season when I go off and spend hours on Google looking up all the different players and wanting to know what they look like and what's their house look like, who are they married to, what do their kids look like. So that's kind of what really interests me. I really liked that part of it. I think having Brian Gumbel, who clearly didn't know what he was talking about, was not very helpful. But I think getting that insight into what life has been like post-game for some of the players was really, really fascinating.
Yeah, and the division between the reunion show and then that after show special, first I felt like that Brian Gumbel was like too casual. Like he was in like a polo shirt hosting the reunion, which I guess it feels like, hey, they're in like Reebok clothes, so I guess I don't want to be too formal. But But then Jeff was like super way too formal on the after show. Chappelle, that's the first and only time I've ever seen Jeff Probst in a blazer.
Yeah, that was a surprise for me too. Like I started the after show. I think I got up to where Mad Dog like basically flashes us where I was like, I don't need this. Like Rob and Amy hooked me up with the information on this.
Yeah.
But I did see Jeff in the blazer and think, what? Because it reminds me of at the reunion, they weren't dressed up. Like we're so used to them being so glitz and glamored out there, so made up. I love that part. I love seeing the survivors like 1 second look so raggedy and beat up and like, oh, they're struggling to make it. And then the next, like, oh my God, they're so beautiful. Look at them. Like even when they go on the jury and, and they go and clean up themselves, like I like that, the transformation part. But now I'm seeing them like this reunion, they're wearing the same clothes they wore on the island.
Are they?
Yeah, well, Tina's definitely wearing a buff as a shirt, and Colby's wearing like a t-shirt. So I've been thinking so, and because I'm trying to figure out why. Like you're about to win $1 million, why aren't you dressed up? Yeah, but then Jeff goes to this after thing, and he's like, it's like a dinner with Jeff again, like a dinner movie theater host. Yeah. And this is
way too stiff. Yeah.
But this is where you want to loosen up.
Right? So dressed up. Why wouldn't they hire a stylist? Because the suit is way too big for him.
Yeah. Oh well, this was the 2000s. That was the style.
Power suit.
Yeah, big old suits. This was different. But I agree. I would rather know kind of where they are now. Not now, like now. Well, now would be fine too. But like where they like end up when they get home, how things
might
work
be
out.
Seth's story.
Yeah, well, but I think that's why, right? I think Survivor can't show that all the time because sometimes these people have really, really horrible things happen to them when they get off the show. Just off the top of my head, Lunch Lady Denise is in the Lunch Daily. She's a custodian. Debb Eden is having this drama outside the show. Some of these people leave and their mental health does not, it doesn't bounce back without a lot of work and time away from media and things of that nature. So we're lucky that we get good Mad Dog footage here and several other people, but at the same time, like you don't want to do this all the time because you have to show Don Meehan after you do the horrible thing to her. Like you have to show all these things. Like how does Aaron Reichenbach feel when his episode airs and he's like humiliated in front of the world over and over and over again, and you keep showing the clip? Like you don't want to show that at the end of your season, but I do kind of want to know, right? So I think back in the heyday, it was probably better. Now, I mean, you could just kind of search Instagram or something, right? Like they'll pop up.
Yeah. It would have been nice if we would have got this for like Winners at War, where it was like, but they couldn't do a reunion show, and it would have been nice to get like some sort of like a follow up of like, everybody, even if they film it themselves, of like what's been going on at their house. I think they did they might have done something like that similar, like on CBS.com, but that would have been fine. They could have done that, especially when there was nothing on because of they couldn't film any shows at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think if they had done that for Winners at War, that Amber would still have all those stuffed toys and Cabbage Patch Kids on her bed?
Yeah, she came across as like, I guess she's only like 21 years old, but she came across as like, what is she, 13?
Oh, and I don't think that's actually even her bed, because later they show shots of her. I don't know what she's doing, but she's sitting in a different room, which looks to me more like it's probably an age-appropriate bedroom. But I don't know why they can't, deliberately sit her there with stuffed pandas everywhere.
Which one was Merlonio?
Merlonio, yeah.
Right, exactly. Look, we get
Meatball sub.
We get a Katie Collins sighting and a Merlonio sighting. We look at Survivor.
It's all happening. Amy, anything else jump out to you on that reunion show?
I think Jerri talks about the online trolling that she sort of receives after because of her villain edit, and I think that's an interesting sort of precursor to sort of what happens to her then at the All Stars reunion. I think time and time again we're seeing that the way that the show chooses to edit the castaways can really, really impact their lives outside of the game. Like even the fact that the show thinks it's funny to show this little montage of people from Kel's unit in the army throwing darts at a picture of Jerri's head. Like, that's not cool, man. Don't do that. That's really I just didn't think that was necessary. You could have stuff about Kel talking about how he didn't like it affected his reputation. He says it wasn't true. Not sure whether that's real or not, but we didn't need to have darts at Jerri's head that was kind of unnecessary. And then sort of to put the dodo music over the top of it to sort of lighten it up and make it seem like it was something funny. I actually thought, overall for me, that 1 hour was really interesting sort of insight into the impact of reality TV after the show's finished. Because we often don't think about that.
If you love Survivor the Australian Outback and you haven't seen this, I think it's a good watch. They really do lean into the Jerri, the B word storyline. I think that Colby even says a quote, which is like, look, make no mistake, Jerri is a bitch, but she's laughing all the way to the bank. Like, there's a lot of that. Like people should like zooming in on them, like people calling her names online and stuff like that. But she does say that like her what'd you say? Her appointment book has never been more full.
Yeah, that's true. And she must find something positive about it because she comes back another 2 times.
Yeah.
So she gets positives out of it as well. But I think there is something a little bit misogynist about the whole way that they choose to portray Jerri.
Yeah.
All right.
I think Jerri takes it in stride because she doesn't do anything deplorable. Like she doesn't. So I think it's probably easier to take that on the chin. Like I say, like I'm the bad guy because y'all don't understand me or because I'm too powerful and that you guys couldn't handle like a strong woman. Like I think that is probably easier to digest than what happens after All Stars, where she like storms off the stage and she's seeing her friends fighting in front of her and she doesn't have a great time and she's out there miserable. Like I think all of that probably shapes how she feels about like, the show in general. But I think the first iteration of Jerri, where she is kind of like the villain that you love to hate, I think that was okay. Not great, but like okay with her. I think it's just kind of like it becomes too much at that point when it comes All Stars, like 2 years later. So I think that's part of the reason why.
All right, let's take some questions from the listeners here. As we're closing in on 4 hours. This has flown by. Ryan in Ohio says, how would Tina have done on Winners at War?
Every time this question's asked, I think the same thing. It depends on what tribe she's on, right? Like, let's say you take Boat Ride out and put Tina there. I don't think Tina goes out where Boat Ride goes out. So maybe I don't know. Tina will rock you.
You don't think that Boston Rob's like, hey, I heard you did my wife dirty. That's gonna get payback.
Well, I think Tina will shock you because like where she goes and wins this season, she goes out really, really early on her next season, but she almost wins the third time she plays. She's very close. And so I don't think you can underestimate Tina in any way, in any shape, form, or fashion.
Yeah, I think that she would be better off on like she's played with Tyson before, and I don't think that they have a great relationship. So I feel like that she'd probably be better off on the Boston. I think she's close with Ethan, actually. So I think that maybe Ethan could vouch for her if she was on the Boston Rob tribe. Let's see. Soy Gonzalez says, I think Tina doesn't beat Colby in Modern Survivor. Is this a problem? How do we fix it? Yeah, where did we go? How did Survivor change along the way?
Amy, do you want to take this?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think this through in my mind as well.
The closest parallel I can think of is maybe a Brad Culpepper versus Sarah Lacina, right? Where Sarah is the strategic mastermind that people are presenting her as, or even a social threat. Whereas Brad Culpepper gets to the point where he literally has to win all the challenges, and he does a good job of winning 4 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's kind of closer to what this is. So I'm thinking that it's possible because Sarah does win that. I don't think Tina is going to be as cutting as Sarah was, and she had a jury that respected a lot of her strategic moves. But not to. I don't think just a male front runner who just is a challenge beast is always going to win. We've seen it in a Mike Holloway situation.
Yeah,
but I don't necessarily think that Tina doesn't stand a chance against Colby these days.
Are Tina and Colby unusual in a man and a woman in an alliance together, where the man is winning the challenges and the woman is more of the strategist? I'm trying to think of any other pair that gets to a final 2 or 3 that matches that same sort of description.
I mean, if you thought Natalie White is like, let's say she's the Tina and Russell Hance is the challenge winner / idol finder, right? But then on the opposite side, you have Chrissy and Ben. But they were.
I feel like Chrissy and Ben is a closer. Yeah,
but Chrissy and Ben were not like a link.
They weren't a pair.
Like Russell and Natalie were more of a pair, but I don't think that Natalie was nearly like as strategic as Tina was in terms of like directing how things were going.
Yeah, I mean, do we see maybe like had Malcolm and Denise made?
Yeah, I think Malcolm and Denise, I think are interesting to talk about, and ultimately, Denise cuts Malcolm, but I do get the sense that Malcolm probably would have won if he gets to the final 3 with Denise.
Yeah, I think that's where my question came from earlier with the who does Tina lose to? Because if anybody on her alliance, look at Sophie and Coach. I think that's a good one. Sophie and Coach is probably the best example because like all they have to do for Sophie to win is to keep everything the same. We just can't we can't rock the boat and we can't let Ozzy get to the end. If I get to the end with Coach or Albert, I got this. And if Tina gets to the end with Keith or Colby, she got it, And so I think that might be the closest parallel, maybe next to Dawn and Cochran.
All right. This is a question from Lindsay, who wants to know, of the unreturned contestants, who is the most likely to return? All right. Well, we might have to alter this question to which survivor the Australian Outback player is most likely to play again, because I'm not sure. I'll give you the people who have not returned. Tell me if you think that any of them are in the mix. Keith, Elizabeth, Roger, Nick, Mitchell, Mad Dog, Kel, and Debb. Those are that. I'll tell you who I think it is. I think it's Elizabeth.
Do you think Elizabeth would want to play?
I think that of those 8 people, I think that that's the most likely. Like, what's the scenario where Keith, Roger, Nick, Mitchell, Mad Dog, Kel, or Debb are coming back?
I did read somewhere that Roger said that he was asked to come back a couple of times. One time to the point where he actually packed all his bags.
Yeah. I mean, Roger is 73 now.
Well, Rudy was 73, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, but I don't know.
I want to know where all these times Roger was asked to come back. Which seasons were these? Like fans versus favorites. We got Roger. Like
it was one of the ones where they then decided to use people from the previous season. So they kept those people on.
All right.
So he could have got bumped for James from China.
All right, but what about of the entire cast? Who's most likely to play again?
Alicia.
Yeah, that came up on All Stars. I could see, she does not have a big social media presence, at least that I know of. She'd only be 52. I bet she still is in great shape. And I could see it.
And you can't count out Tina. Tina will never stop playing Survivor. If you call, she's like Sandra. If you call her, she will come.
Yeah. Tina, I know when Josh talked to her on First One Out, I think she made it sound like she was like really like much older than she was. So she's only 59, Tina.
Yeah. And Tina even says on this season,
she's 60 now.
She says, I will never play Survivor again. Like, I cannot be away from my kids that long. She lied. She was like out on All Stars like the next week. Like, she was like, all right, like, call me back. Yeah. And then she drags one of her kids out there to play with her. Tina's coming back. If she wants to come back and they want her, she'll be there.
You don't count Jerri out. I think that you could see her again, potentially.
Survivor Legends. Yeah.
Yes. What about Jeff? I know they wouldn't have Jeff, but if they were to have Jeff, do you think Jeff would want to play again? I think Jeff has got some real things that he wants to settle. Yeah.
I think he would. I do think he would come back.
Yeah.
That would be so cringy. I would not want him.
I can't see the scenario where they would want him back, but I definitely could see. I don't see him saying like, boy, you know, I think it would be a good move for me to not come back.
Yeah.
What about Mike Scoopin? Personal life aside, just based off of his game arc, you know, with him losing.
No, I think we saw it. I mean, he got to day that, like all other things aside, like he got to day 39 and he lost. Like, what else do you need to see?
Yeah.
You know, for all that time, it was like, oh, he fell in the fire. Who knows what would have happened? Well, he got to day 39 and it was not that great.
He would not have beaten anybody in the final four. Like, yeah. He was just not going to win. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Terry Randolph says, as best as I could, that Australia has the most cumulative returning players for any cast. Do you think any season will ever pass it? If so, what season? Now, I don't know off the top of my head. I guess Cook Islands is up there, but I don't know if they're going to get any more from Cook Islands. Cagayan is up there, but yeah, I don't know if any. I mean, half the players have returned.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. If it was the highest rating season, of course you would. These are the cast members you would use.
They're the ones with the most nostalgia, probably than any other season, because so many people watched Borneo after the fact. Like they saw Borneo once the finale happened. It was such a big deal, and then they came and watched it. Also, this season starts right after a Ravens Super Bowl win, so you know you had all of our attention over here.
Yes, it was a great night.
It was a great night, wasn't it? And so so I think for that amount of fame, this is the group you go to. But I think we've exhausted all of our highlights. Like I think we got the Kimmy, we got the Alicia, we got the Mike Scoopin in the fire, we got the Jeff Varner. What could have happened with him? We got Colby, we've got like I don't think there's anybody else here that you want. I mean, I think we did it.
Michael M wants to know, how does Survivor history change if Colby wins against Tina? Amy, have you ever thought about this?
I wonder if it's a less memorable season if Colby wins, because I think at that time when we were watching it, Colby was so the hero of the show. He was one of the main narrators of the show. So I think the fact that he didn't win and essentially gave it to Tina was such a big deal. I wonder if he wins it, do we think of it as a boring season because he won everything? So that's not interesting.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I also think that I wonder, coming into Survivor Africa, like, isn't Ethan targeted as like, all right, well, we got to vote out all of our challenge threats early on, because if we don't, then they're going to go on to win.
Yep.
Yeah. Or if not, Ethan, Lex is for sure targeted, right? Because Lex goes on an impressive run there in the late stages of Africa as well. I thought about this while we were watching it. I was just like, I think Tina has to win this season for Survivor to continue the trajectory that it's going, because you get some diversity in her winning for sure. And like for me, the appeal has always been, if I wanted to, I could go on this show and possibly win it. I didn't have to be Colby, who is a cowboy, or Mike Scoopin, who is a professional camper, right? Who can go out and slaughter a bull, a boar, or whatever. You know, like I will never be that person. But when you say this, I can win this too, right? Like Sari got off the couch, like Tina was a mom, like, you know, like these are normal people, you know, doing an extraordinary thing, and you don't have to be Rudy to do well in the game, right? You don't have to be a former Marine or something like that to do well. And so I think the Tina part for the larger audience meant like, yeah, now we get people like Holly Hoffman that will one day play, or Chrissy Hofbeck, because you've shown that I don't have to beat everybody in the challenges. I can outsmart you. I can out strategize you. And they give Tina a lot of credit for that. Well, the other players do throughout the season. They talk about how she's strategically minded, and that does allow other people who are not the most physical beings to do well. So I'm happy that she won, because I think if Colby wins, it just becomes like, all right, well, you know, we got to give it to the big guy who wins all the challenges all the time. And what does that look like for like a Vesepia, or, you know, or even like a Rob, you know, like what do y'all do in the situation where you're up against a Matthew, you know, and all he did was win a bunch of challenges and you couldn't get him out, you know? So so I appreciate Tina's win right here. And I think it's very important for the game of Survivor.
Yeah. And I think that with the mythology of the show, where Richard was the strategist where Kelly won the challenges. Tina, again, was the person who was working the strategy, while Colby was the person who won the challenges. And I think that's sort of like, that you can win the challenges, but ultimately, that it's not necessarily only about that. That you still have to be playing the game. And I think that's important to establish in the early going. I'll do one more question, and then Mike Bloom will be back with the patron feedback show over the weekend. Dallin says, why did they never do another 42-day season, especially when they started having bigger casts? Now, again, we're looking at potentially shorter seasons now when Survivor comes back, but was the idea of a 42-day season? I mean, Amy, Australian Survivor goes 55 days, or maybe now a few days shorter than that. Would that have been a better way to go with some of these 20-person casts?
I think it's too long. I think you just need smaller cast. I think the casting, having too many people, this is actually, watching this really made me think that these early seasons, you get to really know and invest in the characters and root for the characters because there's not too many of them. When you go to the bigger tribes, the multiple swaps, but shorter days, it's just too hard to get to know anybody. So some episodes will go without you seeing certain players at all. And that's quite problematic, I think, for the amount of emotional investment you put into the show. Australian Survivor, sure, it has the longer runtime, so you get a lot of time to listen to confessionals. Our actual episodes are longer too, so there's a lot of airtime given. But even then, you still get purple edits. Mm-hmm. But it's a long time. Australian Survivor, by the end, you really do have survivor fatigue, because by day 55 or whatever it is, you're really like, I just want to know who won so I can watch something else, because it just kind of takes over your life.
Yeah. They really go like stars and scrubs in terms of the editing on the Australian, like the people that's like, okay, here are our stars on Australian Survivor, and we're really going to show you everything about the stars. And then there's still people that are like, wait, who is this person?
Yeah, that's right.
Like you never see them until they get voted out. Okay. All right. Let's talk about our survey for this week. Of course, this week's Survivor the Australian Outback fan survey is sponsored by our friends over at Geico. Do you own or rent your home? Sure you do, and I bet it's hard work, but you know what's easy? Bundling your policies with Geico. Geico makes it easy to bundle your homeowners or renters insurance along with your auto policy, and it's a good thing too, because you have so much to do around your home. Go to geico.com, get a quote, see how much you could save. It's Geico easy. Visit geico.com today. That's geico.com. And also make sure you do not build your home at the site of a dry riverbed. That may affect whether or not you can get insured. Okay. Who's the most valuable player of the season, Chappelle?
Most valuable? Oh, gosh, can you not give it to Colby? I want to give it to Tina because she won. What are you talking about? So, like, yeah, most valuable player for me, Tina, but I could see Colby taking this one.
Amy?
I'd go with Colby.
It is Colby. 49%. Ooh. I only know one way to be MVP. That's full tilt.
Yes.
Tina was 2. 30%, Jerri 15%. Which one-time player would you like to see come back and play again in a future season? As the tabulator, Kurt Clark, notes here, half this cast has come back and already played as a returnee.
What you got, Amy?
Kentucky Joe.
Ooh. Mitchell?
Mitchell did not make the top 3.
I just threw out a name.
Yes. Elizabeth, 37% said Elizabeth.
Who were 2 and 3?
Yeah.
And then 2 is Marilyn Mad Dog Hershey, and 3 was Nick Brown.
I don't want to see any of these people play again. I feel like Mad Dog and Nick are in a good place, and yeah.
That is Elizabeth Hasselbeck still in the public eye? And she's long left the View. Is she still like? And then she was hosting on Fox and Friends, but I thought she gave that up. Does she have a regular gig anymore?
I think she's retired. And
she's retired. Yeah. Because I feel like that if she did have a regular gig, I feel like I would see her name in trending topics on Twitter more.
I feel like she might have written some children's books. Does that sound familiar?
Yes. Looks like Until I See It God's Way, I'm not seeing it all. She's very big into celiac disease. She works, does a lot of stuff on that.
Well, she has celiac disease. She's been living with it for a while.
Yeah,
and I think she did write a book on that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but no, I think her place in the media has been taken by the Miss Meghan McCain.
Meghan McCain, yes.
Yeah, I think she just gets to hang out right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there you go. She took her seat on The View. All right, then let's go to our next survey question. Which name in the list made you pause and think to yourself, "Wait, who's that?"
Nick Brown.
I gotta agree. I like
31%. Yep. Who was second?
Mitchell.
It was Mitchell.
Yeah.
You're locked in. 31% for Nick, 26% for Mitchell, 17% for Debb Eaton. Pretty good. Who's that? Top three. The pretty notable people. Who's the most underrated player of the season?
I don't know. This is hard because like I said, from my point of view, Tina was running away with this one. But I don't know if Tina gives enough credit. So I don't know. What about you, Amy? What you got?
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I think even though she's the winner, she doesn't get enough credit from the public for her win.
You nailed it. It is Tina, 30%. Jerri was 14%. Elizabeth, 12.5%.
Yeah, sound all right.
Who got the Kelly Wentworth Award for the best pre-merge boot?
The word "best" is really like what I'm the word "best" is really a tough one for me here. Mad Dog, give me Mad Dog. She's awesome. She's a constellation.
Me and Tina are conjoined. Yes,
she's
Mad Dog.
Prophylactic police.
Brian, I am the prophylactic police. There were 12 condoms in the med kit when I got there, and there were 12 when I left.
Wait till someone
the didgeridoo.
Wait till someone tells Mad Dog that doesn't mean nothing happened, Mad Dog. This just means that just means we're more likely to have a pregnancy, Mad Dog. Please.
First survivor baby.
Yeah. Maybe Mad Dog in another timeline that could have taken my place on Survivor also. Rob and Amber are gonna do it. Trust me.
Oh, she'd have been so good. She'd been so good.
Hey Rob, when you do those Survivor count, like what's the word? When you kind of rank things with Mike Bloom, can you do one on your Survivor castaway accents?
Oh, my impressions.
I want a whole want a whole show of just your impressions.
If people want it, it's a long off season, Amy.
Look, I'll take it. We did Survivor GIFs, so I think you can do this. I don't know how you can get Josh Wigler in on this, but he has to be involved. Like, he's got to be involved. I'll pay him.
Okay. All right. We asked the 31% for Kimmy Kappenberg, 11.5% for Mitch Olsen. Of the 40 seasons, where would you rank the winner, Tina Weston? 1 would be she's the best winner. 40 would be she is the 40th best winner. And we got an average from what the listener said. Okay, Amy, if you had to guess, where do you think she is?
30.
30. Chappelle?
20.
Chappelle's closer. 21.21.
Hey!
So that puts her at 11th on our list. So to give you the top 11, then in order, Kim is far and away the highest. She has averaged 5.88. Then there's a big drop off to Boston Rob at 11. Earl, Sarah, Cochran, Brian Heidick, Wendell, Chris, Sophie, Ethan just edges out Tina, who is 11, and then Vesepia is 12th. So interestingly, those 3 seasons that we watched, their winners are all back to back also in the winner rankings. Ethan, Tina, Vesepia, 10, 11, 12.
Mm-hmm. Is this list being updated in real time where we can see it, or is this going to be one of those things where we're coming to the end of the countdown, Rob? I think people want to know what your rankings stand as, like in full.
Those are not my winner rankings. Those are the I have not updated winner rankings as we've gone through this, Chappelle.
Yeah, I just like to see this. I just like to see the stats. So I know where these people land, because I know she's between Vesepia and was it right after Ethan.
Yeah,
right.
I can send you the link to the survey ranking. Okay, all right. Is this season too high, too low, or just right?
For me personally, it's too low, but I can understand why it sits where it sits. I think, particularly with RHAP audience, most people are, from what I can tell, at least 5 to 10 years younger than me. So a lot of people were quite young when this first came out in real time. So the game has evolved since then. So they've been watching as adult. They've spent most of their adult life watching the faster, more frenetic game with the idols and the advantages and the flipping and flopping. And so I think it sits up higher than maybe you would expect because of the nostalgia factor, but it doesn't sit super high because at the end of the day, in terms of strategy, it is still very, very slow, and we have to watch them catching grasshoppers instead.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So the result is 38% it was just right.
Okay.
34% said too high, and 27% said it was too low. All right. Next week, Taryn Armstrong will be with you.
Borneo.
Amy, really? You think it's Borneo?
I want it to be 4, 3, 2, 1. Don't you think that would be fun?
Let's make a bet right now. You think it's Borneo? I'm taking the field. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Taryn Armstrong will be with you next Wednesday for the 19th best season of Survivor. Okay. The listeners voted. The listeners think it's going to be 32% say is going to be Cook Islands, 16% say San Juan del Sur, and 14% say Koh Rong.
If it's of those three, I'd probably lean toward Cook Islands or Koh Rong. I don't think it's San Juan del Sur.
Okay. All right. The 19th best season of Survivor next week. Survivor Cook Island.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I got it.
Matt Scott and Mari Forth, the Wrestling Rahap Up tag team, will join Taryn Armstrong next Wednesday to talk about Survivor Cook Islands.
Mi gente, my people. Yes, I love it. I love to see it. I'm excited.
Okay. They got together in real life, and now they're going to take on Taryn.
I wasn't excited.
On Wednesday night. Let me tell you what's coming up here on RHAP. Of course, if you missed it last week, Clarence was on Talking with T-Bird, shot out of a cannon. Really fun talking with T-Bird with Clarence Black. Check that out in our podcast feed. Twish Ultimate Trivia. This was a fun one. We recorded this yesterday, and then check it out. It's going to be Grace Leader, Aaron Robertson, and Brian Scally matching wits on Twish Ultimate Trivia. Check that out. That's going to be dropping on Thursday night for everybody. Chappelle, we had so much fun last week talking about Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. You, me, and Sasha Joseph talking about season 1 of Love and Hip Hop Atlanta.
Yeah, it was a time of my life. Sasha was great. And this week we are moving on to other ventures.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Is that coming up? Is that coming up next? No. No. Chappelle, why don't you tell us what's coming up on the RJP Rewind this week?
Well, we talked about Mari Forth appearing next week to talk with Taryn and Matt about the Cook Islands. But this week Mari's joining me. Mari and Taryn, no Matt, haha. We're going to talk about Solitary. So I have eased my way into this alliance, and I'm breaking it up
with John Palyak.
Yeah. Your friend JP.
Don't put that evil on me.
Okay, we'll be talking about Solitary season 2, episode 1.
Yes. Of course, having a lot of fun talking about 90 Day Fiance with Puya Zambichili. Check out our latest 90 Day Fiance Happily Ever After recap from this week. And then this Friday night, big patron event coming up. Chappelle was around for the first patron karaoke. It's back on the patron Discord this Friday night, hosted by MCs Jenny Autumn and OG Phil T. Check that out on Friday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific in the patron Discord. Just one of the many benefits that are going on in the Rob as a Podcast Patreon. You can sign up at robasawebsite.com/patron. If you're thinking about it now, can maybe consider the annual option so you don't get billed for May and June, or when June 1st comes around, is a great time to jump in at robasawebsite.com/patron. Of course, you can check out all the offers from our sponsors anytime at robasawebsite.com/offers. We have all of the promo codes to save you some money when you support the sponsors of Rob as a Podcast at robasawebsite.com/offers. You can subscribe by hitting the subscribe button here on YouTube, or be sure to subscribe in your favorite pod catcher. And of course, check us out on social media, where so many of our hosts have been taking over our Instagram at RJPGrams, at Rob has a podcast on Twitter. Thank you so much, Scott, behind the scenes. Okay. Chappelle, what's coming up for you?
Talking to you about the rewind.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Well, you're leaving me. And so I haven't figured out what I'm going to do in your absence. So while you're moving in from North Carolina, I'm going to talk to you this week.
I mean, I'm technically getting closer to you.
Yeah, you are. It's gonna be great. No, yeah, but no. So I get a brief break from Fear the Walking Dead this week, and possibly a break from you. So we will see what happens. But I think I'm just hanging out right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amy,
what's coming up for you?
If you want to hear some of my other podcast work outside of Survivor, I've got Kids Pod, which is a podcast where kids under 12 get to ask adults whatever questions they want. There are quite a few Survivor-related people on there. Jonathan Penner, Christian Hibiki, LaRue Botha from South Africa.
Yes.
And of course, the great Josh Wigler and Mike Bloom have episodes on there, but that's pretty fun. We just dropped an episode yesterday about what it's like to be a Catholic priest. So the kids have some very odd questions, like why is there so much gold in churches?
Yes.
What are all the candles for? So that's a bit of fun. If you want to know more about the Australian bushfires and what that season was like, I did a podcast series where I interviewed some first responders called Our First Responders. So that's a little bit heavier content, but that's out there in the podcast world as well. And if you've got kids, or you know people that have kids, or you're a teacher, I've just released a new children's book as well called The Happy Mask, available at all good bookshops and online as well. And that's about what it's like to be a kid wearing a mask in the pandemic.
Yes. Amy, what is the target demo for Kids Pod?
Basically under 12.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So your kids are in the perfect sweet spot.
Yeah, I think my son Dominic, who's 7, I think would be very interested.
Yeah, so there are some great episodes. Some of them are really light, like what it's like to own an ice cream shop. And then some of them are heavier, like what it's like to be a prisoner. But in all of them, I don't script it at all. The kids can ask whatever they want. And some of them really, really go there with some of the questions. And it's got some pretty hilarious results. So I think your kids would really enjoy it.
Okay. Amy, this was so nice to get to chat. I mean, this is really... that you really got thrown into it here on a almost 4.5 hour podcast. You're talking about the Australian Outback.
Oh, it's my honor to be here. I have
you jumped out of the plane tonight. Yeah,
that's right. My insurance company wouldn't cover me, but I jumped out anyway. I love being here. It's been really great, and it's a real honor to be the last podcast in that studio as well. So, good luck with the new move, and it'll be exciting to see what your new backdrop is next time we see you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess I might as well here, as we're wrapping this up here, let me just let me take this all down.
Is he going to burn it?
Oh, no, there's very little to burn here. He just kind of wipes it clean. Look at that. Yeah. This is the movie magic they don't show.
No.
Yeah. For the listeners, Rob has legs. You guys missed it.
Yeah, it was all a lie the whole time.
Yeah. Look
It was
at
an
that.
empty room this whole time.
Pull back the curtain.
Yeah, but on to the next place to podcast from. Looking forward to being back with you all very soon. Amy, thank you again so much. And Chappelle, always a pleasure. Until we meet again on the Top 40 Countdown.
Yeah. I mean, if we can meet again, then I'm down. Just give me a call.
All right. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Oh, wait, hold on. Sam is saying I have to give my rewatchability ranking. I'll put this at 10th overall, the 10th best season that I watched here in this season. I've got one under Survivor Nicaragua and one above Heroes versus Healers versus Hustlers. Okay.
Wait, under Heroes versus Healers versus Hustlers?
No, but one above.
Oh, okay. Cool. Just making sure. I
Down
thought you.
Yes,
I thought you had gotten carried away. I was like,
Got carried away.
Reel you back in. Yeah, no.
Yes.
This is definitely better than that.
All right. There you go. All right. There are our top season rankings. Of course, looking forward to being back with you. Good luck to Taryn and Matt and Mari next week with Cook Islands. Take care, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.